Welcome one and all right back to the NACL playoffs for Split 2. I couldn't be more excited to be here. We're in the upper bracket today, and I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're going to determine who gets to move on in that upper bracket run today.
Yeah, saw a big surprise in the upset of Blue Otter
did.
taking down Supernova yesterday, so excited to see if we get any more surprises today.
The question is, did it steal the magic that Winthrop took last split from them? Well, I guess we'll find out today. Maybe there's more magic in store for us here. But I think more so, if you hadn't followed any of that, if you hadn't been able to catch any of the games, go check out our socials. It'll be in the top left of your screen. It's where you can find all the clips, all the action, also all the standings updates and things along those lines as well. Very important to kind of keep a track on as we get further on into the playoffs, because you got to remember there's 2 LTA North promotion spots on the line this playoffs, upping the ante just a little bit, I would say. But moving on next, I got to say, Cubby, this is always something that we love to talk about. We love to present. We have some awards to give away, and especially starting with our 3rd All-Pro team. We'll be going ahead and unveiling them to you today. And I couldn't be more excited because I think our level of competition, as we've talked about so many times on the broadcast, has leveled up here in summer.
It has, and I'll be honest, it was really difficult for me to fill out a ballot, just with 9 best-of-1 games. That was hard. So for me, I think these All-Pros, of course, like, shout out to everyone that's been performing, and I'm honestly kind of excited to see what it is. I've saved this for myself for a surprise, so curious to see if it lines up with what I thought.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I believe we're going to be having that go now. So let's go ahead and check that out for the 3rd All-Pro team here. Oh, we got to wait just a couple seconds. It's up.
Any predictions? Any predictions?
Yeah, I think it's hard. For 3rd All-Pro team, I think it varies so very much because that skill level is so close for a lot of them.
Who do I hope sneaks in at the bottom? Honestly, we'll see. I'll talk about it in a sec. I had to go find my ballot too. So excited to dive into this one.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and see those 3rd All-Pro teams here. Go ahead and give away our first award. Maybe. There we go. All right, we have it now. I've been told we are ready to go.
He's a charm for 3rd team.
Third's the charm. It works out perfectly. So unveiling.
Okay, we're doing it like that. I thought it was a video. All right, what do we got? What do we got?
Let's go ahead and go. I don't know if we're going to do it one by one, if we're going to do it all at the same time.
You can see the
but
camera.
The drum roll is there. All at the same time. Go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. 3rd All-Pro team. TM played the top lane. Kisto in the jungle. Evolved in the mid lane. Sajed in the bot lane. And Breezy in support.
I had Evolved, Sajed in my first team. And I think I had Breezy there too. And Kisno. So I'm a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
The community, everybody, all the teams, everybody put their votes together, and this is what we came to be.
I thought Evolved had a great year. I think Evolved and Sajed being 3rd team, I know it's kind of tough with 9 best-of-1s, and Sajed for me is the most valuable prospect candidate. I thought Evolved was the best mid we had in the league this year. Kisden was fantastic in the jungle, so kind of surprised to see this as the 3rd team. If you put a number next to this,
team.
I would tell you that this is closer to the 1st team based on what I had versus everything else. So this is quite curious. But shout out to Blade and Evolved. Again, I think Conviction, a lot of people were sleeping on them coming into the split. They've proven that they are not just a streamer team. They're here to compete, be legit. Yeah. And I thought they each had really good splits. Again, Evolved was my 1st team All-Pro mid. So very surprised to see him here. And Sajed was brutally robbed.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Sajed, for me,
if I'm Coach Niles, I'm screenshotting this, sending it to the guys, just be like, get ready for later, guys. You guys got this.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of chip on your shoulder does good. Yeah, I mean, hey, some big names here that we've seen have some dominant splits already here in split number 3. And yeah, best-of-1s are go a little bit crazy here. Another shout out, I know we didn't talk about it too much, but Kisdo in that jungle, I think he's been having a superstar performance in a lot of cases, and glad to see him at least mentioned. I had him a little bit higher as well, but we'll see exactly how much this 3rd team All-Pro ranking does to these guys. I guess a couple of them today should be a lot of fun. But there's your 3rd All-Pro team.
You know, these guys are probably going to play more games in playoffs than we're playing in the regular season. So let's be honest. All that matters is who sits at top 2 at the end and gets the chance to fight these guys for that promotion relegation tournament.
Exactly that. But let's go ahead and move ourselves forward. Let's go ahead and talk about that road to the promotion tournament here, as we're going to take a look at the bracket, I do believe, next. And it started with the upset of yesterday, the upset of a century. There always seems to have to be one of some sort in every NACL playoffs. And yesterday, it was the dang Blue Otters that done it.
Yeah, Supernova. I mean, this was a team that was off to the hottest start. I think going into week 3, the super week that we had to wrap things up, week 4. I thought Supernova was the strongest team going into that week. And since then, the past 2 weeks have not been friendly to them. And shout out to Blue Otter. I know that they've, like Thin Uncle Phil has been part of the team for a long time. They had 2 roster swaps too, as well, with Array and Kryra coming in mid-split. So it feels like all they've seen is changes. And for them to step up and find a pretty big win yesterday in what could have easily been a 2-0 as well, has to be a confidence builder for them moving forward.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially with, I feel like this team does thrive off of confidence, and sometimes, the emotion gets to them, but in a lot of ways, this is such a big building moment, and it brings back some memories of what Blue Otter, like, what got their face on the map in the first place here in Tier 2 as well. So, giving us a little bit of taste of what can be possible for this team, and what, honestly, I expected was possible for this team coming into the split, especially building on what they had, tried to build before with this roster kind of staying together.
I'm glad that you expected it. I did not. So props to them on, once again, finding a way to overachieve. Something that I think why Blue Water has fans, that the fact that their social media is fun. So shout out to them, give them a follow. Meanwhile, flip side, we had Conviction taking the 2-0 against Citadel, as Conviction remains to be a very powerful team that we have in the league. I, again, continue to be very pleasantly surprised at how well Conviction has played as a squad, because we knew that these guys would be good individual players, but we didn't think that this team would be as good as they are.
Yeah, I was very surprised, actually, by this result in the end. I did end up leaning the way of Citadel in this one, but hey, some really good decision making, especially the decisiveness across these kind of map moments that we see, and especially some of the clips that we were looking at. Absolutely impressive from Conviction. They will be facing Blue Otter in that next round of the upper bracket. Meanwhile, we have our first matchup in that lower bracket going on between Supernova and Citadel. Absolutely insane that we find all those names there in that lower bracket. But we move to today, where we get to decide the other half of that upper bracket and lower bracket, Cubby.
Yeah, I like how you say insane. I feel like Supernova, Citadel, the start of the split, I would have expected them and Blue Water Conviction, based on where the community had both teams, to be flipped entirely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blue Water Conviction, based on community sentiment before the split started, those would be teams in a lower bracket. Supernova, Citadel in the upper bracket. So already some chaos in our bracket early on, of course. Best of threes continue here the next couple of days. I believe it's the first round of the lower bracket. First round of the lower bracket is best of 5. So it's only best of threes in the next upper bracket. Yeah. And yeah, those elimination games can be big. As you get 5 games, of course, all in Fearless to decide who moves forward. And the second chances have been burned,
Yep.
The no more second chances. The teams we see on our screen right now, they have a second chance.
They do.
The ones in the lower bracket, they do not. So
yeah,
life spent for each, and we'll see who loses a life today.
And we were a little bit differing when coming in today on what we expected these series to be. You said 4-0. I said 6-0.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I said 4 or 5 games probably. I think the I think the first series is probably more likely to go 3.
I just hope we get the best performance. I really think there's that possibility of bringing back that Winthrop magic from that first round of playoffs here in split number 1. I think Dorado Gaming have been able to show up a lot in the latter half of that regular season. I'm really excited to see that kind of first performance you get today from all 4 of these teams, and especially the way that things break down for the first series that we have going on here. I do think maybe for me, on paper, it might be a little bit more one-sided, but I think with the way that we've seen kind of both teams show up, and especially trying to figure out what works for them going into the playoffs with the meta change and things along those lines, I think it can be difficult.
Yeah, of course, that 16 patch, no Silas today, so he remains disabled, but that was a pretty fat patch, and I know that we play 17 later on. The rest of the tournament will be on 17. But yeah, I do think that especially with Fearless, the flexibility, it's a factor we actually get to talk about now after the best of 1 regular season. And definitely something that I really feel like, teams like Dorado could thrive. I'm thinking of, Shoshi, his pool, he's always able to play so many picks. Not to mention, a team like Luminosity Gaming, they've been playing at a high level forever. This format, they can execute easily 3 champions each to play for a series. But this first series, we do have 4 rookies for the NACL in this one, and gonna have to see how they do in their first Fearless match.
And I think that Fearless setup is the most important thing. I think we even got to hear from LG, right? They had recently started scrimming best of, because a lot of times when these teams were playing, you're practicing for best of ones and you're trying to have the best kind of singular point showing you can have. But the game changes completely when you switch over to Fearless and you switch over to best of. So taking a look at this Dark Zero squad, I mean, they are no slouches. They were second in split number 1. And here they are to try to make the run in split number 2.
At the helm, they're Tyler 1 ranked D-tier coach in Niles, with K, Kisno, Toasty, Sajed, and Zyko. Shout out to Sajed again. I thought Sajed had a fantastic regular season, playing really good. And Dark Zero, playing a team that, they changed out some pieces. Like, the fact that it's a different top side and they're still this competitive, I think really speaks to the team behind them, also the players on the Rift. And it did feel like throughout the split they grew as a team as well. So excited to see if that continues in playoffs. Yeah,
I mean, hey, the outside of the car looks the same, but the inside's like almost completely different. I will say though, on that point, I think it's really key and really important that they still have Zyko on the roster and kind of keeping some of that same style. I know when we even talked to Toasty in some of the interviews in the split, he's like, there's a structure, right? And he had been behind that structure for so long that he kind of just feels like he slots into what they want to do and how they want to play, and he sees it the same way that previous roster had. So I think those kinds of moments are really cool. I like to see that kind of hand-me-down strategic strategy kind of set up for the team. But that being said, this roster, again, trying to make this big run, trying to make good on that second place performance from last split. On the other side, though, Dorado Gaming, they had surprised, I feel like, in some of the latter parts of the regular season, Cubby.
Yeah, I do feel like this team scaled into the regular season. I know Sushi in particular was talking about how he didn't feel like he was playing well enough in the first few weeks. I'd 100% agree with that. And it really felt like he leveled up, the rest of the team leveled up, and Dorado feels a little bit more competitive than where they might be seated. I don't know if it's enough to take down Dark Zero today, but we did see some positives from them later on.
We did, and I love that setup, because I think one of the biggest faces, or one of the biggest setups today, will be that ADC matchup. And between the two teams, I think both are set up with a lot of weaponry in that bot side. I think we were going to talk about Sajed a little bit here to just highlight some of the things that we got to see from this guy, because importantly enough, he's the 3rd team All-Pro. But against Sushi, I think there needs to be that step up for him as well today.
For me, Sushi has actually stepped off in the back half of the regular season, just about performing today against Sajed. I think both these ADs, you look for, if you're an LTA org, what has been the scouting blueprint for a lot of these AD carries that have promoted and gone to the next level. It's about team fighting. And I think Sajed and Sushi are naturally very, very talented team fighters. I do feel like Sajed's made some strides in lane. Sushi as well, because he wasn't playing well in the first few weeks because he was laning pretty terribly. So hope that we see a fun battle down there, because really, like, if I'm on a team, I have these two ADs going late game, I have a lot of faith in them to be able to execute and play those fights out on some champs. So I think that we're going to see very contested Kai'Sa Lucian today, as these guys both like to get active, and curious to see where things go from there. But
yeah,
I know we got to take a look at Dorado before we start talking about Sushi here.
We do have to talk about that second team. It's a 2-team race here in this series, as it would be. But again, we said it before, we kind of foreshadowed to it. This is a team that kind of started showing up towards that latter half and didn't have necessarily the most consistent performances to start the split. But as a new org into the league, coming up through that run with the promotion tournament, I think it feels good to see some of these names, especially Shochi back in the mix, but also see some of the new names, like you were saying, a lot of the new faces, new talent here.
Yeah, this team has got 3 rookies, and Ariana, Sushi, and Mixture. The bot lane too, I got to see him at Saito when they were out here. The Kanban they did to go to Korea. I've been really impressed with at least how they've scaled. I don't think that, like, this for me is a team where I really feel like they need Kaido to get things going, to get Sushi to those later points. And I think the big struggle going into the day, Dark Zero is just a much better early game team, pound for pound. I know that Kaido, we haven't seen Fearless yet. He's got a really big pool from back in the day. I mean, this guy was a hacker in one trick. He loves to play the Jarvan too, which is, I might have seen a nerf on this patch. Gotta pull it up
Maybe.
in a sec. But I think that he can play a lot of junglers. And between him and Shochi, I'm curious how much flexibility we see between those two.
We did also get an update that Dark Zero will be on the blue side for game number 1. As you get side select there, I think that is the right choice. So many power picks. I mean, we talk about it in the LPL all the time, but like the setup for jungle is just so nice.
Hey, the LPL blue side win rate, it's gone from 60% to about 52%.
It's gone down. It's gone down. We are all one-sided. We are all together. Together strong, they say, or something along those lines. Dark Zero.
Rock, who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah. So we're all Dark Zero favored. I think if you look at the regular season, you can look at some of the performance we've seen from Dark Zero. It leans that way, but that does not mean that Dorado Gaming don't have a chance. As we said, they are seemingly showing up when it matters most, and maybe this playoff run just starts here against one of the titans that would be here for NACL split number 2. Now, as we get into it, we already see the Aurora and the Tristana banned from that blue side. We'll get the Pantheon, rightfully so, banned away from that red side. That first pick is deadly.
That Aurora, it's more targeted at Orianna than Shochi. He's been really good in that champion, playing it in the Rumble. Orianna has some experience playing mid lane the past 2. So, for me, I'm curious if we take away Rumble in this last phase, because it really looks like Dark Zero is setting up for that for K.
Could be, as the jungle focus continues from the
Dorado
Gaming side.
Yep.
Yeah, and there you go. The
Varus too.
Band. The Varus is there.
Got nerfed a bit. Yeah.
As well. Those have been some of the premier bans, at least in the LPL. But Comfort, I think, reigns king in a lot of these situations. Yeah. We
got new patch
Ziggs
coming in.
is the ban, though, the final ban for DZ, which is interesting to try to take away some of that duality, but also that counter pick that you were kind of foreshadowing too.
Ooh.
The Yunara is that final ban. See?
Yeah, that's
Varus
true. I think it's Azir.
Azir first pick. There's so many options.
Yeah, no, the Ziggs tells me they're going to take away Azir. That's definitely something that Shochi plays into it. So I still think that we could see Rumble from K, but on options still for Dorado. I mean, again, Varus has fallen in priority a little bit. They put more power into his on-hit, took some away from the poke. So the poke not being quite as good means that your 2 builds aren't quite as good. So, okay, it looks like it's going to be Yone Malphite.
Yeah.
That's a lot of reach into the Azir early on, so do like that, but I think it's a pretty easy setup now for Kizno to go for some early game.
Well, we'll see if he wants to get something. I know when we were coming into this, you were saying DZ are going to be looking to try to play early into this, try to keep that tempo, kind of try to keep the pace of play at least against Dorado Gaming. They're going to go with the Ivern here for Kizno, so maybe pace of play. Got to be looking for a little bit later on.
Yeah, we went to the Fang Horn Forest, unfortunately, for this one. So
Jackson
he picks up for
Starting
K.
day with Lord of the Rings. It's all good.
Yeah, really good champion for K. I like Jax in Yone games too because it gives you this option like late. You can beat Yone in those side lanes. So curious if we end up seeing Orianna grab a champion now. I mean, they could go Rumble themselves. I think it's a little bit tough into Ivern, and Azir is mobile, but it's a good match for the Jax. You already have some lockdown. It's a big takeaway from Dark Zero too.
Yeah, and again, you're thinking the longevity of this series. If it does go to 3, you lose a lot of those power picks, and things kind of pan out that way. So it will be grabbed up by Dorado Gaming.
Only the second game on Rumble for Orianna.
Yeah.
So a little bit curious there, but that said, top side's locked in. Again, bot sides of Lucian, Kai'Sa, Senna, the really contested picks between these teams. I personally, I see an Ivern. I do not want to give Lucian over to Dark Zero. I think that, that's an easy first ban. We'll see if they end up taking away Kai'Sa. I don't think Kai'Sa's the best this game. Already have a little bit of magic damage over there on Dark Zero.
Strong right now, though.
She is really strong right now, but I think it's more of an option for, honestly, not a great option for either of these teams. So kind of curious where she falls.
I mean, we still have options like the Corki. We've been seeing a little bit more Prio in the Ezreal, things like that. I don't know if those are necessarily going to be the end-all be-alls here, but still a lot of options available on the back end of it. I do like that they're focusing the heavy 2v2 focused lanes right now. You wonder if the Kalista Prio comes in anywhere, if it immediately switches to support like it has for Dorado, but the Misfortune band, the Alistar band as well.
Yeah, Alistar taken away. Again, this patch was pretty interesting to me. They took Rel down a peg, so I'm kind of interested to see where that pans out in terms of some of these support handshakes. And Nautilus, of course, we have yet to see not jungle, but I potential to flex. The Rakan ban tells me, what do you want if you take away Rakan? It somewhat denies. I don't think Xayah is great this game for Sushi. Somewhat denies that combo.
Yeah.
Just curious if we kind of get a safe Ezreal game. Because I don't think that Kais is great. There's a lot of magic damage on Dorado's side, so that's why I'm kind of anti-Ezreal here. Jhin would be nice, gives you a lot of range. So I like this, actually. You can set up a very heavy damage top side here.
Yeah, hey, go big or go home, I guess, that way. But it's not go home, it's go to the lower bracket. So change home to a stopgap. The Jhin, I'm always a fan of, especially when you pick it on 4. It immediately is that dopamine head, but you got to expect that it's going to be very difficult, I feel like, for the Azir to, or not difficult, I guess, rather, for the Azir to reach that back line. So we'll see how that works out. I think this engage is going to be very tough to handle for Dorado Gaming, as Rel has now come through for Zyko.
Sivir would be interesting. I've seen a lot of Sivir games where she's not really able to auto-attack. True. And this would be a tricky one for Sajed if it ends up being the Sivir. I think it's most likely going to be Senna or Corki coming in for Dark Zero.
Zyko's just letting us know he's got that
Sivir.
dog in him. Yeah.
Okay. You gotta be careful with Sivir.
We just saw this matchup last night in the LPL.
You gotta be careful with Sivir though, because like the Maokai R, the Rumble R, Yone, that's a lot of space that makes it really difficult for you to auto attack. And Sivir, it's so important for you to be able to auto attack. But hey, if any idea is gonna pull this off, I have a lot of faith in Sajed. I thought, again, Sajed was my first team All-Pro pick. I'm shocked that he's third team. I think that's a giant crime.
Yeah.
But he's got a lot of power with the Ivern, with the Azir. There's a ton of scaling for Dark Zero, but is this ever going to be able to auto attack? It's a real question I have.
Yeah, it is the question. But hey, one side, we talked about the team fight aspect for both ADCs. One side has a team fight ADC, the other one has a little bit more of a cleanup utility pick on that one. I want to see how that pans out in the long run between the two teams. I do really like the Bard final pick here for Dorado. I think it can throw a wrench into the works here and give them a ton of that long-range setup with the Tempered Fates if used correctly. And so the execution level, I think, is a little bit higher of a bar for Dorado Gaming here.
I agree. I think that lanes are going to be pretty tough outside of top lane. They're going to hope to get Maokai off to an okay start. But man, this Jhin Bard, I gotta imagine they're gonna get pushed in early on.
Yeah.
Rumble, it has some push against Jax, but have to be careful around some of the timers. And then Azir Yone takes a little bit of time to get going. So, seeing how good Dark Zero is in these early games, just curious to see how they can punish that.
And do we feel like that influence is going to come through? I guess the impact is going to come through for this jungle early or often, or are we really waiting to that level 6 mark to get in front of these objectives?
Ooh. I expect early Drake probably for Dark Zero bot, and I think that if I'm Dorado, it depends on the swaps. I think a swap scenario could be, like, you lose push so hard in Jhin versus Sivir if you end up swapping, but it's a decent scenario for Rumble. So I'm curious to see what ends up happening for Dorado. My concern is that, again, looking at these teams, Dark Zero, the far superior early game team that we have when comparing the two, right? So Dorado, the average being down about 1k gold at 15. Dark Zero was averaging being up about 750 at 15. I think that Dark Zero, just the way that they play early game, I thought Kizo had a great split with Sajed really being that late game blanket. So for me, it's Dorado, like, Yone gets Bork, he can side at that. I think that playing through mid might be the right way to, like, find a timer just to free him up. But I think it's going to be really on the rotations to make sure that they can get, Rumble in that 1v2, like, try and find a way to really get there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But does this comp go to that direction for DZ? Because I feel like a lot of this comp loves to get to those 3 item marks, right? And loves to kind of
if it goes late, they win. I think if it goes late, it's easy win. So, but again, I'm concerned because I feel that way. It's just going to be like mid game and Sivir auto. That's the big one for me.
We'll keep a check mark ready. We'll keep a notepad, and we'll keep asking you during the team fights. Is Sivir auto attacking? The other thing we'll keep check on, make sure you guys are getting into the action, getting in your thoughts and feelings about the series, because you can go ahead and vote who you think is going to win between DZ and Dog for Dorado Gaming. Who you think is going to take the first game, at least, of this series. And you got to remember, we're into best of 3s now. We actually have the Fearless system, and it's going to be a lot more fun, I feel like, than those best of 1s.
Yeah, again, I think Dark Zero should be pretty heavily favored in this one. But again, Dorado, I think back half of the split definitely showed better signs of growth. I think they started to play a little bit more together. Sushi is an AD. I think both these ADs team quite well late. So curious to see who can get there, of course. Sajed's going to have that advantage for this game on the Sivir. But definitely something to look out for as the series continues.
Yeah, it is. Getting kicked off for the playoffs for these teams, especially. We have 2 best-of-3s in store on the day. It's our first, I guess, venture with these teams coming out of the gate. See what best-of-3s have in store for them, what they've been practicing for. I love some of that insight from LG and just hearing a little bit more about like their boot camp behind it and see all these teams kind of come together and figure out like what the best push for playoffs is going to be. I know Dark Zero being in person always feels really good, but trying to figure out how to utilize that as an advantage is always something they try to do. And I'm very excited to see if Dorado can have that kind of upset feeling that we had yesterday with Blue Water.
It would be a big one. I think the Blue Water over Supernova was one of the biggest upsets I've seen in a long time.
Me too.
So if it continues, the chaos, again, it's a new patch, it's fearless, and there's got a lot of different variables for these teams to manage, so see what ends up happening.
Well, we're getting into game number 1 of the series now. Dark Zero versus Dorado Gaming. We have a very, very stalwart comp from DZ, and that bar of execution needs to be reached for Dorado Gaming.
And for me, like this game, again, I think Dark Zero has some really favorable lanes. Sivir should be able to delete these waves, be okay. Azir and Ione wins early on. You have the Rumble versus Jax matchup. I think Rumble can take an advantage, but there's some good timers to punish if you are Jax and do have some jungle help. And that's my concern for Dorado, is that I think they really have to win in this mid game, and they're likely going to be set behind early just given the drafts and the lanes that we have. So can they navigate that and pull some mid-game fights out of the hat where they might be down going in?
Saw a little cheeky level 1 for Vision by DZ. Obviously, Dorado will get their late ward in as well. But it's been a while since we returned to the Fanghorn Forest. Are you excited for this? Are you happy about this?
I mean, yes and no. I find it a little fascinating. Yeah, we're used to seeing like Xin Zhao very early on.
The like skirmish heavy, fight your face junglers.
Yeah, we've seen pretty much fighter champs only. So definitely going to be a different look.
Turns out it's really strong when you can control the game pace from the jungle.
It is. So I do think that both teams, like, it's going to be a little bit on their laners to make sure that things are good. And I do think that's a decent call out, NACL, because I would not be surprised if we see Ivern maybe able to yoink a camp away from Maokai or not, depending on the lanes.
Early level 2 prio is going to be extremely important between the 2 squads. As you can see, typically you will end up getting that push as you go later on with the Sivir, just because you have those ricochets, you're able to get that wave clear going. Jhin absolutely sucks at taking the wave. As a Jhin main myself, I feel like I have the right to down talk my favorite hero. But in the end, I think the utility that he brings is going to be really important to keep an eye on. And that's where I think we can return to that conversation about these bot laners and the impact they have had. I mean, I think Sushi made a massive mark just last split coming in as that substitution for near airport. But especially for Sajed, trying to regain some of that confidence, trying to regain some of that poise and spotlight, honestly, that he had gotten after taking some awards his first year out.
Well, the Kiss didn't see you do the blast cone trick.
He did.
No, not the other one. On the top side. We'll see if he does it on the flip. Definitely got to,
He's got 2 opportunities,
Got to min-max or Ivern mechanics here. Oh, here we go. Can he do it? Oh, yeah, there he goes. All right.
Yay!
All right. Blast cone trick crushed. Of course, you can Q the wolves, blast cone over to take the blue, and then take your Q back to the wolves and get everything. So, good clear from Kizno. Didn't get up in the face of Maokai, but should be able to get the priority crab on the top side.
We'll be looking for potentially a little bit of an early influence here. Hovering over mid lane, was looking to see if maybe he could find Kaido as well. Just hovering to see if Sochi will step up, but will be going for that Scuttle Crab in the end. So it will be the seeding of the top side pressure by Kaido. He will go towards bot side, get his own Scuttle Crab, but that actually might lead out to Dorado Gaming finding a play on bot side with the push that Sivir's going to have.
You gotta look at mid, though. Kizno is gonna at least look for Shochi. And he's gonna walk down to the river. Could have a 2v2
Oh,
here.
Shochi's in a little bit of trouble now. Toasty, he's low too. Kaido's going to get them away from Shochi. Immediately pops the healing from the pot. Toasty's going to back off here, but that was a close tussle early.
Jungle is merging, as looks like we're gonna both stick around mid lane. That is advantage Yone with the second wind.
Oh, Shochi. Oh, Shochi gets the shield, has the flash. Kaido going for the Bramble Smash, and now Kizno in some trouble. He does end up getting a little bit of distance from that turret. Very close calls for Dorado in mid lane.
A little bit of noops there from Shochi. I thought that if he keeps things stable there, things are actually okay. Because then he's able to use the second win, use the D shield to hopefully out-sustain his ear in the long haul, but not going to be the case. Toasty's going to do his best to fix the wave, and then he's going to have to match the TP here too, so... Overall, I mean, things are pretty quiet. Again, I think that the big key here for Darkseer, I just want to see what ends up happening with these rotations. Like, do we end up getting the 1v2s with bot lane swapping elsewhere? And how does that impact the Dragon? Because I do think that Sivir, I know it's Bard in the Rel, that can be kind of an annoying matchup, but I do think that Sivir should be enough push to be able to actually...
Toasty's feeling confident right here. He is literally stepping up to
onto
that
the
shadow,
W.
and that's going to be almost half health for Shochi as he just got back to lane.
Really nice forward click to dodge out on Yone's W. Shochi lost the trade as he lost the shield, so... Well played. Item advantage Toasty early on. He got the better base. That's actually pretty good. And again, you know, as you said earlier on, Lennon, sometimes it's very nice to dictate the pace through the jungle. Well, what about dictating the pace through mid?
Yeah.
As Toasty is off to a good start. No Greaves for Yone. It really hurts him in this matchup. So Toasty should have a lot of mid prio. We'll see what Darkseer can turn that into.
And little thing, just because I've been seeing a ton of Azir in the LPL, I have been seeing recurve bow kind of the start. Obviously, it depends on how much gold you got back, but the blasting one start I think is really interesting because it gives you a little bit extra oomph in there instead of the attack power or attack speed. As Sajed will get his back stopped by a very cheeky mixture. We'll see exactly how that pans out, and Toasty's able to kind of keep that pressure because he's at about 10 CS now.
Yes, things still pretty quiet early on. We'll say,
because we're in the forest, Cubby.
Yeah.
You have to be quiet, all the animals.
K's item breakpoint here should be okay. As we'll see if Orianna has enough for the Leandries. That's pretty big. He does not, but we're going to see a swap. Okay, no, sorry. It was the guys. I meant the mask. We saw the swap. They thought about it, and then they did not opt to swap, which is a little interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Grubs will be coming up in about a minute and 10 seconds. We already have that dragon, and we didn't end up getting that early dragon prio that we had kind of talked about in the draft with that Sivir lane on the bot side. The pressure hadn't necessarily been there until just a little bit ago, but some good vision play from Mixture and from Dorado Gaming. They'll keep presence on that bot side, redeploy from this jungle of DZ up towards top, so maybe focusing on the Grubs.
Still think that early game here, Darkseer, you know. Okay, they're going to fix the waves, and okay, looks like it's going to be Drake. Started for Dorado, so it's a positive. I'm curious if Darkseer is able to maybe get in here, though.
Okay.
Azir is at a decent break point, but he's going to be late, so that's a nada.
That's a Drake going over. Right ahead the Grubs. Now, does that mean that they have to give that side of the map and give over the early Grub spawn? I don't think so necessarily.
It's probably Grubs for Darkseer. Kaido's going to clean up his camps.
Do you want to give 3 Grubs to this comp, though?
No, I don't think it matters that much. I'd rather take the Dragon. Yeah. I mean,
really?
Yeah, I'd rather take the Drake. You get soul win count later on, man.
Yeah, but 1 Drake to a soul win count or a permanent buff from the Grubs, I don't know, man. I feel like
I think that if you look at League of Legends being played globally, Glennon, I am pretty sure that we'll
last night in the LPL, that was not the case, but that's all I'm saying.
All right, four LPL references so far. Nice.
Yep, absolutely. It will be the Grub started here, though. In the end, I think it is a good play from DZ, using some of that strength in that top trio. And especially, I do feel like Kizno has had a good kind of tap on where to be and when to be on the jungle setup so far. Even though we do have that trade of those early neutrals, I think this could help out that siege potential for DZ later on.
Might yoink the third here. Not bad for Dorado. We only see Mixture up here, no full swap. Do see both side lanes for Dark Zero basing, though. So we'll see if
Kisno's kind of on his own with this one. Yeah, he's going to have to leave it.
That's fine. He can waste some time and hide himself a little bit. Okay, it looks like we're going to still keep the lane stable. Big thing for me with at least a couple grubs going over to Dark Zero is, you know, are they able to get Azir, who is already a little bit accelerated, in a side lane with that Nashor's too? Because that's like one of the things you can really use to punish the grubs.
Ooh, little play on Shochi. He's going to get the crash down there as well. Has to go back to his Shadow, and his Shadow has betrayed him, but he gets the Q3 out, the heal coming through. Toasty flashes, Toasty kills him. First blood with the thumbs down for DZ.
Oh, I think Shochi, that R he took, it was always going to be on Toasty. He's got to find a creative angle to try and R out and maybe get Toasty's flash for it to like flash in and stick him there. But I think the R that he took, just not enough space able to be bought. Shochi goes down, and that mid lane lead is very real now as the Nashor's is completed for Toasty. And again, with a couple grubs in their name, just curious to see where things go. Because if I'm Dark Zero, it's, you know, Azir is definitely going to be the best grubs abuser with how far ahead he is right now.
Yeah.
So, are you able to get him in a side lane? I think that'd be really good for Dark Zero right now.
And this whole goal, I mean, yes, Toasty will be extremely strong in the later game. I mean, Azir does scale as well, but this whole goal was like kind of a bridge building opportunity for them to get Sajed into a place of power. He's just farming away. He is chilling. He's over 100 CS now as well. Going to be right there with him is Sushi, but Toasty is going to be that kind of pressure point now, especially with this Nashor's Tooth being able to move, push, and pull kind of Shochi in that lane. See if Dorado can get an answer somewhere as they're going to start moving Mixture and Kaido out onto the map.
Toasty, of course, being flashless and always can be a target, but how real of a target is that? We're just going to have to see. The way that's the other thing, like these Sivir Azir comps, I mean, your ability to just delete these waves is very real. So, again, I think that's where Dorado can kind of struggle. Like, their R keys, big. Can we make sure that Sivir doesn't auto-attack in fights? I think that's very real for Dorado, but...
Oh, the little 1v1 surprise, and peekaboo as Ariana goes down.
That's just an oopsie from Ariana. I think that if you're that low, just wait and R the wave, if that's going to be your play. Walking up with a Q charging like that before the wave, of course you're doing that to get your heat back, but good punish from K. His Jax has proven to be very good in NACL so far.
Well, counterplay in mid lane. They're going to use the Nature's Grasp. Toasty gets exhausted immediately. They try to get Toasty. A three-man fate seal from Shochi. He's still alive. He's still kicking, and the fourth shot's going to go through. Does not hit. Shochi's still alive. Nobody has gone down besides Toasty just yet. The feats of warfare now have been claimed as Sajed steps up and strikes through. DOG. That's going to be a catch on a KK overextended now, and now he will go down. Potentially the counter-strike going to save him. He goes in for Sushi. He can't get him. Kaido shuts him down. Now kills going back to Dorado Gaming. Sajed and Kisno very low. There's not going to be any flashes left available for anybody but Sajed, and that'll be DZ still pushing this mid lane. Boomerang.
Good quicks from Sajed in that fight, but Dorado went out on it. And you could see the R's again, their ability to find these wombos very real. Great combo coming out from Kaido and Shochi onto the right targets as they found 3 with the Yone ult. But the follow-up afterwards, I'm kind of curious. I mean, Shochi ended up being really low early on in that play. I know that he's behind in items, but it felt like that was kind of the difference for me because it was a huge combo from Shochi. He just doesn't have enough gas in the tank right now to make anything happen with it.
Yeah, there was nobody there to follow up as well, right? He was just kind of going in because he had to in that kind of situation. I do like that kind of call, but now Kaido has back with his 2 kills. See if that does influence anything. Would love to have that on the Yone or even Sushi on the Jin. Now going to have to utilize this advantage from Dorado Gaming through the jungle. They're being pressed right now by DZ. The dragon has spawned. It could be the second dragon for Dorado or DZ evening it up 1-1. It's not fair, Cubby. They have an extra person.
You know, just pick Annie then if you feel that way. Yeah,
the
he's
battle
got
of the
saplings.
summers. Oh, the crash down. Speaking of battle, DZ pull the trigger. Luckily, the magical journey escorts DOG straight out, and the dragon will just end up going over, so it'll be a trade, and that'll be the dragon evened up 1-1.
The thing I'm kind of curious about in this game is we end up getting a Serpent's Fang later on from the Jin.
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shields with Ivor and Psycho.
Oh, Zyko does have his team behind him. Oh,
What are we
Zyko just
doing?
decides to go in. Now the shadow has been popped. As Shochi is just going to bait it out. The bait sealed. He goes back in. Toasty's in trouble. Goes ahead with that dive, but it will end up being his life forfeit to Kaido. The fourth shot connects, gets the slow down to the Zyko. He should be just fine. Has the shattering strikes. Will be gotten away from with that twisted advance. And DZ lose out on that bot side play. DOG playing really well at some of these big pick moments.
I mean, Dorado, again, their R keys are really strong. I think Dark Zero has to still keep on committing to playing out 3 waves and farming, as this is an ambitious TP. Ariana's dead?
Yep. One more strike of the lantern. He goes down. CC
nice.
comes through for Mixture, though, under the turret and a couple extra shots, giving Shochi the advantage here. Give it to him. No, they're going to let him go. Shochi goes back, and they're going to give the kill to Kaido. Kaido's on a rampage, by the way. That's a Maokai with 4 kills.
Yeah, that's actually a lot. If he's able to get an early second item, I think that somewhat matters on Maokai
Is that
in
Treebeard?
terms of damage. It might be. He's packing the Hobbities, too. But despite the kill going over, again, we've seen Dark Zero, at least again, trying to play out these 3 lanes. I think that been a couple decent punishes from Dorado, but has it led to anything that's like actually going to change or break the game? Not yet.
They're going to try to get Kisno down here. Shochi's feeling extremely confident, but maybe overconfident in that moment. TP's coming in from Dark Zero. Nature's Grasp will be end up used. Magical Journey's there to try to get them out to safety. A Deadly Flourish going to back Kisno off. Luckily, they don't lose anything else but the health bar and the flash from Shochi, but that does seed pressure around the Rift Herald, and that'll go to Dark Zero.
Again, wherever Sivir's at, those lanes get deleted. So it feels like that TP out was to kind of fix the fight.
They were. I don't know if they were super confident about it. They did wait for the Magical Journey, but they're going to use Equalizer. They're going to use everything, and the Flame Spitter will get the kill. But here comes the counter crash down coming from DZ. Sajet has showed up, and those ricochets, they do truly hurt. He picks up his 2nd kill of the game.
Actually got him off the Rift Herald. So again, a little bit of disrespect for the Bard. I think we have to give some credit to Mixture on his ability to set up some of these plays. It's been really nice, as pretty much every Bard play we've seen attempted has been a hit for Dorado. That's very big. Toasty barely not able to sneak out of that one with the EQ slide. And yeah, I mean, Dorado just keeps on, chipping away. But I still get very concerned about Sivir Azir late. And I don't really see a world where we're going to be able to beat that as Dorado unless we continue to really push the pace forward.
Don't know.
That's not good.
I don't know why Shoshi's here. Unfortunately, there were 3 members coming for him. Oh! Mixture barely was able to use the portal there, the Hex portal. And that'll be a big pick in the side lane on to Shochi for DZ. And now Kisno will clear up towards this top side. Again, Rift Herald still up and available.
Start thinking about the next dragon here, too. As we could see Rift deprioritized for that, potentially, depending on the spawn of it. I think we're going to have it about 90 seconds. That said, things aren't the best right now. This could be a look for Dorado, but there's no Equalizer yet on the Rumble.
And no Tempered Fate to stall things.
Yeah.
K is going to get that side lane turret here.
Yeah,
so
that's enough.
ceding a lot of momentum here.
Oh, kind of
Dorado going to move in. Ooh. Not able to get it in the end. It does go the way of Kisno. Here comes Shochi across, though. Nature's Grasp going to be used. Equalizer not up yet, but the Fate Seal's going to be pulled. There's the curtain call as well. Tempered Fate had finally come up. Maybe it's just a 1-2 punch here. 4th shot goes in. Toasty still chunking damage on the back end, but he gets locked out by the Deadly Flourish, and he goes down to a double kill to Kaido.
Oh, Sajet, if he gets a Ricochet or 2.
He's trying. Equalizer came back up. They literally fought into the timers of the ultimates, and it was just picture perfect for DOG. Meanwhile, Dark Zero were able to get a couple turrets at the bot side, but that is all she wrote.
Big fight, and honestly, a little bit of greed there from Toasty and Sajet. Sajet was really pumping in that fight. I think that if he's able to get out of that Bard queue, he might be able to get a kill with a few ricochets, but Toasty, didn't cast the ult. I don't exactly see where his E cooldown was at, so did get caught by the root in 1 shot. And man, again, Kaido, he's at 2 items right now on the Maokai. That's really big.
He's so big, man.
Yeah, I mean, Toasty is the mid laner. He just got 2 items, so he's behind where the Maokai's at.
Do end up having that Bloodletter second, which I can really appreciate at this point. Zyko going to take the little miniature engage onto Mixture there in the end, but it's a Rift Herald play in mid lane. As that was a little tough as he gets caught again. Here comes everything from DZ. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at you. And you ain't got nothing left. Nice Nature's Grasp right back, though. Kaido in the back line. Kaido with the big Bramble Smash, but now he's getting low. He's not super tanky. He's building AP, and he gets cut down. Treebeard has gone fallen. And that'll be the Rift Herald play in the mid lane, getting the outer turret.
I mean, no Equalizer, no Fate Sealed, no Tempered Fate. I think that Dorado just can't take that fight. And that's where Dark Zero, you know, if you don't have all the firepower going into an Ivern, the long fight's going to go Dark Zero's way. So Dorado's been taking very good fights for them so far in this game, but that was definitely a mistake and unwarranted take there.
A little bit of a tough situation for sure. See if they can bounce back from it. Dragon had been started, but Dorado were moving right over, so DZ will back off of that one, move back to these lanes, keep getting this farm going while they get the redeploy down here. But Dorado Gaming are already in full force down on this side of the map. They might seed that tier 2 up in topside against K. Oh, they just take the engage. Okay. They took Kisno out of the play. Is that Tempered Fate coming to get? They actually might try to catch Toasty as well. Equalizer came down. He can't get away. The lockdown, the CC, the plays. Look at the plays coming. The magic is happening for Dorado Gaming. They're going to move over to the Atacon.
Ups are up. Very good. That said, I think this is a dangerous Atacon. K might be able to TP in. Okay, never mind. He's not TPing. I thought of him, Sajed actually like walk down. It's a maybe. Instead, just going to play for the turrets. So a lot of standing goal being taken by Dark Zero. You can see they've got 4 turrets to the, well, I'm counting 5 turrets to the none right now from Dorado. Only reason I bring that up is that any Baron take would mean a lot of standing gold in the map for Dorado to take. A good play from Dorado. They pick up the Drake. They pick up the Otacon. That sounds good. That sounds like a pro tip to me.
True. And speaking of pro tip, shout out to protip.gg. The sponsor of NACL. Make sure you go get your one-on-one coaching from the pros. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen. Got active, informer, LTA, NACL, and ERL players and coaches. And it's really cool. You get one-on-one sessions. You show them your gameplay. They tell you what they would do in those situations. You get that kind of perspective on how to break down those moments for yourself. And make sure you go get your pro tip at protip.gg. But something else a little bit underlying current here, and I maybe know it's not the most important thing in the moment, but Sushi is starting to garner a lot of gold. The man's been putting stacks in the bank, and he's got the U-moves and now the Lord Doms as his second item, 405. He's trying his best to keep up with this hyper carry on the other side of Sajet.
Curious what he's going next, because I see a longsword, and that doesn't build into IE, so again, keeping my eye out for a Serpent's Fang. If anyone's going to build it, going to be Jin. But I feel like the items right now for Dark Zero, like they're up 2k gold. Still feel like things are better for them. They just have to make the right fights. Speaking of fights.
Yeah, speaking of. Make sure it's 2 levels on Zyko, by the way. As a Nature's Grass came across Equalize. That's a little bit of a misplay from Dorado. Shoshi's going to flash out immediately, and Kaido's locked down. He's the big member, you got to remember. And Toasty takes him down like he's nothing. As DZ move in, clear out Dorado Gaming. That was not the fight you wanted. It burns. Divine. Ariana is going to go down too. He's trying to get a little bit back, but Toasty gets yet another kill for Dark Zero.
And again, Dorado just not able to sync up those ults, as we didn't see Mixture able to fire off his R. Didn't see the Yone R either. And I think that the fights we've seen from Dorado, again, we set it up. They have the ability to play with range, play with terrain, and a lot of it's around their ults. But I still feel like Dark Zero, I mean, with all the chaos we've had in this game, they are the stronger team right now. Like, the Ivern, he makes these very powerful carries just so much bigger for the Dark Zero squad. Toasty, despite, you know, dying a few times, maybe 1 or 2 unwarranted, still ahead of his opponent, too. Joshi's really behind the curve of the game, which doesn't help. And frankly, I mean, again, the damage for this comp, like we said, that Jim is going to be a little bit more supportive for the top side. What happened on the top side? Ariana kind of got dunked by K. Played the map decently well to come back, but Shoshi also got beat up by Toasty early on and is still behind in the game. So yeah, it's now we're getting to the stages where things are getting later, and that shield on Sajed from the Iverns looking a little bit scarier. Yeah, and we're getting to that point that you had talked about in the draft, and looking at what Dark Zero's game plan was. Oh, Psycho! He tries to get the flash play on a Sushi. Maybe it still doesn't matter as a big shot comes in.
That Lord Dom's doing work right now. Temper Fate onto 2. This is Dorado's moment. Can they get it? Equalizer in. Fate sealed on top of it. And it's a beautiful combo. And it's a beautiful obliteration of Dark Zero. K's the last one left. Go ahead and try to give Sushi a quadra kill here. They want to get a little bit more onto K. They're going to chase him down. Sushi waiting for that 4th shot. Boom! A quadra kill for Sushi.
Just an unwarranted take from Zyko and Dark Zero. And a great setup by Mixture, man. The 2-man ult into the Q, into Shochi's combo as well. No shield's going to help you there. Again, it's about the execute for Dorado, and that execution was beautiful off the back of Mixture's find.
8-0-6 on Sushi's Jin. We talked about these ADCs being late game carries. This man can do it on Jin. He can do it on anything. He's going to be closer and closer to that 3rd item here. A big spike for the Jin and trying to keep ahead of Sajed, keeping these items in tow.
Yeah, and that Serpent's Fang did come through very early, as he's now ahead of the Sivir. Thanks to that item and all the kills he picked up in that last fight. So that's a lot of gold. Shadow Flame on Ariana too. Man, they're really trying to melt them.
I mean, if they kill Zyko, front line goes boom. You lose a lot of that pressure there as well. But also just the story that we've seen from Sushi. I think, again, maybe some of those moments in the earlier parts of the split for Dorado, he wasn't as consistent as we've seen. But the guy made a mark last split, and I don't think that mark has gone away.
Garnered a lot of fans for a reason from his play coming in, you know? So I'm pausing here myself because we have Dragon spawning here soon. Looking at mid-prio. As K, I mean, again, K really, really big in his own right. Dark Zero, I feel like they've grouped a little bit. Like, they've gotten caught in the side lanes at multiple points throughout the game today, but like really stacking up here. They're just going to drop the Dragon and play from there.
Wow, and they're going to TP mid, too.
KT ping into the team. Azir's going to drop the turret there, I assume. And they're just going to try and play around this and trade it out for the inner. So, opting to not fight. Again, as long as those R keys are up, the execution from Dorado, very sound. And these finds from Mixture have been fantastic.
They really have been, and you can tell some of the nervousness, some of the worriedness from Dark Zero. They are grouping up. They realize where their strength is, and it has to be the team fighting aspect, but they just gave over Soul Point on a Hex Soul to this Dorado Gaming team, and it's not like they don't scale. We said it before, but you can't just walk in. You can't just go blind, and Ariana has just lost both his eyes as Dorado Gaming are getting ran down by Dark Zero off the back of nothing. That's going to be a big pick. They might move back to the Baron.
It's the Baron, Ariana too far up, and again, that's one of the big ults removed, so a good pick by Dark Zero. And yeah, I think you hit this. They have pretty good Baron damage with Azir plus Sivir. You can see K. He has vision, so we can see this flank coming in. Shochi going to use the E. And K, I don't believe has been spotted yet. Okay, spot him out.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Shochi had started at the back there. They might just have to give this one to Kaido, hovering like he wants to go for a steal. K will end up getting spotted out in the end. The Sapling doing some work there. Kaido's going to full force the Nature's Grasp here. They're going to try to get this top lane pick, but K is the focus. K gets out alive. Fate Seal goes wide from Shochi, but it did force Dark Zero off of the Baron.
I was surprised that we had a fight there. I thought there was a world where Kaido with no flash could zone Maokai out, and Dark Zero could have melted, but going to have to be a reset, and honestly a big win for Dorado, preventing the Baron from going down. Because if you're Dorado, I mean, you're playing for Soul Wincon now, and Hexel can completely warp the game. As one of the most powerful souls, I mean, again, Sivir, Azir, talked about their ability to auto-attack, especially with the Sivir. Hexel makes that a lot harder. So that Baron just being denied, again, I really feel like Kaido with no flash, there's a world where Dark Zero can rip that.
Not able to do it. They have hit that 3.5 item spike for Sajed. And Sivir going to be stronger than ever. That Navori Flicker Blades there. It's going to feel really good in some of these prolonged team fights. And that's where I want to return to the way that these next fights are going to play out, right? Dark Zero kind of want those sustained fights. Yeah, their pick game is decently strong with K on the Jax, but it really is the bread and butter of Dorado Gaming's comp are those picks, those big ultimate wombo combos.
I mean, one more Dragon away, I do feel like it's very important that Dark Zero to get any sort of advantage on the side lane. At the moment, K going to get found. I don't think Ariana's enough, though. at this point. That I see a Visage and Merc Treads on that Jax, and I think we're going to need a little bit more help than just a Rumble and a Bard to take care of him.
He's got the Knight's Vow now for Kaido, by the way.
Yep.
I like it. Ooh, 4th item there for Sushi, too. He ends up going for the RFC. I think it's a good buy.
Play IE last for him. And I can't see the dragon timer on my screen, but I think it's about 90 seconds away again. And that means that Darkseer, I mean, they can rip this, but I think it's spotted. Nice board tucked behind the pit. They see the brushes going down, and Dorado should know that this is going on.
Yeah, they do now, and they're going to move forward. Okay, trying to keep in a side angle here. It's going to force DZ off. K was maybe looking for a hop over the wall. Not going to go for it. And yet again, DZ go to the Baron well and come up empty. They back away from that play.
That's good for Dorado. Again, I think Dorado just want to stall the game and try and get themselves a good dragon fight. Because that Hextol for me, that's very game warping for them. Baron would be nice for them too. A lot of standing gold, but just play for the dragon. Yeah, okay, there we go. Dragon in the minute. Dorado. Full reset just came out from Darkseer. Dorado did not match. Chochi fixed top. He walks down, and we see a dragon group. And honestly, I think a must-win fight here for Darkseer. If they give away a Hextol,
yeah,
that gold lead they have, that scaling they have, it gets very difficult to play the game out if they're giving away Hextol.
A Fed Jin with Hextol becomes a dirty thing, as they're going to get this Scuttle Crab. They'll have the vision game. They'll have the move speed there as well. Zyko half health here. Going to get the shield from Kisno. And Shochi used the Soul Unbound there. They're going to flash. They're going to get the play. They're going to try to get him. Sushi still kiting beautifully, and Zyko gets cut down where he stands. Now DZ lose their engage. They lose their front line. The Nature's Grass going to come across. The Jet using that spell shield. Dorado Gaming, they feel confident to move in and take this dragon, but DZ know they can't give it. That's going to be an engage on the Toasty coming through his K. K decides it's time. He goes over the wall. He's a little bit out by his lonesome now. This fight's getting a little bit dicey. K goes for the back play, tries to get Sushi. Sushi's still kiting. Sushi's still alive. And now DZ have overextended. Everybody's desperate in Darkseer and losing bodies. Dorado Gaming, they've struck gold. And it's at the ace of Darkseer, Dragon Soul to DOG.
The game turns on its head, and that engage from Zyko, I gotta be honest, I'm not sure if he knew that Seekers was up on Orianna. I don't think that you go for that flash play on the Rumble if you know that he is able to have stasis. There was not enough people close enough to Zyko to actually warrant going for that play. As, okay, we're gonna get the back half of the replay. I mean, this is just K trying to throw everything he can into Shushi. But K's really far up in the fight, and Darkseer can't join Orianna. He's had a couple oopsies this game, and I thought that Equalizer was quite nice to make sure that Sajed Kisno got split up from Toasty in the back half. And what a great fight from Sushi, and what a statement game for this Dorado Gaming bot lane, really. I mean, Mixture and Sushi have just been fantastic this game.
Yeah, they absolutely have been. In a game where you're not that big hyper carry moment, that lead has truly made Sushi a hyper carry, no matter what on the Jin. I mean, he's already going to his full build here soon. He's 10, 0, and 9. And there's a reason so many eyebrows perked up when we saw this guy last split, and especially seeing his come up through that Tier 3, Tier 2 system.
It also helps, you know, when you sub in for double mid.
Yeah, it also helps when you win and you do really good on that.
That too, yeah. You know, definitely going to have some more eyes on you with that one. But hey, credit Sushi. He made it the most he could out of that opportunity. He was doing the same here in his first playoff game with this squad, I should say. As Denning talked about all the standing gold up for Dorado. That Baron power play is going to be huge with all the turrets they have up to take.
God, he does so much damage to the turrets, and the Hextol just enables them so strongly. Equalizer going to be used on top of the Nature's Grass. The Temper Fake going to come through. Toasty's getting shot to the dome. He tries to get away. He will end up surviving. He steps forward. He's going to get hit by the Hextol chain, but they do get the shutdown in the end on the Mixture. TP coming in now. K. That's reinforcements by DOG, though, as Shochi joins up. Zyko's about half health. Zyko's health bar does not get to sustain itself here in the presence of Dorado Gaming.
Some pick on the Mixture, another good fight for Sajed. So we've been talking a lot about Sushi, but if Darkseer are going to somehow pull this one out of the hat, it's got to be off the back of Sajed on this Sivir. We have seen a few fights where Dorado have made it really tough for the Sivir to auto attack, But that fight where Sajed is able to rip it, you can see how quick he can get the folks to melt around him. And oh,
Okay.
well, no
Well.
move off for Toasty.
Cool. I guess.
Nice. Well played.
Good play from Shochi. Solo Bolo in his favor.
He didn't burn an ult. He didn't burn a flash. Let's go.
Wow. 3-item diff, I guess.
Yeah, he's ahead of Toasty after that last fight, too. Wow.
And
All
what's
right.
crazy is he started 0-3. It's like the support Yone is finally hitting his power spike.
Oh, yeah, that was one of the big stories of the game for me was that mid lead. Okay, let's see how this one happens. Oh, that's a good find.
Oh,
Might have
wow.
canceled the E there, too. Yep. Doesn't. Oh, he's up 2 levels at this point, too.
Shochi in his
Yes.
anime arc.
Yeah.
Go. And he takes the Gromp. Look at that.
Early game, sins forgiven.
Truly. I mean, that's why you grab Yone, I feel like. Oh, we come back and we're losing the fight in here by Dorado Gaming. They just gave over a double kill to Sajed. And you were saying if there's one way to win, it's going to be through him. Although they lock down K, immediately has a counter-strike, gets over to Mixture. Mixture's going to go down now too. And Toasty has re-arrived from the grave to deliver a haymaker straight to Ariana. He goes golden, but he's not going to live for very long. And another double kill goes through to Sajed. Sajed was so far behind, and he just got 4 kills delivered straight to him. And that's going to be a big difference now moving forward. He's going to be close to full items.
He's a late game Sivir now. He's got that vamp, and yeah, let's see how this one started as... Oh, Kaido's just way too deep in there. And Ariana's mid has TP but doesn't rip it. And again, Sajed just able to auto.
Yep.
You got to use these Rs to make sure the Sivir can auto. As more tools have come in, curious if we end up having the McHale's come in on the Ivern 4th to help Sajed, but massive fight again from Sajed. If he's able to auto, these fights can go differently. And man, we're gonna see a team outscale a Hexal, because that's a pretty rare feat.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane, honestly. And I'm just going to say, I mean, Toasty's been sitting on these 2 needlessly large rods for a while. I'm going to guess he's backing now for his Rabadon. The 3rd item for his ear is going to feel good, but Shochi decides he wants to pull the trigger here. They try to catch down K. His counter-strike went down so they can full send it, and they get him. Equalizer coming down. Zyko needs to get out. Temper Fake going to stop him in his tracks, and now Dorado Gaming. They're playing with tempo. They're playing with style, and they're playing with Zyko being dead to a legendary Sushi.
Kind of a sloppy take there from Dark Zero. Toasty in base, no TP. I think you just got to give that wave.
Okay.
Not the case, though. Dorado punish. And,
I mean, this is Elder coming up, so...
Yeah, Sushi's perfect game continues. Elder about 50 seconds away. So we'll have K up for that, and does have TP to join the fight quickly if need be. But the price of losing 2 there is that your entire bot side jungle is now in possession of Dorado.
Man, and just wondering how you ever access Sushi here. It feels like he's free hitting, and now he's got the IE full build on the Jhin. That doesn't feel like it happens very often, but you are contesting against a full build Sivir. It truly has become the Sajed and Sushi show in the end. And that's where we were building towards this entire time, as we see Dorado Gaming using that vision to keep control of the entrance into Dragon.
They're going to save the TP. I mean, the saplings, too, are going to be really big at this point. As no kills yet on the Ivern, so that means that any CC that connects on the Sajed is either Spell Shield or Bust, and this is being ripped, and I don't even think Dark Zero can get here.
Yeah, they're going to burn it. It's already down 2,000 health, and it's already gone. Tempered Fate's going to be dodged out of. If that goes through, they lose the fight. Now big shots coming in as the big Sushi is just hitting Sajed with 1 bullet. 1 bullet is all it takes to take down the biggest carry on Dark Zero, and after that, everything else crumbles to dust.
What a game from Sushi and Mixture. K's going to cut the wave. That could actually be a heroic play here. As Toasty's going to TP bot and do his best to kill this wave too, but I think he's too late.
Oh, guys. They're trying to get a play. They're going to get immediately eviscerated by the Elder Dragon. TP coming in now as well from Shochi. He's going to go try to push the wave here. They want to try to end this game here, and now potentially through this bot, through this mid, that wave is still crashing here in Dorado Game. They have a ticket forward.
Dorado Gaming, the upsets continue here, Mazel. That's 1 game for them. Again, I expect the Dark Zero to take care of business here, but a bit of a sloppy game from them and good finds from Dorado.
Dude.
Who took the ults to make plays, and they did just that.
I mean, Sushi just had a poster performance against Dark Zero. 14, 0, and 11. Nobody could touch this guy. Almost 100% KP, but now they're touching everybody but the right targets as the Nexus falls. Dorado Gaming come out with a Game 1 victory over Dark Zero. Sushi and Mixture just put on a masterclass.
Playoffs are different, man. We got a fearless draft coming in. That's the first game, doesn't even matter. But looks like our teams went to work in the shed, and I really like the comp that Dorado was able to pull out. Pairing Maokai with Rumble Yone. We usually see Sejuani with that pairing, but it gives you a lot of control later on, and control is what they did, and layering those R's really well. I think the Dark Zero greeted on a lot of waves, and that started to add up over time. Yes, they picked up, I think, 4 or 5 turrets before the second one even fell in favor of Dorado, but the price of doing that, they've lost a lot of kills on the way. And yeah, the way, I think once Hexel goes down, that game just gets so damn hard for Dark Zero. So,
I mean, that one shot with the Elder Dragon Hex Soul from Sushi.
Yeah.
Really a one-shot Toasty, or one-shot Sajed, rather. Just incredible stuff. Map play as well. It's so funny. We were talking so much about the scaling, and it feels like we saw the scaling for both teams at different points. But then just really good tempo control from Dorado Gaming. Those picks, I mean, Shochi a lot of the time just pulling the trigger and realizing that he can use a lot just to try to see if they can fish for something. And a lot of the time they came up with a big one. Well, coming up with the big one was Dorado Gaming in game number 1. They take the win over Dark Zero. We'll see if Dark Zero can bounce back after this short little break.
I usually don't mind either style, but I guess I prefer something that's more scaling, as long as they're not able to lose, because when my bot lane is scaling, then my jungle has more time to go help my lane, because usually they don't want to play to there, so I can play more like a Psycho, so I'll probably go with like a scaling bot lane.
I'd rather have a hard coming bot lane, for sure. I think aggressive bot lane, they're always good. It's always good to have players that are willing to take risks and they're confident in themselves, no matter what.
That, probably the second one, yeah, that. I prefer like the scaling, making a difference in team fights type thing.
Personally, I like 2v2 bot lane form, but the thing is, with the 2v2 bot lanes, you're more likely to be seeing like an enter. They're probably gonna tell you like, if you die, you're like, oh my god, this guy's so bad, or whatever like that. But the thing is, that's what makes it fun, eh? So like, the dopamine that it gives you when you like kill someone. Passive bot lanes are just like, they're just farming. Usually that's supposedly the most ADCs are bot lane these days, but maybe that's just what we are like playing. So maybe that's just our like meta on our team. So maybe it doesn't apply to other teams, but I do like the 2v2 more like aggressive lanes.
First one. What was the first one again? I forgot what it was.
Hard commit early bot or passive early bot lane? Hard commit early bot more, I think, every time. Just go hard. Yeah, go hard or go home. Yeah, of course.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL playoffs for split number 2. We're here on day 2 in the upper bracket. I'm Bizel. I'm joined by Cubby. And game number 1, the upsets continue. Dorado Gaming take the game over Dark Zero in dominant fashion in the end. Their bot lane almost having 100% KP, but an unkilled Sushi reigned supreme over Sajed in the matchup on this Jhin. And we got to see what Dark Zero can give us in game number 2.
Yeah, this Bard from Mixture, again, there's a lot of setup with these R keys, but I really like how Dorado layered them. And props to Dorado. We said that, with the draft, they were likely going to have to come back. They did just that really well, thanks to fights like this. I mean, that setup from Mixture, I know it's a quad for Sushi, but that was... I'd be at least treating my support to lunch after that one if it ends up in a series win. It's my lord. Mixture on the Bard, I mean, this is a champ where I don't exactly associate Mixture with Bard. He didn't play it in the regular season. I know that him, his specialty picks were actually Skarner and Hui support, looking at the ladder. So to see him play Bard at this level was actually really nice. And I think threw a pretty big wrench in the gears of Dark Zero.
Yeah,
Being,
I call it from draft. That's the one big thing that you can find is just making sure the enemy team can't play the way they want to play. And he did that time and time again. Absolutely incredible stuff from this bot lane of Dorado Gaming. And if it goes like that, I mean, we put so much emphasis on the bot lane, especially the ADC position for both teams being the way that they win games. And the Sajed carry was not enough, was not able to auto. That checklist remains unchecked that we said from the draft last time around. And the other thing about the Bard pick, right, that's not, I mean, Bard has risen in priority here, I feel like, in the competitive meta, but that's not one of, the big 3 right now, right? And I feel like there's still so many options on the table, at least in this world, too.
You're one of the weirdest champions in League of Legends, to be honest,
Yep. But there's still so many options moving forward in the rest of the best stuff. And that's what I love from Dorado Gaming side, is they still can play so many different things there.
True. Curious to see what ends up happening next for Mixture and Sushi, as I really like it. It felt like, we talked about the game plan. You have Rumble, Yone, topside. Jhin Bard's there for utility, but I guess when your Jhin gets that big, he can be a carry too, as he was one-tapping people at the end. And I thought it was really good for Dorado. So Dark Zero going to be blue side again, and we'll see if they can honestly put together a cleaner game too. When you play Jax as Zero Saber, your ability to play waves is very high. You can play a lot of waves overall. I thought they played too many waves that time around. Definitely got caught and punished by the Dorado RTs. So we'll see if Dark Zero able to clean things up a little bit.
See who gets punished for game 2, I guess. Dark Zero on the blue side again. Gonna choose, I guess, the more dominant side, the preferable side in this day and age. But they are going to go ahead and ban away that Aurora again and the Tristana. So I imagine bans are going to stay much the same, like we typically see in the Fearless style.
Look, before we dive into this draft, a loss here for Dark Zero would be very significant. Because you know what that would mean, Mazel? Not only do you lose 1 life, but we talked about, as a community, the 3 favorites that we had to be in that promotion tournament for LTA North. It was Luminosity Gaming, Dark Zero, and Supernova. That would mean that Supernova and Dark Zero are both in the lower bracket and would have to face each other at some point before they'd be able to take that top 2, which I find very significant. So if you're a fan of that promotion tournament and been following NACL, it would be crazy to have that best of 5 in the lower bracket so early. So we'll see if Dark Zero can dig deep, or if Dorado can find an upset win. And hey, they played damn good game 1, so we'll see what they got game 2.
First series yesterday was an upset. We'll see if second day first series will also remain the same. The Gwen pick is going to signify they are going for this later game as well, the scaling that the Gwen provides, but also giving extra side lane pressure there.
Yeah, no Rumble to respond, no Jax to respond, so that feels very nice for Gwen. They banned the Mbessa, take away another champion. What we saw in LPL way back when Gwen was like Thanos OP too, was even playing Azir into it. I know it's not the lane matchup, but you do get the the shuffle to get her out of the shroud. They were using that to blow her up. But yeah, speaking of that, Aurora also taking off the board again. That target ban Orianna, that also helps the Gwen matchup. So a lot of the Gwen matchups are off the table. So curious to see what Orianna ends up going for.
Ooh, Orianna, Shochi.
Or Wombo. Our keys work game 1.
Hey, it worked. It's going to work again, I'm sure. Get that ball delivery system. The Trundle could come through here. I think It's surprising to not see it as much banned.
Oh,
I know we
it
get it a
got
lot
nerfed
of
a
time
lot.
in
It got nerfed a
competitive.
lot.
In 17, it did get changed a lot in that way. But I want to see more consistent fighting out of jungle. I think that was a really big ticket for at least Kisno on the side of Dark Zero in that game number 1. Is like trying to find those ins into Kaido. Unfortunately, it didn't matter in the end. They both kind of just farmed it out. But now the Xin is going to give him that option for him.
Yeah, well, Sin also got dinged a little bit as
Did.
he lost 20 base health and some of his Q flat damages. Oh, a Syndra for Toasty. That's interesting.
A little bit of a throwback for him.
I gotta say, I mean, this is a champ that Shoshi's actually played a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest Syndra fan anymore. I think that, I think Syndra's really tough to play and navigate, and this matchup is more Orianna favored for me compared to like many years ago where it was Syndra favored. She had
Oh, the Akali into the Gwen.
I mean, this is a good matchup.
Yeah.
We've seen this. So, again, we were talking about how Orianna, that pool was narrowed. The fact that Orianna used to play some mid lane, see if I can cash in against Gwen playing this Akali.
It's going to feel really good. I'm just curious at how it pans out in the long run of things. Again, it's one of those champions that, like, when you're ahead, you can absolutely 1v9 the game. If you're behind, things pan out a little bit differently, and especially going to that top side and a lot of AP in those solo lanes as well. We get in the second phase, and it's going to be all eyes on bot side. We get the Lucian ban immediately. I do expect some of the support bans to come through this time around as well, as the Rakan is going to be that first ban on Dark Zero's side.
Yeah, Sushi does love the Xayah, so that Rakan ban also kind of nerfs Xayah as well. Because I think Xayah is set up a wee bit better this game compared to last game, where it was not the pick from Sushi. Xayah was not going to be an option. Curious where Kaisa falls, because as you highlighted this out, a lot of magic damage already showing. So how willing are these guys to actually play Kaisa with that magic damage already showing? Definitely something to look out for.
I do like the Alistar ban coming through here on the Zyko, taking away one of those big picks. I mean, the Braum is still there, but I know it got taken down a little bit. I mean, Alistar had two a little bit a while back. A lot of it.
They took away, what, 12 base armor from Braum?
Yeah.
What have they done to my boy? They massacred
They
him.
did something. The Nico is going to be the final ban here from the side of Dark Zero. I think it's a good call. It's another pick that can just absolutely upend a game if played in the correct order.
We get a Senna from Sushi. I think
Do we?
I think Senna is more of an option for Dorado than Dark Zero at the moment, oddly enough.
And Misfortune made it through. I know that was a ban from Dark Zero in the first game.
Yeah, that's not an option for Sushi this game.
It's the Syndra.
I mean, Crescent Guard and Gwen too.
Yeah, true.
It's just not an option.
It is
but
the Senna. Into the
that's gonna
Smolder.
be Into the Smolder. Sajad does love his Smolder.
He does.
He's been very good at it too. But yeah, I think that this, again, mid-game for Dorado is going to be very big. And their lanes are a little bit better for me this time around. Because I think Orianna should have priority going into the Syndra early. And then Gwen versus Akali. Akali takes a couple levels to get going. So you can at least K, like get the first wave in, go from there. As, okay, Nautilus taken away from the setup, locked in with Smolder, that's nice. Fiona taken. The one thing about Smolder, I will say, I feel like Smolder sometimes scales off of his front line, how big it is, and how many Qs you're able to rotate out. This isn't a huge front line for Smolder, which is my one concern this game.
But it is some space giving, right? Like, I think a lot of these champs can actually have a lot of space providing for the Smolder. I guess it just comes down to positioning in fights. Although we did see Sajed have some good team fights last game. I think Sushi definitely got the better of him. But I guess, how does that matchup change now? I mean, Sushi's on the Senna, still an extremely strong champion, but definitely one that you're going to be waiting for those souls. You have that early pressure in lane, but then you kind of take a little bit of a gap here.
And both are just looking to scale, right? I think the Nautilus gives you a wee bit of edge in that lane if played correctly. Just Nautilus is such a strong laning support. And Leona's Senna's not the best combo for all-ins. Like, Senna doesn't have that all-in damage. It's mostly, the good pairing for me is Senna Nautilus because of how easy it is to set up the roots, and then Nautilus kind of compensates for your lane weakness, which is the theory of him and Smolder too. So I do like that graph.
Yeah, it's going to be scaling to 225. I mean, there's a lot of scaling options on the side of Dark Zero. Opting into a little bit like they did in that game number 1, where they say, you know, if we go to late, we want the better composition. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in that game number 1. Do you like this better as a strategy in this comp, at least comparatively to that game number 1 for Dark Zero?
I mean, it kind of feels similar
like
in
the
terms
same,
of all the
right?
scaling they have.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like the setup's a wee bit harder. It's going to really be on Syndra. Because I think that mid-lane matchup's just so tough for Syndra to play. So I'm looking out for Kizno to try and set up the map well, and then play it like. You need to really help out Cinder to make sure that she can keep her flash up and gets decent resets to scale. So I think that's going to be a little bit difficult there, but unfortunately we're in a pause.
Yeah. The broken
Usually
axe.
we throw up fan votes. Hopefully we're able to throw that up soon.
Yeah, we
Because
could see what
at
you
least
get.
that would tell me from production that we are closer to hopping into the game than what it could be. As we have no updates for you yet. But, yeah.
Well, if we... Our production just told you no.
Politely,
In a very
I may add.
sweet voice.
Yeah, politely.
We are having a couple tech issues. Hopefully we'll be getting through them very quickly, and hopefully we'll get those fan votes up for you when we get a chance. But I'm very curious to see what kind of bounce back. I do expect this series to go to 3. I know we're talking a little bit about the draft itself, but just my gut feeling.
I don't know, man.
Because Dark Zero, yes, they maybe didn't show up in that game number 1, but this is a team that is all working together, at least for the majority. Kind of in person and have been working together for a long time behind the scenes as well. And I really want to see if that comes through in this first round of playoffs.
I hope so. I think they're the stronger team, but that game 1 wasn't very promising for me.
It wasn't.
So I do like Dorado's angle. I think the one concern for me is like Ariana Shochi didn't have the strongest earlier games. Like they were able to bring it back in fights, and the comp brought it back for Dorado. But are you able to get through these lanes where I feel like you should be winning as Akali and Oriana into the matchups they have? If that's not the case, then things could get a little bit grimmer.
Yeah. We'll see if that ends up being the case here. Where else do you think there's going to be a big impact? Do you think top actually has much impact? I mean, like the Gwen getting through first pick, I feel like has to pay off in a lot of ways, because not only that, but Gwen is banned a lot of the time. So getting through for that first pick, I think, gives a little bit more pressure to actually pull it off.
I mean, the Akali matchup's tough to play.
It is.
But,
we don't see it very often.
Well, yeah. I mean, we saw like 4 or 5 picks be removed here to actually get that matchup, right? So I do like the idea from Dark Zero behind that. But yeah, gonna have to see what happens up there, because if Oriana gets a lead, I think his ability to really push the pace in mid game could be big. And that's the thing for me with Dorado. Like, can you push the pace in mid game? I thought they did that really well in the last game, and you're gonna have to find a way to slow down this Smolder. And I mean, it's a pick that Sejed plays so damn well, so that's gonna be a challenge.
Do you think I guess we still have an increased level of skirmishing potential between the junglers? I think last time around there was a lot of room for scaling, a lot of room for just sitting back and kind of farming through your jungle. But I think this time that tempo is going to be played towards that jungle for sure here soon. As I do believe we have to go through, or we're actually looking back through the draft here. But this jungle matchup does provide a little bit more, I guess, breathing room for counterplay in the earlier part of the game.
I mean, in a way, I think for Dark Zero, again, it's going to be Kizno to kind of bridge the gap for these solo laners, and the Smolder has a little bit more strength. I said the Xin Zhao changes. We'll have to see what he looks like in the Wukong. I think 20 base health, keep in mind that it impacts your health scaling too. So the Q nerf for me is pretty low. So he was out.
It was already doing too much damage.
Yeah, I mean, he just loses out on 15 damage whenever he pops his Q, so I don't think that's the biggest deal on the planet. And Kizmo doesn't think so either by walking into the champion. But Wukong, of course, the big difference in this matchup is that usually Trinity Force Wukong versus Under Sky Rush on Xin Zhao, that item is cheaper, gives you a lot of early power. So that's the gap where Kizno is going to look to throw his weight around early, where he is stronger, and then also that first item where he is stronger still too. So curious to see what he gets done.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we'll be getting into game here shortly. If you had already been spamming DZ or DOG, keep doing it. See who you think is going to win at some point, I'm sure. I do wonder, though, if this has an impact on... Hey, the thing is, it's double lethal. So, in the end, there is still another life. But as you had mentioned earlier, to find 2 of our 3 top contenders in that lower bracket so early... Would be insane. And I think that just plays to a little bit of the level up, I guess. That conversation I started at the very beginning of the day, and the one that we've had repeatedly over this last week that the league has had here in Split 2, getting ready, ramping up, at least for those 2 LTA North promotion slots.
I mean, hopefully it gives people more reason to tune in to that ACL. You get some chaos going on, which we've had so far in the playoffs.
Chaos and pauses.
Yeah, we've had so far in the playoffs.
Oh, we do have the vote ready to go. So make sure you get your votes in. That's a good sign. It's a good sign. DZ or DOG, make sure you get your vote in. I know it was very one-sided, at least for Dark Zero in that game number 1. And I'm sure people that voted for Dorado Gamer are going to be very happy after that.
Yeah, and I think the dogs are out in the chat at the moment. Feeling a little bit.
Are we going to get another bark, bark, bark from you?
No.
No?
That was a one-time only thing.
One time. Well, luckily I have it on the soundbite.
That's fine. I think you're going to have to get it from Destrux, who is the big Dorado fan. So
okay. Yeah.
that'll be more warranted.
We need to eventually get bark from all the talent. We'll see how that works out. This time around, though, not DZ favored. Everybody a little... Okay, it goes back up to 50. I was going to say, everybody a little shell-shocked from that game number 1, maybe losing a little bit of faith in Dark Zero.
Again, I mean, they didn't look very clean. So,
but they got Niles there. You know he's going to give a motivational speech. He's going to whip him up into shape.
Hopefully. Wasn't a very promising game 1. So, we'll see. But I like Dorado sticking with the, hey, we're going to take some R's and try to play around that. So I do like that idea for Dorado. And despite losing lane, losing early, they were able to slingshot back. So we'll see if they can do so in this game, where I think their lanes are set up to be a little bit more successful. Hopefully they can play a little bit better early to kind of drive home a mid-game lead, which I think their solo laners can really do.
Yeah. And especially with the kind of come up in that latter half of the season, this would be a great payoff, at least, for Dorado Gaming. I think when they came into the league, there were some question marks, I think, from people seeing some of the performance we saw. And it wasn't always, like, terribly awful, right? There were some moments where they were able to find some good times. And especially in some of the games, they actually look pretty promising. But best of ones are really hard to work through, especially if you're going through issues. And to finally see them kind of start pulling through, and for me at least, living up to some of the expectations I had set for what a roster like this could look like coming to Split 2. It feels good for Dorado Gaming for sure.
Of course, but hey, game wins and series wins are a little bit of a different thing. So we'll see if Dorado can drive it home.
Yeah, we did hear a little bit ago that game is ready to go. The buttons have been pressed, and we are going to be getting into game number 2 of our first series of the day. The wait makes it that much sweeter as we get into DZ versus DOG, game number 2 of the Split 2 playoffs in NACL.
Right, let's see if Dark Zero can clean things up a little bit, and we'll see if Kizzo can get them the start that they need in this game. Because I think that they're able to go out, get some of these solo lanes ahead, get the Smolder ahead. Things can be really nice for them. But worried about, Senna helping buff up this front line. I think Wukong, Akali can do a lot with the Senna behind him. So, curious to see what happens with that as Dorado proved they could execute that in game 1. I see they can do it again in game 2.
And that's the second level 1 that we've seen Dark Zero attempt. Seems like Dorado Gaming have done their research. They know that they're potentially going to get invaded. Some really good counter rewards. And they'll actually get a pretty deep ward with Shochi in the end.
All right, so we have
vision
K going Grasp on the Gwen. I'm curious if he's stealing some of Zamudo's tech. Because Zamudo would run this at times and then go Lichbane first. That'd be very bursty as Gwen, but the idea of this is that it makes your lane a lot stronger. And should put, again, Gwen wins the first few levels, but I think that K is trying to use this to make sure that he's going to have push for a little bit longer in that lane.
Okay. I'm curious. I'm still at odds with what this matchup is going to look like, at least between the Gwen and the Akali. How much of an advantage is this counter pick going to be able to actualize for Ariana? And especially with that mid lane pans out too. But we look at the junglers. They're both starting on the bot side of the map. Early vision being played, at least by Dorado Gaming side, to spot out Kisno's pathing. They'll be going top, so we might see that influence up there.
Both junglers going top. So we will see. I think that Akali versus Xin ganks, as long as you have your Shroud up, you can play out of it. As that's for Ariana.
Ariana's looking real confident right now. He does. He's waiting to pop it. It's going to go down. The sniff's not enough. First blood for Ariana. Thumbs up from the Rammus too, and he is playing.
That's huge. You can base TP back right away. K cannot match.
Give him the dance moves.
Has taken another look. I mean, this should not be happening at level 2. but the Q just completely whiffs from K. It's the grasp out there, but he's on
This
the
is
wrong
the
side
second
of
one
things.
too, or not this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
That's tough.
That's no bueno. Great play from Ariana.
Oh, we're right back, and Ariana might look
I mean, he's
for
got a
more.
level.
He
He
is
win this.
looking for it too. Yeah, he's absolutely got the difference here. K's gonna pop the potions, has the refillable. He's gonna have to back off, and things go back to normal. But Ariana's got the advantage in top.
Curious. Oh, we see Kaido actually skipping a camp to come up here. Very curious. K did burn that flash. I think he's going to get... This is a great skip of a camp from Kaido. I love
That's
this
a
read.
great read. K
Yeah.
is just caught with his pants down, and unfortunately, Kaido's walking over to give Ariana his second kill of the game.
Well, we were curious about how this top lane matchup would go, and I don't think we're going to get a fair view of it. Because
I don't
it's
think so.
2 kills for the Akali, and that Gwen is pretty far behind. So, man, that's a rough start. Kaido's going to lose out on the crab. He does not care. He did his job. That's a great decision to skip that camp from Kaido.
Yeah.
And go help out his top lane. A really good read coming out. And Ariana, man. Holy cow. What is he going to walk back with?
And
Oh,
that's
boy.
one of those plays that you like look back and like that could be the decider for the not only the series at this point, because we're on match point
He's
for
waiting.
Dorado Gaming, but we'll see exactly how it's going to pan out in the end.
Oh, that was really cute actually from Ariana. He
Okay.
in base dropped his shroud and E'd back to base, and then E'd to the shroud
Oh,
in order to get
little all in here.
the revolver.
Psycho feeling confident. They had the play from Kisno. He went for the long play, and Mixture will end up going down as another dredge line connects. Sushi's going to be forced to flash away. That'll be revisited too for sure.
Good play from Zyko. Good response from Kisno. As he did get both crabs and has a positive play on the bot side. We'll see if Sushi's able to pick up some of the farm here as Mixture makes his way back in. But a little bit of power on different sides of the map here to start off on him.
Yeah, a little bit. But honestly, I feel like the Smolder, you'll take that being powerful in any way. We'll see if that's going to actually continue to be the case here, because we'll see the Dragon set up now. A lot of vision, a lot of priority around this bot side of the map for Dorado Gaming. The Grub's going to be coming up in just a few minutes here, but I think some early Dragon stacking could be beneficial, honestly, for Dorado Gaming, especially working towards that bot side. But now that they've gotten that little bit of an advantage down there, it feels like maybe DZ can move in to take the fight. I love it because Sajed wants these fights. He wants these stacks, and Mixture just gives his life again. 0-2 for the support of DOG, and that's going to be a kill to Kisno.
Kaido was able to snipe the Raptors away, but not worth overall. As I think that's why Mixture and Dorado are playing that far up, trying to contest those Raptors against the Xin Zhao. But we'll say that with the trade of power, of course, Ariana very big on the top side, but I do have to highlight Kisno picking up that early kill. Does have the ton there. Did say that he has to set the pace for these solo lanes, try and bridge them into the game. He's got a lot of strength compared to his counterpart in Kaido, so we'll have to see what else Kisno can get done.
And he kind of needs to keep that tempo here for himself. See if he can do so. Did spot Kaido leaving his jungle. He's going to go for the counterplay here, potentially try to take this fight. Again, he has that advantage with the
Got a
tunneler. You can see the 3-talent strike going through. The wind does become lightning. The shield's not going to be enough. Kaido is going to get out there as he does. He's just going to stick around to finish his chickens.
All right, so not a ton for Kisno. Not all bad. As I'm curious to see where Kaido clears from here. He's got a few options. Well, he's going to go safety path over the Krugs.
That's
And
swift.
yeah,
He
his-
started
I-
for Sajed, by the way.
I was curious because if he does this, his bot side's under threat. I didn't exactly think he could walk to his bot side because he is that far behind against Sin. I think he has to take the Krugs and then base and then pray. But this has not been spotted by Dorado, so I think Kisno is going to get that blue buff respawn off of a couple of jungle wins that he had. So nice snowball from Kisno. Yeah, this has not been read yet by Dorado.
Not just yet. Not being able to utilize and play towards this lead just yet either has Dorado Gaming, as Ariana taking a pretty hefty trade there in the top side. We'll be able to get some good damage back on the K. But there was still the push coming in on bot side for Dorado Gaming. They do end up getting that wave semi-crashed. Zyko will come back out, though, and the redeploy comes through from Mixture. Do wonder which team really wants to start the advantage of these dragons here. Like, do they just go for it now ahead of the Grubs and try to like contest on the other side?
We'll see.
Doesn't look like it.
We're gonna wait for our teams to decide what they want. I will say I think Orianna. So usually in the Gwen, especially when you go Grasp, that matchup better to go for the mask builds, right? Like the Andre's Riftmaker with Conquer, that sort of thing. I think it's telling though what the plan is for Dorado with Orianna. In fact, he's going for the Rocket Belt build. It is Kill Smolder, and frankly, can't blame him for that one.
Yeah, but we talked about the draft, right? It's like the boomer bust champ. If you find that advantage, if you're super fed, you can delete anybody in the game. Speaking of trying to delete somebody, Mixture going to get engaged on. As now Sushi comes up, has a little bit of healing, gets stunned in the end, though. Roots and stuns coming back across from both sides. Both supports taking chunks, but that's just about it.
Orianna's here too. We got the wave in. See if see where the rotations go from here. Psycho did hit 6. That's very significant. He might look off this. Oh boy, we're
Mixture goes for the engage with the
Oh.
shockwave delivery system. Psycho goes down. Feats of warfare completed for DOG. Now they're trying to take down Kizno. This sustained damage can be there for Dorado Gaming. So Toasty's now looking for an angle. He does have the power unleashed.
No, just got smite back. I think based on top prio and the fact they got a kill, it's probably gonna be Grubs. So well played by Dorado.
They've been played out of their minds today, man. I love it. I love that kind of stuff coming into the playoffs. It's best of threes. It's a completely different beast from the regular season, and we see a completely different beast in Ariana. Takes him down. It'll be the trade back, though. Mixture going to die to Zyko, potentially, and Ariana going to get shut down in the end of Toasty. So that's a little bit of worse for wear for Dorado Gaming, but they're flexing on him.
I don't think that's super worth it, as so far Dorado's only been able to secure 2 of the Grubs. So, yeah, that's, I'd say a little bit of an oopsie. But I did like the initial idea of at least the Orianna trigger pull there. Because, again, Zyko had ult up, Mixture did not. That's a pretty big power difference when going into the Grubs. And the fact they deleted the Nautilus and kind of forced him to not have a very efficient ult was big.
You know what else is big? ProDiv.gg, where you can get your one-on-one coaching going up and get your skill improved by current and former LTA, NACL, NERL players and coaches. Get the one-on-one session. You send them your clip. They'll sit with you. They'll talk you through it. They'll tell you what they would do in those kinds of situations so you can take that knowledge forward and improve your game. So go get some coaching over at ProDiv.gg with that QR code you see on your screen.
I am so shocked today, Mazel, about just how the series has gone for the gameplay we've had so far.
Okay.
I really did not have Dorado giving Dark Zero a run for their money like this. But I feel like top to bottom for these guys, it just feels like they're playing well as 5 on the same page. Something that we usually give Dark Zero a lot of credit for between that and their early games. It's,
Yeah. I think we are seeing some of the disconnect that the Leona has with this comp in some of these situations, but I don't think it matters all that much because you still need that kind of point of engage. And I love that they're already trying to combine with the shockwave combo because that's going to be super important moving forward.
oh, Orianna hit the E. Oh,
Get the flash out of K instantaneously.
that was a good flash.
Gonna be the
Was a
perfect
very good
execution
flash.
out. K feeling pretty confident now. There's no ignite, no nothing down, at least available for Ariana. We're going to move back to this bot lane. Dorado Gaming putting some presence around this dragon, number 1.
Really nice flash from K. Get out of the Q of Akali, and of course the R's and execute. So any
They're
health
gonna
preserve
contest
there
this.
is big. Yeah, they don't have the wave set up for this yet, and Dark Zero is going to sneak on in. But we'll see what happens with this next mid wave as Shochi.
Oh, Kaido going in too with the shockwave
It's not
over
good,
top,
it's
but
not good.
Kaido overestimated Shochi's damage, and he just gets it thrown right back in his face.
I mean, that was an oopsie. Kizno popped the Crescent Guard, and that Shockwave combo didn't connect. He nullified the damage, so a nice Crescent Guard from Kizno, and that's just going to be the Dragon going over as Dorado. And a little finicky looking at that one before they had the waves set up properly. A good punish by Dark Zero.
And we're seeing that item spike make the difference right there as well.
Yeah,
right?
that was
the
not a
Sundered
good take.
Sky
was not a
had
good
gotten
take.
completed. You talked about in the draft how that item will come through ahead of the Trinity Force for the Wukong. I mean, that Dark Zero take hold of this game number 2. A little bit over 1,000 gold and an early, or at least setup for this dragon stacking in the long term. I guess not necessarily early, 12 minutes in. but trying to get that win condition going for themselves as well as get this little dragon to 225. The scaling for DZ is where their home's at.
And again, Kizno has to be that bridge. I did not like that take from Dorado. I just don't think that there's a world going up against Sundered Skies and Zhao where he's able to hit, like, regardless if he ults or not against the Orianna, that kill was not there. So a good punish as Jed's going to keep on farming.
Why not? Just keep on farming. He's up 20, 30 CS over Sushi this time around. Stark contrast, I feel like, in the evenness that was in the bot side last game. And the fact that we saw an undefeated Sushi take a very triumphant stand on the Jhin. He didn't die. He was undefeated. That's undefeated?
I think Webster would beg to differ, but that's fine.
Is dying a defeat? I guess we'll wait to find out as Shochi ends up flashing away. And there's a little bit of movement from Dorado Gaming back into this mid lane, try to reinforce, but I feel like this is perfect situation and setup for Dark Zero with the comp they have. Oh, Shockwave in mid lane. A little bit of a late connection and a beautiful Dread Blind to stop the engage from Kaido.
That was blind. That was really lucky. Oh, no,
Look
he had
at
a
him
ward over the
stutter
wall.
step on him.
Yeah, he had a ward over the wall, so that wasn't blind. Wow, that's really big by Zyko. Pretty much stymied the combo coming out on the Toasty there. So
Zyko's
really nice
feeling
hook.
himself.
He should be after that one. Oh, that was clean.
Love to see those micro moments. We are getting those first item spikes. Trinity Force has been completed for Kaido now. We're going to get the Solar Flare mid lane. Zyko's going to try to save him, but he's not going to be able to this time maybe. The Dredge line was enough, but Toasty still falls. That's going to be the depth charge used as well on a mixture. Mixture should be fine, and a big pick comes through for Dorado Gaming.
Good find. Again, I like how they're attacking the Syndra. Toasty is no flash. You got to go to that lane. With the Orianna, definitely have potential to try and get something done.
Okay,
Really well done. I just like the direction we've seen out of Dorado. It just feels like they're not really overcomplicating things. They're playing together off their R keys. And away where Dark Zero has been thrown off guard a little bit by that. I feel like the comps that Dark Zero's drafted definitely had a little bit more side lane focus. We have a double TP coming in. This is quite curious. All right, everyone, for
See
Rift
the
fight.
Rift Herald fight. Let's go! That's what it's all about these days. It is going to be an instant start by Dorado Gaming.
They're seeding. K's going to use this
it.
time to go get bot. I think it's the right call from Dark Zero. I just don't think that you win a fight at the moment.
Gonna have to go to bot lane now. He TP'd the top, it's okay. Yeah. They needed the pressure for the Rift Herald. Will end up seeding that bot lane turret though, so he'll get a little bit of standing gold for Dark Zero. But a Rift Herald play is in tow for Dorado Gaming.
It's first brick too for Dark Zero, which actually matters in terms of feats, because now feats are split. So it'll be the objectives that decided. As Dorado 1 away, Dark Zero 2 away. But at least they got gold onto the Gwen. That's never a bad thing. So I'm actually fine with that Rift Herald dropping. I think that was the right call by Dark Zero to just look at K some much needed gold.
And now it comes down to the objectives. Oh, Shochi's going to get flashed on by Zyko. He goes forward with it, but Toasty was tanking it up, and Toasty goes down. In the end, it's a trade 1-for-1 so far, but Kaido is here to try to make good on it. Sushi has come up, and Dark Zero fumbled the bag, Cubby. They just left it out on the street.
I mean, another play by Dark Zero where they're just pushing too far, too hard. Like, everyone's up there, too, which is kind of what's wild to me. Like, 4 members, and it feels like a really fast play from them.
Going to feel pretty bad in the end, as they were steadily having a pretty small lead, but now it's dead even in this case. And Dragon is going to be coming up soon.
Sentinel wasn't even used there.
Yeah.
And that could have warped the fight even further. I know Shochi was dead. Like, let's say they, it's closer in terms of Dorado, or like Dark Zero's favor. Dorado could use that R to slightly turn it. And I'm just very surprised what we've seen. Dark Zero just do not. I'm used to this team having, you said it earlier. Yeah. Where the exterior of the car is the same, even if the interior is different. It feels like the exterior is a little bit different in this game.
I don't feel like it.
The same early games, the same dominance that we've seen out of this team. There have been some split decisions that we're not used to, and Dorado came to play today, man. I've loved how they played so far.
And they're playing together here.
Look for the mid-outer.
They're going to try to get it. No engage, no counterplay coming through from Dark Zero. They will get the outer turret. The Rift Tower will fall after that. But, I mean, the thing is that, and the reason why we harp on it so much is like these kinds of situations. These are our first best subs we've seen from these teams. It's been best of ones the entire regular season, and it's playoffs for 2 potential spots in the promotion tournament to LTA. And that matters so much in the end for a lot of these organizations. And the fact that Dark Zero are going to end up trying to get a play on topside and not really find anything is a little bit of a microcosm to what has happened this series. And yes, you have 2 lives, but you don't want to lose one of them in the first round, Cubby. As a top 3 team that we expect to be in the running, that is a disappointment.
Well, obviously, saw the disappointment for Supernova yesterday, and now for K, I think K, he's going to have to burn his flash after
close.
A couple oopsie tower shots. First, the play, they didn't get Orianna topside, but they did get Gwen more gold. So, again, getting Gwen gold, always good. But we're sacking a lot for it, lost feats for it, as Dorado picks up the Drake and secures feats.
It's going to feel pretty good in the end. Get those upgrades of the boots there for themselves, especially the Swifties. The Swifties feel real good. But I guess this is a point to try to talk about, because we harped so heavily on the kind of scaling aspect that Dark Zero are playing towards with this comp, right? The Syndra scaling is really good. You also have the scaling of Sajed on the Smolder. You got to get to that 225 mark. And I see that, right? But I also see some good late game compositional damage from Dorado Gaming here.
I mean, you can find a world where setting at this infinite range, it's okay. What I do like is that we talked about Smolder. Sometimes his front line needs to be big in order to make stuff happen. Yeah. But you can play off Scatter cooldown from a Cinder E on Toasty. Try and use that to buy space, at least allow for Sajed to like get auto Qs off or bouncing that damage around.
Well played. K's starting this off. Flashes immediately coming out as well. Solarflare going to be pulled back, and now they're going right back in for the fight. Dorado Gaming feel confident here. Ariana has shown up now. They still have the Shockwave, even though they go in. Sajed getting low. That's his job to take down Sajed, but he can't do it. Meanwhile, Shochi coming over. Shockwave goes in onto Zyko. Sajed is the focus. He gets one back, though. Killing spree for Sushi, who's going monstrous again. He has been unkilled yet again. And they do end up fighting Zyko as well. They're going to try to chase down as well. And Toasty, and another shot across the bow from Sushi. The guy is unstoppable today. Somebody get this man. Kizno's going to try to get a 1v3, but isn't enough. He's going to get 1. Is he going to get 2? Kizno gunned down in the line as he does get the kill back. It's a 4 for 5, but Sushi reigns supreme.
Hero play by Kizno there, quite frankly, but a great fight from Dorado again. I love how they're hunting Smolder, and Sajed played this well, in my opinion. I thought Sajed, he sidesteps Shockwave. Keep your eyes on the Smolder throughout. Good positioning over the wall. Attack Q's fine. He gets around Orianna pretty well. Maybe he could have flashed that combo, but it would have been taken out of the fight pretty early. Good sidestep by the Shockwave here from Sajed. But man, the Dark Zero fight, just given the entrance that Dorado had, Dark Zero ends up really split. And it really is Kizno with the heroics just to keep them into the game here.
Yeah, I mean, this Xin Zhao is strong for a reason. I know we were talking about in draft a little bit, but giving Kizno that skirmishing power. Still got to give huge props to Sushi. He's 5-0 now on the Senna in the end, and it was close. But that's what the Senna provides, the sustained fights. And K is going to be in some trouble here. Dorado Gaming are just taking the tempo in their hand, and they're shoving into the face of Dark Zero. K is going to go down to the side lane, play yet again. Shochi's going to be the one that gets the kill this time.
And been a tough game, too, for K. Of course, oh, that's big.
That's bold. That's bold. I mean, they have Ariana coming behind them. Solarflare is going to go completely wide, and now Dorado Gaming, they've overplayed their hand. Ariana needs to find an escape tool, needs to get this perfect execution out, but Zyko goes for the engage. Zyko goes over Ham, and now they try to get out with the flash over the wall, though. Dark Zero, they calm themselves down. Dorado Gaming end up getting a pick onto them, and Mixture falls.
And in the end, they trade up. I actually liked how Dorado didn't commit to that play. I think if they do, it could be dangerous. So I thought that was fair. I'm curious, too, to see where Smolder is stacks-wise, because this is about the point of the game where you expect him to evolve. And Sajad's been doing a great job in terms of farming and making sure that he's big in this game. So I'm expecting to see the burn come through. I didn't see it in that fight, but actually he's very close to having it. And that obviously is a big game changer, because Smolder, for me, Like this spike, when you get IE, Essence Reaver, and the Evolve, this is one of the bigger spikes for Smolder. I guess technically you infinitely scale with the stacks, but the stacks are more valuable for Senna in the long haul. So I'm curious if Dark Zero, like how quickly they want to try and play the sequence of the game, or if they even can, given the strength of everyone else in the map, because they are games even, but it still feels like they're a little bit behind in these fights.
We have 2 item spikes for majority members. Obviously, Ariana a little bit ahead of K in that regard, but the fact that you have the IE with the Essence Reaver completed for Sajed, that's going to feel really good. You also have the Cosmic Drive now as well with the Torch for Toasty. On the other side, the Bloodletter second.
Yeah, they're going to rip
coming
it
through. As yeah, I thought they were going to rip it earlier because there was
no
nobody
TP.
really to respond.
Okay, they know. K was going bot. He comes back, but they're going to be late for this. I don't think K's going to be in the fight, and Ariana's found Smolder.
They're going to catch Ariana. Yeah. Oh my God, he solo bolos him in the middle of his team. Go ahead and stunt on him, DOG. Dark Zero get the recompense of the mid lane outer turret, but what did it cost?
Everything. I don't care about the dragon. We got Otacon, man. That objective's so filthy OP in terms of the experience. And Dorado. It feels like they're doing it here, Mazel.
Dude, we said there was one job. Literally, there was a job board, and there was one paper on it, and it said to kill Smolder. Ariana said, "I will take that all day," and he executes on it. That is his condition, and he's able to find it time and time again.
I saw everyone else trying to stop him from doing his job, and it didn't matter. That's just that E over the wall was just beautiful. Again, saw him on the wave. Well managed by Ariana. And a huge play for Dorado. Otacon secure. Who cares about that dragon if you get Otacon and take Smolder off the map in the trade? Very, very well done. And Dorado, man, like, what an impressive story from them. It's pretty funny, right? Because, of course, Sushi, Mixture, like these players, first got exposed to them through the Cydo Combine that Parth put together. And to have them, like, not make it through the first OQ. Oh, hold on, we got pause.
Get a little fight on
TP coming in.
Sushi. They're going to TP behind. This is a play call from Dark Zero, though the Solar Flare is going to come back. K has joined. TP a little bit late from Dorado Gaming. Mixture's going back in for the engage. Shochi has joined up. Now Dark Zero, they're running for the hills. The white flag has signaled, and Sushi's got front to back all day. Ariana stunned on him again. He's just showing in the moves left and right, and Sushi's looking for a little bit of follow-up here. You might have the big dragon, but is it going to be enough? A triple kill come through for Sushi. The execute's there. Sajed wants the counterplay. Sajed gets shut down! Give him a penta. No, Sushi wants to back away. The reservation from this young gun is next level.
That was a bang-bang play from Sajed. I can actually see the flash over because he was looking to auto-Q Sushi, but he popped the E, so he goes untargetable, and Ariana just hit the backflip right as Sajed tries to make the play, which takes him down. But, man, I mean, what a treat from Sushi to play like this. Again, a guy that a lot of people were excited about after he subbed in for Near Airport. Talked about his ability to team fight. What a series for him to have against who I voted for.
He hasn't died. He literally has not died.
Legendary both games.
Absolutely impressive from him. And I'd love to see the come up as we look at this fight. I mean, this is a perfect fight for Sushi.
That scatter was huge. It actually stopped Ariana from executing Sajed. I just want to keep an eye on Sajed here. I actually, again, thought he played this one out okay. Because I do think that there's a world where he can turn this over the wall. That's really well played, the E. And then again, if he flashes over auto Qs, he has it. Well, I guess he was looking at Ariana. Maybe going for the shutdown there, but the backflip got him out of the W. Able to clean up the kill. As we return, it still was Dorado with the lead. And Sushi is humongous this game.
It is impressive, the performance you've seen from this guy.
All right, back to the setup that I had, though, earlier on. It's just crazy. Again, like seeing these guys go from Cydo, fail to make the first split of NACL through the OQ, and then to be doing this to Dark Zero, the team that, keep in mind, I mean, at that time when they had Zamuto Yuji, these guys were undefeated. Dark Zero, a perennial favorite, really, this year of NACL. To have Dorado doing this to them, to try and find a 2-0, it's crazy. The fact that Blue Water beat Supernova, now Dorado's looking to beat Dark Zero, no one had that on their bingo card for week one. And if you did, I want to talk to you about, what's going on in your diet or anything.
We'll see if they can clutch it out here. A little bit of a preemptive start on the Baron. The TP coming out from DZ. K is going to catch out Ariana. Ariana was looking for an angle, but now he's a little bit caught. They go for the fight. The Cyclone in. The Solar Flare. They find one. They find maybe two here, but Mixture's getting a little bit low. Sajet is untouched, but Sajet is the target. And Ariana found his dead bullseye again. K will fall. And Dorado Gaming, I don't know what it is, but lightning has struck twice. And they find an improved fight against DZ and straight back to the Baron.
Dorado throw the best of ones out the window. It's playoffs now. Dorado has been the better team today. I'm gonna have to go back through Deserect's co-stream after this just to see how he's reacting to all this. Because my God, again, 3 rookies on this lineup in NACL doing this to Dark Zero is crazy.
It is impressive no matter the way you look at it. The way they've handled the picks, the way they've handled the comps. Again, this is a Dark Zero team. We expected to have control of the map, have good symbiotic plays, but it has been the team synergy from Dorado Gaming that has shown through every single time. I mean, this bot lane is on another level here for playoffs, and we might just be seeing a continued kind of miracle here in the first days of the playoffs.
Man, what a start to NACL playoffs, man. And again, I cannot emphasize how critical this is. Given Dark Zero, if them and Supernova are both in the lower bracket, one of them is not going to make it to the promotion relegation tournament. That is pretty much what no one had on their bingo cards early on. I mean, all the power to Dorado for how they've played today. I cannot emphasize enough just how on point they felt just playing as a team. Like, they're taking comps where you have to play with your ults up and play together, and they're doing it very well.
And I think our predictions are going to make us look like clowns after this one here, as we see Dorado Gaming taking full advantage of this pressure, full advantage of this Baron buff, and full advantage of K overextending for a 7th time in the game. Sajet gets taken down, a double kill for Mixture. Everybody's getting love at this point, and this could be the fell swoop that ended DZ's upper bracket setup here in split number 2. They're moving straight into the bot lane. They've got a wave. They've got 2 cannons. They've got all they need to try to take this sweep.
Dorado Gaming, man. They started off 0-3. Sushi himself said, I'm not playing good enough. How about going deathless against Dark Zero and Sajed as they clean it up?
Absolute king. Sushi reigns over this series. His team right there behind him. This bot lane performance has been on another level. And we might just be seeing the Dorado Gaming anime arc. They take down the Titans of Dark Zero in a 2-0 sweep.
Massive series for Dorado, a statement for the rest of playoffs. And it feels like NACL and all the matches leading up to that promotion tournament, everything's been turned on its head by the play we've seen by these teams so far in playoffs.
Put some respect on Sushi's name, man. That is one of the most domineering performances I've seen from an AD carry in recent memory. I mean, that's
crazy.
Absolutely insane. Against one of our top 3 big components to the NACL display, against one of the teams that was in finals just last split, that was looking to make better, yes, a different team, but a run for that promotion tournament. Now they've been knocked down to the lower bracket.
Oh, that wasn't good. I mean, honestly, like, watching Sushi, it just reminds me of, like, you know, that what's been flying around the internet with, like, the person with, like, the VTubing cat girl, like, are they hacking or not on Battlefield 6? I felt like that way watching Sushi. Like, are you hacking or not this game? I mean, you just dropped 2 nukes on these 2 maps.
His KDA just went through the roof for playoffs.
Just crazy. Just crazy.
I'm going to say he's on like a 28 KDA or something. I mean, that's actually just insane, man. To go unkilled against a team, especially when we were putting so much onus on the bot lanes, right? Like, this was supposed to be a gunslinging affair between him and Sajed. Sajed had been no slouch in the bot lane. This guy had been on fire too. And he just got completely shut out here across 2 games.
I mean, I will say, I thought Sajed actually played pretty well in both those games, but couldn't do anything against Dorado. And Dorado, for me, like, they were just the better team today. The drafts they had to play with their RTs. They did so really well. So pleasantly surprised by this team that, again, had a rough start to the regular season, but that's best of ones. They've been scaling, and man, what a statement win again. 2-0 over Dark Zero today. I don't think anyone had that in the bingo card. It's just crazy to me. And the manner in which they did it, really felt like everyone was on point. This game's a little bit chaotic, but
do we want to Do we want to? Before I bring this up and make us put on clown vote makeup, make sure you vote. When I submitted my statement to our team, I put Sushi twice because I think he should be out there. But Ariana deserves something for the Akali performance in game number 3.
Mixture for
or
the
game
Bard.
number 2 rather, and mixture for the Bard. So make sure you get your votes in there for MVP.
I think Sushi's the vote, though.
And I think Sushi's the vote.
No bias.
I'm not gonna lie. Can we, production, while we're waiting a little bit, bring back up the predictions at all? Because I would like to maybe paint us with a little bit of clown makeup at some point. Because I think we might have been a little wrong.
I mean, I've been
a little bit.
My nose has been like so red from the cold. I feel like I'm just prepping for this, you know?
It's deserved. I sit here, throw a pie at me. Like, I don't know, at this point. Oh, it feels bad, man. It feels bad.
I'm happy to be wrong. No,
I'm
it
going to
feels good.
stop
It feels
voting
good.
with the squad. I'm going to stop. I just need to always do what we all don't predict. It's going to be fine. Then I'll actually be right. But hey, honestly, I'm going to label this NACL playoffs the playoffs of upsets so far. We had a big one last split, but we're already starting with 2 major ones in the first couple days.
Is ballistic already. It's only going to get crazier. And man, also I got to give a shout out to Deserex, who did put Dorado, but was late on his submissions. And again, I'm going to be going over to his co-stream after this one because he has been on the Dorado train irrationally, I must add, since day one. And that irrationality looks a lot more rational to me now. I don't know what he saw in these guys, but whatever it was damn good.
You know, sometimes you just got to believe, I guess.
Always believe. In the heart of the cards, one might say.
True. I was looking a little bit like Exodia here from Dorado Gaming. And I think this means a lot to the squad. Again, I was saying it in the beginning, especially in game number 1, like, this is a team that feeds off of emotion for good and bad, right, in a lot of ways. I think this is going to be such a big fire starter for the squad. And it was off the back of clean play, right? Like, yes, there were some slip-ups in the early game of game number 1. I think this game was a lot more clean from the squad, even though there's some overextensions, right? But it was more so just the fact that they were able to pull Dark Zero around the map, constantly, you know, push them with these macro decisions and have great objectives set up a lot of the time.
I mean, I think that this game was pretty bloody, maybe a little sloppy, but hey, we opted to play that with a team that needs to play with ours, our alts, and also, if you remove a lot of summoner spells from stuff like Smolder, like Syndra, that helps a lot. So yeah, I actually really, I feel like Dorado, you know, it wasn't the cleanest win, but they should be able to build a lot of confidence from here. And I don't want to take away from how well they played out some of these fights. I think that they still have some stuff to clean up. We want to look at them as like contenders to take things, you know, to actually threaten to get a promotion spot. But man, they did take down a team that we thought were threatening to take a promotion spot. Sent them to the lower bracket where it's looking pretty crazy down there so far.
Yeah,
with Super and Dark Zero after round 1. That's, again, cannot emphasize enough how big of a surprise it is for everyone.
It might be the pit of sharks that is just waiting down there. I mean,
God,
that's actually terrifying.
This is giving me like 2021 pre-run
Right?
vibes,
Right?
Where Barrage took down TL, and then C9 almost lost to like Zeus.
Yep.
But those teams were actually decent back then. This,
Oh, that's a
this
throwback.
might be a bigger surprise to me. I didn't have Barrage beating TL back then, but
So
yeah,
which one do
Dorado
we?
beating Dark Zero today.
Okay, well, we have our interview ready to go. I was gonna ask you a question. Maybe we'll come back to it afterwards. But we get to talk to the counter pick man himself in game number 2. Ariana's gonna come on and give us a little bit of chat after Dorado Gaming's victory, and what a victory it was. I know you got to be feeling good taking that Akali into the Gwyn matchup. Was it just meant to be? I mean, you got 2 kills in the first 4 minutes of the game, man.
A lot of the good one matchups were gone. So like, what kind of fed into the Akali pick, and how much did your experience as a mid laner pay off for that?
Well. Hello. Nice to see you here.
See it too.
I mean, what can I say? Their coach knows I'm a Akali player. He knows that. He knows they pick it into Gwen. Apparently they forgot about it, and yeah, that's my classic pick. When I was mid laner, I played a lot of Akali, like it was my main pick, I swear. Now when I'm playing top lane, when I see Angle, I'm like, guys, pick me Akali, I got this game, I got it, I got you guys. No worries, can't lose the game, and that happened.
No Jax, no Rumble, no Aurora, no Ambessa, didn't matter for you. Really good game from you, Ariana. What's it been like the last week? Like, watching the games today, it looked like some of the fights, I mean, you guys like to fight a lot, and maybe look at that, but also a lot of the fights you guys are playing together. Like, what kind of feeds into that for you guys? in terms of just figuring out like how to approach fights and play together? Because for me, these drafts, you took a lot of ultimates that you have to sync up and did so really well today.
Yeah, like last week of scrims, some days were tough, some days were a bit easier, not gonna lie. We had some arguments, but yeah, we solved that, and we came to like we are a good team now. We play good together. We are synchronized. I think we are playing really well in the fights. I think that's the thing we are really good at. And yeah, we showed that. We got them in the fights and can't lose.
Yeah. It's fairly obvious at this point. I gotta ask you though, in game, how are things kind of breaking down communication-wise? Has there been a change in kind of the structure of communication that has made this big like level up in the kind of team play that you guys showed today, or is it just the difference in best of threes where you feel unlocked?
Yes, for sure. Build like fearless draft is for sure really good for us. We have really good champion pool. Like after first game, I'm like, okay, enemy top doesn't have his 2-1 tricks. I'm fine, you know. I'm happy because most of his games this split were Jax Rumble, like really big part of his games, like all the time Rumble Jax. So first game he took Jax, I took Rumble, no more champions. And I feel like also other teams need to wait for my jungler pocket picks because he has some really good pocket picks, like really good pocket picks.
I won't spoil any, but I know that in days of IGN's past, what Kaido is able to bring to the table. So Ariana, besides that, this was, I think you sent a message to everyone else in the playoff bracket with your 2-0 over Darkseer today. What do you want to tell the rest of the teams you might be facing in the upper bracket now after that win?
Well, don't disrespect us, guys. We are not that weak.
Hey, that's all you need. Let's go ahead and hear some shout-outs from you. Anybody you want to talk about before we let you go?
I need to give a shout out for my friends who are now partying in Poland by the lake, drinking some beer. I should be there right now, not playing the games, but yeah, I'm here. So shout out to my friends from Mikołajki crew. Shout out to you. Shout out to RX, and shout out to Draxer, and my amazing team, of course.
Of course. Well, Ariana, it's an absolute pleasure to see you guys throw the upset down. We'll see you on your continued upper bracket run, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Nice
Thank you so much, Ariana. And hey, that's a statement. The statement I was going to ask beforehand, what's the bigger upset? I mean, I feel like maybe some lean to Blue Otter, but this was a domination.
This one was more surprising for me. Because I thought the Supernova showed some cracks in the back half of the regular season. This one was more surprising.
Well, we'll go ahead and see who that MVP is going to be for the series. I think it's going to be the unkilled gunslinger in the bot lane, Sushi, with a KDA of 45 to start the playoffs. This guy made his mark.
I mean, technically, it's still null because he didn't die. But, you know.
True.
We'll rock the 45, the big number. It was a really impressive 2 games from Sushi. I thought the Mixtures Bard game 1 really helped the setup. Again, Dorado just played as a team, which a lot of times, I mean, if you play as a team, you play better than the other team, that's usually going to go pretty well. So, yeah, I was very impressed with Dorado, very impressed with Sushi, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's, again, a statement series from this squad. Don't disrespect them, they say. And I'm sure Niall is going to be kicking himself for that that left with the Akali there in the end. Ariana feeling very confident with that one. But that's our first series down. I expected 3 games, and my expectations have already been upset. But we'll see if the second series of the day lives up to the hype. Another one that some could see one-sided, but I see as a 3-series day, or game at least, between Luminosity Game and Winthrop University because of what happened in split number 1 for Winthrop University, Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, they were the team that really took it to near airport, and I think made a lot of fans from that. But Luminosity Gaming is a team that, of course, they hoisted that Split 1 championship, and while they had a couple bumps on the road early on in the regular season, they're now in person up in Canada, and we'll see if they can put things together, as their goal is to promote. We lovingly call these guys the LTA rejects, just because they've always played at that level, and they're looking to get back there and earn their spot.
They are, and I think being in person provides such a big level up for this squad. I mean, they've obviously worked a lot together as well, but I think a big impact can come through the top lane here. I mean, Fake God is a Cooker supreme when it comes to different picks and things that he's willing to go for, but he's definitely stuck to the meta, it feels like, here in split number 2, providing a constant effort from that top side for Luminosity Gaming, where they try to make plays off of, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fake God has quietly, as always, had a really solid split in NACL. So he's one of the better top laners we have, but going up against Denethor today, who I felt like had a pretty strong split for Winthrop. It's a matchup definitely I'm looking forward to.
This is a squad that knows each other extremely well. We talked about a big story from last split. It's just the consistency, the amount of games they were playing when they were going into those playoffs that led to that back-to-back upset of Near Airport. It's the same squad. See if they can provide yet more upset energy on the day.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the upset energy can continue. Again, a lot of this stuff in split 1 did come from Winthrop originally. So we'll see if they can channel it. I think that Winthrop, and this is a team for me where you look at their record, they're 3-6, but they average being up 1,700 gold at 15 minutes. So they play early games well. It's just they haven't been able to put things together from start to finish. They will draft for early game. They will play for early game. Oftentimes they're able to pull it off. But can they find wins with it? They weren't able to in regular season. They're going to have to patch up some of those later mistakes later on.
And we're going into draft here now as well. We'll get to predictions a little bit later, but draft is important. Luminosity Gaming going to choose that blue side to start us off. We already get the Talia, the Lucian, and the Gwen band away. Winthrop University on that red side, the Pantheon, the Rumble, and the Azir.
Gara's up, but it's Maokai. Maokai probably very high. As we get in the playoffs and games maybe slow down just, that much. The saplings, the ability to connect with nature's grasp. Also, this is a specialty pick for Tomia. We want to go way back when. So we'll see what he's able to do.
Right about that. We do get a nice little shockwave delivery system with the Nautilus and the Orianna here for Winthrop University. Do expect them to pair something up in jungle with that Orianna as well, just to provide many more options for that engage forward. But you got to expect that that jungle prio obviously takes hold here in the first phase for Winthrop. As we see the double range carry lock in here, the Ezreal and the Corki for the mid and ADC respectively.
That's a lot of scaling coming out from Luminosity Gaming already. As Insanity, the Corki versus Orianna matchup, not the best early on. You do scale into it very well. And Ezreal for Tactical. Tactical has been very solid this split. So this is a lot of scaling. Again, Winthrop, they want to play early game. I expect more early game picks in draft. And we're just going to have to see if they can break Luminosity Gaming, who, with this draft, looks like they want to bet not break. Taking the MF into Ezreal, it's a bit of a counter matchup.
It's a 2v2 pressure.
Yeah, well, once Ezreal gets 3 items, it gets really hard.
It does.
For MF. MF, of course, you can...
But that early game, that's what they're playing towards. And I kind of like that right now for Winthrop, because let's be real. I mean, Winthrop's team fighting has been nice. Late game team fighting, mobility is thriving in some moments. I think that feels good.
I mean...
But if you're going to take LG, I don't know if it's going to be mano-a-mano, like late game team fights, right? There's so much experience on this LG side.
I would argue that averaging being up 1,700 gold at 15 and being 3-6 means that you're probably not fighting way well. So,
yeah. Hey, sometimes I gotta give it to mobility. It's a pretty good team fight AD, but it's very obvious in this game number 1 that they want to kind of set the tempo of themselves, going for those early games and trying to upset LG's conditions.
I mean, if LG picks a draft like this, then upsetting conditions 100% right in itself. They're going to have to do it for Winthrop specializes. So looks like they're going to attack Zazel a little bit with Nico and
a lot of it.
The nerf Braum, but as a Braum main, there's no better lane to play Braum than into not MF, as we're happy to get in that lane. Also a great pairing with Maokai. So like that ban from Winthrop, respecting the power of Luminosity Gaming there. We'll say, I think it's important to note, Gnar got some buffs on this patch. Definitely a Denethor special. And we'll see what he wants to take here as Mbessa gets banned. What are they setting up for on the top side? They're going to take away Mbessa. Fake that.
Well, that and like the instant backline access, I think feels bad with these 2 carries. But does it feel better to have to deal with a Scion? I don't know. I mean, the Corki shreds him, so that's not going to feel too bad. But very hefty front line right now from Winthrop.
Curious if we get a Yorick here.
Give me the Fear the Beard Bard. Give it to me.
Just be Cassante too for Fake God. But yeah, I'm expecting Alistar, and then I think Fake God's got a few options up here. So just curious to see what he ends up going for. I know Gnar into Scion is a matchup that Denethor is really willing to play. It could be a deny pick. as now Denethor doesn't get access to it for the rest of the series. But yeah, it's going to be Cassante.
Yeah.
So I like the late game team fight for Luminosity Gaming a lot. It's just going to be, can they get there? We're going to give, I will say, could be not jungle.
I think it's the Nocturne.
We haven't seen it. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Because you got
Cool.
that ball delivery system, right? And that's what I was saying
All right.
in that first phase. Is like they want to try to pair something up for Wilson with this combo with Sword. They will end up finding that. So as we break down the comps, I mean, I think we got a lot of comfort on both sides, but a very clear kind of late game team fight setup for LG.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is Winthrop. How effective can we be with the ball delivery system, with the Nocturne, and our early game power between Not MF and the Scion versus the incredible scaling that we have on Luminosity Gaming side. So yeah.
And it's all about a little bit of that execution for the side of Winthrop University, maybe getting off the ground running once you hit that level 6 mark for the mid jungle. But you got to expect that this 2v2 is going to be a point of pressure for Winthrop University, trying to get as much pressure as they can earlier into that laning, because as you said, once you hit that 2-3 item spike as the Ezreal, it feels a little bit easier to navigate against the Misfortune.
Yeah, and again, Winthrop, this is a team where they average being up 1,700 gold at the 15-minute mark, and they're 3-6 off the best one regular season. So we know that they play early game well. We seem to see them be able to turn those leads into more victories. This draft, they've picked early game for themselves. There is a wombo that exists between Nakamori with Not Scion MF over the top as well. Just can they actually break Luminosity Gaming, who will be tough to break? I mean, they got Mao kind of play defense. Cassante can be really effective too. And Insanity Tactical on these two big carries. That has been a winning formula for Luminosity Gaming. Not just this split, but in many splits of past with this core. So
True.
I'll see if they're able to do it again here.
I am so excited about the jungle matchup itself. I think Tomio's always, I'm going to show my bias here, I'm sorry. Tomio's always been one of my favorite players to follow, his run, right, and some of the fluctuations in his career itself. But I think Wilson has been a kind of stand-up performer for Winthrop University over this time that we've seen them this year. And I think this matchup is going to have a lot in store for it. I think Tomio can play that aggressive style, but also goes for a lot of that facilitation for the squad in certain moments. I think it's played pretty well for him. While Wilson's got everything in his basket, right? He's got the Nocturne. He has to find ways to find impact and not just be a light switcher in the end once he gets that paranoia. As we take a look at this series, we're going to take a look at the predictions that we have for it as well. And I'm a sucker for a good story. I'm a sucker for the upsets. And I'm a sucker for what Winthrop University were able to do in that first split. I don't know how much logically it makes sense, but to me, my heart decides that Winthrop is going to win this one.
So far, we've had 3 series, and 2 of those series have been upsets. So based on that, NACL, I actually think you made the right pick.
Hey, and at least I'm different than you. I'll hold the banner, Deserex. I'll hold the banner.
All right, well, guys, if you want to make your voices heard in terms of who's going to win, let us know in the chat. Hashtag LG or hashtag WU. You can make your voices heard. You don't need the hashtag. Just put LG or WU. We have technology to get the hashtags out of there. This time around, it's good, unlike what happened with Twitter and deprioritizing posts with hashtags.
True.
Big boo. Yeah. Big boo.
Thought you just bring up your frustrations here. You know?
Well, yeah, I used to actually use hashtags to go look into things and see what people were saying. And now, if you use a hashtag, your odds of getting in the For You page are much less. Where it used to just be the following page, and you go to the hashtag and you go see what's up.
Well, today you learned with Cubby.
I'm so old. Like between, I'm talking about how I like old Twitter better. I was in a conversation about how I like old Reddit better because I always use the old Reddit format, not the new Reddit. I'm only 29, man. I'm too young for this.
You're way past retirement age. I'm sorry, but
mentally. Then again, based on my trajectory, we're probably never going to retire. So, stats here.
Perennial retirement. It is about 50-50 right now, at least, but I do expect it to lean the way of LG. But again, you just harken back to merely a split ago when the back-to-back upset of Winthrop University over near Airport happened. And it's the same squad. It's the same team. Nothing's changed.
Not on the other side of the rift, though, Mizel.
Yeah, that is very true.
Question.
It is a little bit different as we're going to be getting into game here as we are getting into our second series of the day. Will it be an upset or will it be right as rain? Luminosity Gaming taking on Winthrop University in our second series of the day. All
right, let's see if Winthrop can put together a cleaner early game. Honestly, I say cleaner early game. They need a clean early game, but they need to put together a cleaner mid to late game transition to actually win this one. Because that has been the issue for them. Their blistering early games have not turned into enough victories for really how good their early games have warranted. So that's going to be the mission here. Whereas for Luminosity Gaming, I think it's pretty safe to say that time is their friend. Especially looking at the Conquerors on Insanity and Tactical and a TP2.
Oh,
Trying to
he's
play
got
as
the
many
chicken.
lanes as we can.
He's got the chicken skin. The
The new one.
Corky skin. Oh, it's so good. Like what do you Valkyries? There's little eggs. It's so cute.
I mean, it's good, but
He shoots a chicken rocket.
is anything really going to beat, you know, Doggo Corky? Or Corky?
Yeah. This
mean,
was close. This was close. This was a really good skin.
I'm so old school, I use Red Baron Corky. Because, you know, I love Snoopy. And the Halloween
Gotcha.
episode of Charlie Brown is iconic. And that's why we use that one.
Look at the chickens. He shoots chickens. Okay, that's enough. I won't get distracted anymore. I promise. The chickens are cute. But we got games to talk about. We got LG. Honestly, the last of the guard here, Cubby. We're talking brass tacks. They're the last big three that we had at the beginning of this playoff, staying in the upper bracket. They got to hold on, man.
Like D-Wade in Miami after Bosch and LeBron left, you know? It's tough.
I do have a lot of faith in this squad. I mean, they've shown... Oh, a little level 2 action. Not even level 2. The level 1 and Tactical's forced to flash early. He's going to be forced out of lane. Probably not even going to have enough money for that
Gonna TP
tier.
back.
And a really good play from only 35.
He was thinking about it. That could be the case, though.
But you'd love to have that tier on the TP bag. Like, that.
Well-
That's like the bread and butter.
I mean, he got the refillable, though. That is
Pity
the
prizes.
most efficient refillable potion you can pick up.
True.
At 225. You know how many free pots you're going to get for the rest of the game from that?
So many, dude. So many.
Economics. Like cold mechs, that's also efficient.
True.
Think about it. It actually
I
makes
am a
you
coal
money.
believer just like you. I'm a coal believer.
And we'll see. Again, I think Luminosity Gaming is just going to be how much can they bend, not break, versus a good early game team of Winthrop. So we do need to give them credit there.
Yep. And speaking of that early game, this jungle setup is going to be super important. Maybe a little bit earlier of a potential influence from Wilson, but again, he's also a champion that really wants to wait until he gets to that level 6 mark. So I could see a world where there's just ships in the night, kind of trade the scuttle crabs, trade the sides of the map, and maybe once we get to those first objectives, we see a little bit of priority.
I think we're just going to see Tomio run to the top side. This bot crab has to be sacked. See if Insanity's able to get any info on, because he's got orientation out a little bit. Oh, Tomio's not going to
Tomio said no.
Oh, lost crab, maybe a double crab. We'll be on the
I wanna
hover,
be
though,
here for the
bot
counter.
lane. Yep.
He is spotted out, though, and Wilson immediately turns around. Wilson could turn around and just go for the double scuttle. As LG did
I think he will.
push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not all bad. Like, obviously, it's a loss for Luminosity Gaming and Tomio, but again, that's kind of what you're signing up for with this draft. So, a good play from Wilson.
I love it. Insanity moving over just to get some vision while Wilson does this second scuttle. Oh, we got a little all-in the top side. See if we continue our solo bolos
It's
up here
nothing.
from last series. It is just going to be the wet noodle fight that we all know and love.
You got 2 biscuits apiece. You got D-Shield and probably
We got
second
food
win.
for days, bro.
It's nothing. It's a word by Fake God just to give him all the info that he needs. And again, just Luminosity Gaming. And I mean, historically, if you think about it, like, this is what teams with experience versus teams with not as much experience do. Is we play for late game. And if we get there, we can just play the fights out the way that we know we can play them and hopefully find some wins.
Yep.
Very much feels like the formula.
Seems to be. They did very early take that double scaling kind of AD matchup with the Corky Ezreal locked in side by side at B2 and 3.
Oh, you weren't kidding about the eggs, man. Those are some big eggs.
Dude, they're huge. It's so cool. I love it.
Like Foghorn Leghorn just decided to... Well, I guess, actually, no. Scientifically, that doesn't work. Anyway,
Yep,
I was trying to reference
you
more
know, I
cartoons.
wasn't going to
so-
stop you. I wasn't going to stop you. I was going to let you keep going. They are cartoons after all. Yeah, you can do anything. Dragon has come up, though. It is a Hextech Dragon to start us off. A little bit of prio push from Winthrop University on the bot side, but I could see a world where they try to get this dragon stacking early. Again, anything early I feel like is good for them.
100% agree. I think that dragon being taken on time, very important. You do see Nocturne completing that second clear. He's got Phage. And I expect off this bot reset to go straight to the Drake and see what's up.
I mean, you already got the Vamp Scepter there for mobility as well, so he'll have a little bit of power in the trades there, some sustainability for himself. Does seem like LG want to be down here to contest. Do you like this call from LG if they do contest this dragon?
No. I think this is a give.
It's a give angle.
Yeah,
The sapling is going to show out Wilson. So they're spending a lot of time down here. Tomio is going to stick around. Only 35 was playing in the bush here to block Zeyzal from running. He's going to get hit on the back end of it. Wilson coming around the corner, though, and only 35 might have overextended. I could see a world where Tomio collapses on that one.
I think Winthrop's wasting time. I think you just ripped the dragon.
I think so, too.
Mobility already had that bot wave in. You ripped the dragon. So I think that Tomio, Luminosity Gaming burning time there quite nice.
Yeah, Tomio's going to go try to play the vision.
And that's it.
Wow. Okay, well, LG doing a really good job of stopping the forward advances in those neutral objective stackings from Winthrop University.
And Tomio could go contest now in the top side, like from the stall. He's still going to have info here. So I think the stall is actually really valuable for Luminosity Gaming.
They're finally going to start it back up.
Yeah, any camp outside of Raptors is kind of hard to take, but again, that control board's in the back of the pit. He's got all the info in the world to go walk in, and he's going to take the Raps in the red. That's a huge win for the Maokai. I would trade this. I think it's worth it for Luminosity Gaming. Yeah. You're looking at this Drake in the first place. You delayed it 2 minutes, and Maokai's getting knocked first
dragon, right?
That's massive.
Yeah, like you take it's a Hectech Dragon, so that feels pretty good for Winthrop University. But you take that 10 times out of 10. Your game is the long game as LG.
Yeah.
And only one dragon isn't going to stop you from getting to that point.
And this is a game where in draft you're signing up to lose that Drake.
Yeah.
You don't get that. So the fact that it doesn't come through again until 7:30, and Maokai stole Nocturne's red buff, which is significant because guess what? Wilson has R.
And, you would really like to have that red buff.
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
But that's the next conversation we have to have. I know I preempted it by talking about it at the beginning of the game, but the level 6s have been hit. I need, and that is not a want, it is a need to see this combo between Nocturne and Orianna pulled off. You have to get the Shockwave combo. There's a reason why this combo was so lethal so many years, and they grabbed it here for game number 1.
I think you got to do it on mid too. Because like Tactical can blink out.
Yep.
Insanity has to flash. You cannot Velk. If you Velks and it's time. I mean, if you Velk, you pretty much just get yoinked back in if it's timed correctly by the Nocturne already. So.
It's going to be the grubs. So Maokai does a really good job taking the grubs with the Bramble Smash early here. And is going to be able to get that one going. All three, it seems, going the way of LG. And I got to say, that feels a little bit bad for Winthrop. I mean, they just didn't have the map set up there for it. And not able to get anything there. And that's a permanent 3 grub stack for LG. Their sieging later is going to be disgusting.
Yeah, I love the... they're like trying to deny this too. Wilson's not going to be able to get the red buff. I love the swap Luminosity Gaming pulled. Almost like the ex-pros have the Pro Diff. Shout out to ProDiff.gg, our sponsor. As you can find, players in NACL and at this point across the world get one-on-one coaching from the pros. So shout out to them. Of course, Armeo being a NACL alum, something that he's put together. And excited to, feel free to go check out what they've got to offer. A lot of players in NACL, you can find their coaching there. And even, I would say some LTA players, but Darkwings is a little bit too busy right now. He was on there. You can't access him right now. But for everyone else, scan the QR code, check out ProDiff.gg. And if you feel like coaching is for you, make sure that you get a pro to help you out on ProDiff.
See their mindset compared to your plays and what you could do better next time. What Winthrop want to do better here moving forward is these objectives. I mean, they're not going to be up for a long while. We still have a ton of time till that Rift Herald does spawn on that top side, but the Dragon will be the focus for them. As we do have that deploy from Tactical to the mid lane. He's going to be sticking around there, and we have that top lane deploy by Insanity. Oh, thank God.
I think you called it, Mazel. Dragon's on time. Very important for Winthrop. And then I want to see the combo thrown at the Corki.
Yeah,
And I do like how Insanity has built, because he's going for the Shojin first, which total, you have 2 Ruby Crystals in the build. He's just stacking that early. Like, he knows that he's going to be the target of these ganks. So, really like, you can also see Luminosity Gaming, like the hovers they have here. Oh, Zazel yoinked it. That feels bad.
Zazel stole it.
Well, even these hovers, I mean, you can see where the Nocturne is. Look at how safe you get to be now as the Corki. And the Orianna's still mid, so Corki's safe. Ezreal's matching the Orianna. That's the hardest Nocturne Ori combo to pull, give him the blink. So, really like what LG is doing right now.
Yeah, just kind of being a wall in front of Winthrop University. Because it is up to Winthrop University to find these execution points, right? Like, it is way easier for LG to put their big bodies right in front of Tactical Insanity and just gun everybody down. For the side of Winthrop University, they have to find these big combos. They have to find these wombo combos, and a lot of that's going to come in these 5-on-5s. And if we keep waiting for these item spikes, and especially the 3rd item spike for LG, things are going to be that much harder to pull off for Winthrop University. So I definitely want to see them be proactive, but we really haven't seen any opportunities for that just yet.
Well, I mean, could see a fight break out over the 2nd dragon. If I'm Luminosity Gaming, I'm still pretty comfortable to give it. If I can trade it for something else. But they've done a nice job. I mean, the fact that the game is even at the moment shows like, Luminosity Gaming is ahead.
Yeah.
In an even game. So I think
we got first items here. Does that change the fight profile at all?
I mean, it's kind of crazy to see them have 3 first items on the top side.
It's wild.
I still don't think that you want to fight this, though. It's just not worth the risk for me, because if a Scion joins, like, has a big fight, it's pretty deadly.
Yeah.
I think 11 is really important for Cassante. Not to mention getting those tier evolves, because your timer's pretty easy for this game. It's just, when Corki gets Miramon involved, when Ezreal gets Miramon involved, we like to fight.
Well, we're going to see that preemptive setup by Winthrop University around this dragon. It's about to spawn. Have some vision played as well as some saplings to be a little worried about getting some of that counter vision from LG. LG setting up to contest this one. They're going to TP Fake God into this fight.
And he's only going mid
they
for the
really
moment.
Want to fight this.
They can shift down and just brute force. I mean, if they get this, I think it's a huge win. Like, you're buying yourself 5 minutes.
Wow.
Denethor could ult down to the river.
Here he comes. Is he going to pop it? Engage comes through from Winthrop University. They're going to try to wait for this sign to get here. Unstoppable Onslaught has been cast, but what happens beforehand? Unstoppable Onslaught is going to be stopped in its tracks by Fake God. Dragon goes to LG, and they will be perfectly fine walking away from that one.
That was very clean from Luminosity Gaming. I love how Fake God caught the Scion. Mobility had a decent ultimate, but the Shockwave from Sword was never even pulled. So, all the R-keys for Winthrop, I mean, we talk about the Paranoia combo, and I don't think you have to sync it up in a fight like that where everyone from LG is stacked, but just surprised we didn't even see a Shockwave attempted.
See a little bit of what LG's cooking with in these setups. Turns out the item advantage definitely helped in that regard. And again, stopping the scaling, stopping that stacking rather, for Winthrop University. You start seeing Denethor gets chunked by this Corki. I mean, there's a reason why we've been seeing Corki kind of okay being picked into Scion. But is that front line going to be enough for Winthrop University to hide behind? Because these next setups are very important.
It's still not good at the moment. I think that they need to fight now. Because it feels like they're just going into a machine for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah,
honestly. And this is the LG that we know best from NACL. Like, when these guys are playing on point, it's so tough for these teams to find cracks.
Yep.
Into LG. We didn't see that for all regular season, but of course, they were remote. Now they are together as a team with Coach Deos, who doesn't have to do PowerPoints anymore. He can just write on the whiteboard what's going on.
And I mean, you look back to just last split with the dominance they had, right? Like, I think you look back to some of those pivotal moments and yeah, dropping some games here or there, but I mean, this was a team that was just pulling apart the NACL in a lot of cases.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were a top 3 team from the get-go, and the only team that beat them was the Dark Zero roster with Zimuno, Yuji, and Spyrax, so. Alright, well, that said, I mean, we're 15 minutes into the game. It is dead even, and again, very much favors Luminosity Gaming. Insanity has no flash, so if I'm Winthrop, I am just trying to hunt the Corki, and would love to see Wilson get on that side of the map.
The fact that LG are feeling confident to start these objectives when they should not have the comp to do so, I mean, it's just telling of how they are playing this game, and now Winthrop University going to move in, try to 50-50 this one. Zazel got a flank, Nature's Grass coming across, it's going to be taken there in the end.
by Luminosity Gaming, and they have a big combo now. Mobility is waiting to pull off his bullet time, but he can't find an angle, and Insanity and Tactical are just cutting away like we said. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade in the end, top for mid.
I didn't see the shockwave. I saw it casted by Sword. I didn't see it. And again, like, I mean, are we already too late in the game for Winthrop? Like,
yeah,
it's kind of crazy. I mean, that's Herald secured by Tomio. Insanity's going to get a brick. That's Feet secured, and the scaling of this comp is just ridiculous. And it feels like the first couple of Nocturne Oriana plays were just, I mean, they weren't connected. They did not exist.
Nope. And again, I think Wilson's going to be signing up to be a light switcher moving on. Because if he dives into those fights, it is not going to look pretty as we take a look back.
Now, where's the shockwave? I just didn't see it. I saw it go on cooldown.
Look at those chickens.
Easy front to back. Luminosity Gaming, I mean, advantage is theirs. I can't emphasize enough, like, it's 500 gold on the scoreboard, but the advantage they have, given the champs that are in this game, so much greater than that.
Yeah. And they still have the Rift Herald play as well on top of all that, getting closer to second items as well. Feel really good. And you can use that as a pressure point mid. And, you know, we're getting close to second. I mean, I do like the Bloodthirster start for mobility, at least to have some sustainability. But, again, in a big fight like that, not able to get the Wombo combos down. I mean, that is why this composition was drafted in the first place. Now we see that setup around the spot side. A minute away from Dragon. Fake God going to be pressured in the top side. Wilson is right here behind them, but I don't think that's going to be a play. They're going to try to readapt down towards this bot side of the map.
I mean, it's interesting because I feel like stylistically, like, if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I get to play against a team that's good at early game and doesn't close that well. That's a pretty good matchup on paper. And going through some of the history between these two teams, Winthrop has yet to beat Luminosity Gaming this year. Which I know that they've been the, you know, they gave us some excitement going up against Nero a couple times, but
this is a different beast, Cubby.
It doesn't look like it so far, Mizel. Or Luminosity Gaming is a different beast. That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
They didn't have to face up against this round. They didn't have to go. But it is feeling really good from the decision-making standpoint from LG. And this is the LG that terrifies the rest of the bracket. This is the LG that could look to go back-to-back champions and try to get into that LTA North promotion slot. Dragon is up. Dragon is started. And LG are going to be here in a 50-50 setup over Winthrop University. But look, they're going to try to chase down Denethor. They are a little bit split now. Dragon getting a little bit lower. It's Winthrop University feeling hesitant. They need the Wombo combo. We need to see it pulled off. Winthrop University, it might not be do or die right now, but it's feeling like it's getting there. Dragon's going to reset. They're going to be the ones that take the aggro. I think LG like this setup because they have the Nature's Grasp come across. They want to be the ones to counter-engage. As Paranoia comes out, they're not going to really find a combo just yet. It's only the front line going in. Finally, they find one, but it's not enough damage. The Dragon goes the way of LG. The Wombo combo has gone wide, and LG are looking to punish. They're moving into the back line now. Zazel goes down. Denethor trying to pick apart the pack too, but he gets taken down himself. Zombie mode engaged. And LG get the Dragon. They trade the 1 kill for 1, and I think they take those.
I mean, they got the Drake and traded it up. The Alistar for Scion, and again, bought themselves an extra 5 minutes in a game where they scale much harder than what Winthrop has. So, this Luminosity Gaming team, again, when they're at their best, they're clinical. And at the moment, it looks clinical against Winthrop. Winthrop have yet to even take a map off of LG this year. And it looks like that's going to continue at least for game 1 here, Mizel, because I don't see a lot of ways in for Winthrop. I just feel like they completely missed their timers by not finding the Paranoia Shockwave combos earlier in this game to at least get summoner spells down or like get something going in their advantage. Because now, that combo is just not going to do enough damage.
Yep, and again, and I will say, it's not only the Paranoia Shockwave combo. I think we've rarely seen a big opportunity for a bullet time, and that's just hard into this comp, right? You're not going to find an opportunity to just stand still for 4 seconds and not take damage back. And I think the reason why it becomes even more difficult is we're getting close to the kind of Muramana double scaling for this comp. And if you look back to the draft, This was such a confident pickup for LG. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they were going for these double stand-back range style carries, that poking and prodding that they can use ahead of these objectives, and now it's just being brought to fruition here.
And the map just keeps on escaping from Winthrop. When Maokai gets a lead, those saplings are pretty strong, and the Maokai priority has been very high so far in playoffs. Definitely one of the things I noticed with a couple of the fighter junglers being taken down a peg or two, looking at Xin Zhao, Jarvan on this patch.
I'm here for the Maokai age.
I mean, this champion is... I've gotten on my soapbox about Maokai a lot, but he's so filthy OP. Like, every level you get is very, very good. You have 3 skills you can put points in and feel good. Your passive is incredibly strong later on in the game. His kit's just too good. Definitely something that LG and Tommy have used for a long time, and to see it first picked and controlling the game like this, yeah, that's what we're used to seeing.
And the problem is, you can have all the frontline you want for Winthrop University, but at this point, Sion might be one of the most busted tanks in the game, but he is nothing compared to that Gatling gun shred that Insanity's going to have. They finally get a shockwave combo on the right member. He phase shifts away, or arcane shifts away at least, and he's fine. He's about to have True Shot Barrage back up, so he can still be of influence, and that's what this range provides you. Look at it. He's right back in the fight. He's even eating forward for the kill. Denethor that front line, but what does it do to a Gatling gun? What's your goo to a Goblin? And what's LG doing, destroying Winthrop University?
Props to Tactical for staying in that fight, but Fake God was one who made all the space for him. As Fake God played a really nice fight on Cassante, he's going to base TP back and Otacon's insight.
Going to be an easy objective pickup. Tactical playing with his life there, and you love to see the confidence from this A+ AD carry that we've had. I mean, he earned so many accolades last split for some of the damage he was doing in that bot lane. And here on his Ezreal, comfort pick for him throughout the regular season, paired alongside that Corki with Insanity.
And just a really solid fight from Fake God. As I love the preemptive flash that he had. He Q3 Nocturne just to secure the kill. Even the W down just to make sure that he isn't taking too much unnecessary damage. He actually saved his TP. I thought he'd TP and make sure the Otacon was secure, but he actually played the map. So, or got a free reset and then went to play the map. So, again, Fake God sometimes does the little things very well, especially at this level. And he played that fight very, very well, I thought, to help make enough space for his carries.
And the Cassante just provides him so many options. So many peel tools, but also engage tools. And now, we're on another clock. Again, not do or die for Winthrop, but I think every dragon you give away, especially on a Mountain Soul for LG, is going to feel worse and worse. Where is that damage going to come from? You have second item spikes now for sword and mobility.
I mean, this control from Luminosity Gaming, they just stack saplings in these brushes. And Winthrop can't approach the wave, so they're
engage. Ooh, only 35. He hits the tactical hit, but it doesn't matter. He just gave his life away. Shockwave combo, is it enough? They end up pulling it off. They just get the kill anyways on tactical, but the problem is Insanity is still destroying people. He's got a double kill, and that's what happens when you get a dual AD carry buff here between them. And Insanity is ripping him a new one now as well. Fake God playing that one beautifully, and Insanity goes for the kill in the back end on a sword. Can't end up finding it, but LG, they lose one, but they take everything from Winthrop University.
Gonna be the Drake in the back half too. 2 Mountain Dragons for this comp. I'm in. I think the fat lady's hollering right now, or hollering.
Doing the voice exercises to get ready.
No, she's singing. Don't worry.
Already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, just a kind of a bummer game for Winthrop. I mean, I really respect how this team plays early game. They play with a lot of direction and really fearless. I really feel like, you know, at times that's bit them in the butt because they take fights that they shouldn't. But this is a fearless team that is going to play early game into everyone. And just see them not be able to connect with these early Nocturne Orianna combos, that really put them in the hole. And yeah, this is the hole that they created. We kept on saying that if this game's even, Luminosity Gaming's ahead, and just look at how clinical these fights have been made. And man, like Luminosity Gaming, everyone said, oh, hold on, Wilson.
Oh, Wilson just completely taken down. The chickens are coming for you, Wilson. Gotta run. I will say Winthrop University didn't like their school trip to the farm here. That's one takeaway I've got. As Hazel, you absolute Chad. He just goes over the bush,
didn't really have vision. Still goes for the fight. True Shot Barrage lands onto 2. Was the red buff worth it? Knockback comes on to only 35. Only 35 goes down to a killing spree. Denethor also falls in the end to Insanity. And it's just a full board press from LG in this game number 1.
They hit the Baron. Probably has got to be the case. Again, this Winthrop team just didn't put things together in this game. I want to see them, continue to play early game, continue to play for their identity, which they always do. But just be able to connect or go for things. Like, I like seeing them play fearless. It just felt like, whether it was fear or not, they didn't do what their comp needed to do early on in order to make this game close. And what ends up happening is a pretty not close game. And Michelle, quite the confidence builder, because after this series, or I should say this game, we've now seen all 8 teams play.
Yep.
For NACL, I know community sentiment and our sentiment was that Luminosity Gaming was the heavy favorites, not just to be in that promotion relegation tournament, but also the favorites to maybe promote against ESG. Well, after Supernova and Dark Zero dropped the lower bracket, and some of the sloppier games we saw from, Blue Water and Dorado to find those upsets, but, I mean, this being this clean, this clinical, this is, I talked about Dorado sending a message to everyone else, but what about this message Luminosity Gaming is sending? Like, regular season, best of ones be damned. We're still the team to beat.
They're still the team to beat. Now, I gotta say, I mean, we're getting a massive performance from the champion trio from Disguised all that time ago. It feels like in Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel, and I gotta give special props to Zazel. He is 100% KP on his Alistar. You truly need to fear the beard when you come up against this team. He is such a good general, such a good direction leader for this squad. And I just love to see them kind of performing together, right? Because the squad is a very likable squad. They all have one goal, and that's to make it back to that professional stage, to that Tier 1 setup, their own damn way. They all want this. They all want to do this together. And this is a great performance to start off their run here in the playoffs. But now, a little bit of catch out on Fake God. Loses only about half his health there in the end, and Nature's Wrath came across. The kittens were purring, and LG are just looking to return back to that top side.
Zazel's Alistar, I mean, if you're a longtime League fan, hopefully you are enjoying some nostalgia as per usual. Whenever I see Zazel and Alistar, I always think back to 2018, the run they had.
True. That was a
very
banger
good in this
too.
champion.
Yeah.
Very good in this champion.
Yeah, I was looking through my esports wearage collection the other day, and I realized, I remember I got the last DSG shirt from their NACL championship with all of them signed it.
Oh, nice.
It's such a good little piece. And, it brings me back to the memories of this trio really dominating and running the league in Fake God, Tomio,
I feel like you're really setting up a soap opera here by bringing up DSG so many times, by the way.
A soap opera with the run to the place at the end of the year. It's crazy. It's crazy. But this squad, I mean, has seen that level up, right? And I think we saw it in their domination of split number 1, rather, in the fact that Insanity and Tactical add so much to this squad and add so much potential there. I mean, you're looking at a absolute masterclass performance from Insanity on this Corki. He hit the 3 item spike super early. He's got the double tunneler in his pockets right now because they're just like, we're probably going to end the game here because you have about a minute until that Mountain Soul comes through.
He's going Overlord's Bloodmail next, too, which helps. Well, we can debate whether that helps or not, but, it's
let him do what he wants to do, all right, Gubby? He's got that right. He's been giving sunny side up eggs to everybody this game.
It's more of a mid-game centric build, but when you scale this hard, I think it's hard. And yeah, sunny side up, I mean, some fat sunny side up eggs. Like I don't know what these eggs cost.
They're like ostrich eggs.
One of the new things about inflation is that they're actually cutting portions and still like keeping prices the same, which sucks and you should look into because it's BS. But it feels like these are pre-inflation eggs from Insanity. Yeah. He's not holding back. If I had these at a brunch spot, it'd be a positive.
A 5-star Yelp review.
All right. Now, you know what's up next, Insanity? Birdio.
Birdio. We got to keep the chicken theme for the day.
He does rock that skin.
You got Sivir, too. You could do Sivir mid lane.
She has a chicken skin?
Doesn't? Oh, no, it's pizza. Wait, I thought she has chicken, too. I swear to God she has chicken. Maybe I'm crazy. I might be crazy. Maybe I'm thinking
crazy, but that's why we get along.
So maybe, that's fine. Being a little crazy is sometimes maybe good. I don't know. Soul goes over though, and that just feels like a nail in the coffin. We also have Redemption picked up 3rd item for Tomio. It's gonna feel really good. But now it's gonna be so much harder to get that wombo combo damage down for Winthrop. I mean, it's not like we saw Tactical get down to like a quarter health after they used everything on him last time. I think it's gonna be even less than that this time.
I fear that the best case scenario for Winthrop is that they tickle Luminosity Gaming to death, which is as hard as it sounds.
Get the feathers out, Winthrop. You get your eagles, you get the feathers. That's the ticket. No.
I feel like we could throw more animals in here. Well,
I think we could find a way.
Keep Malachi, Corky, and Alistar. What else can you find with these skins, by the way? Pugmaw.
True.
But if you play Pugmaw and you rock the chicken Corky skin, I feel like that's just that's not right.
Unfair. It's unfair, truly.
So we'll once again reference Corky.
It is a good one. It is a good one.
Oh,
the wiggle
shake's
butt,
undefeated.
it's so
Yeah.
cute. It's so cute. It's also very much more sad when he dies, but it's fine. It's fine.
You
I'm
respawn
not gonna
this
think
game.
about that. Who cares if a couple chickens get fried up? But when the dog goes down, you know, that's when things go sad.
I feel like that was
the setup though. I gotta say, like, this is repeatable in some ways. I mean, it's not like the Ezreal Corki repeatable, obviously, because it's fearless. But this kind of setup where they have a lot of control around the supporting factors of Insanity and Tactical, I mean, they can absolutely just do this again in Game 2 with a different style.
I mean, if I'm Luminosity Gaming, I saw every team play in NACL so far. I'm sticking to this identity. This looks, again, when this team's going, they're a machine. So I'm 100% with you. I expect to see this for the rest of the series. Winthrop trying to play early game and Luminosity Gaming playing neutralize and make games look like this so their early game for Winthrop doesn't get going.
Fake God says he wants to take the fight, trying to go on to Denethor. Tomio around the corner here as well. To make it rain, is going to be popped by Mobility, try to slow them down a little bit. Again, Mobility looking for that big 3-item bullet time setup for himself. Is that the true combo we were waiting for all along? That is waiting to be found out as LG a little hesitant. They want to force the fight. They know Winthrop have no vision here, so they can try to force this one over mid. Oh, tactical engaged by only 35. Last time only 35 did that. They lost the fight because of it, and they go in. Paranoia, Shockwave, everything thrown at Insanity's face, but he's still full health. Redemption comes through. True Shot Barrage comes up again for the second time in like 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Insanity just cuts down Wilson. Only 35 will be the next to fall to a double kill to the superstar mid laner. Tactical's trying to run down Denethor. He's going to be that tanky setup, but it's the blast from Tomio. They are just running all over him. Running amok on Summoner's Rift is LG to assert their dominance here in the upper bracket. Mobility will be bopped back to a double kill to Insanity, and that's game number 1 in the bag.
Kind of a cute escape there from Mobility as he was tossed around by the Alistar flash into the pit, but not enough as Luminosity Gaming, we said the fact that he was singing a few minutes ago, and yeah, this game was only going one direction after that early game. Luminosity Gaming with a clean game, something we have not seen from a lot of teams so far in the NCL playoffs.
100% KP from Insanity and from Zeyzal. Incredible performance to kick this one off. And realigning the expectations that we had for some of our teams coming into this playoffs. LG living up to those expectations. No upsets here in game number 1. They don't have any minions really, but they'll try to finally take that one. They have one, and they're able to get that one down in the end. The Nexus is bare. LG going to play with their food a little bit. Over 15,000 gold almost in the lead as they look down the Nexus one time here. They're going to get that Denethor down again. They just are so bloodthirsty, man. They get a couple more kills to assert dominance, and that'll be game 1 going their way.
KDA successfully patted, and Luminosity Gaming successfully crushed Winthrop in game 1. As to say, one team needed to play early game, the other one needed to play scaling, and when the early game doesn't occur, well, you're against a good team. It looks like that.
Does indeed. Probably one of the, I guess, the most one-sided game we've had so far in the playoffs.
Probably the cleanest game, too, from one side at least.
God, I just look back to that Dragon play, man. The block from Fake God, that, like, the zonal setup that they had around that one, and it was just like a little microcosm of what happened for LG in the end anyways.
Yeah. I mean, again, I just don't think that, like, the first 2 Paranoia Shockwave combos did not hit, and I feel like Winthrop is just in the hole since then. Couldn't find a way to find their way out. So, a one-sided game and a confidence builder for Luminosity Gaming.
That's the biggest thing. They're the ones that all the eyes are on. The only kind of big 3 that's left in that upper bracket here as we're getting to the end of this round number 1, at least in the upper bracket itself. And I think it does help dissuade any doubts? Because coming into this one, I mean, with the upsets we've had, there's no way that it wasn't in the corner of your mind that Luminosity Gaming could be upset today. But so far, so good. They have not. We'll see if Winthrop can really bounce back after that one. I do wonder if they go ahead and choose that blue side for themselves as well. But that's going to be it for game number 1. Luminosity Gaming come out swinging. We'll see if the Eagles can get back into flight after this.
I'd say it means a lot because it's a big journey. You have to play in the promotion tournament. You kind of have to grind and you have to work hard, not only yourself, but as a team, and everybody has to have the winning mindset. It does feel like a big accomplishment to get the LCS through tier 2 to a relegation tournament. I'd say it's pretty big, especially for newer players and just players in general that want to try to play LCS because it's kind of in your control.
I think what it requires is like us constantly keeping up the practice. I think just keep on growing, keep on learning. I think that's one of the main things. Once you stop growing and learning, I think you kind of stagnate as a player. So just keep improving, yeah. And then one day you'll reach LTA.
Just feel very good to show that, you know, because everyone on my team, we've been around for a while, right? So it's just to show that our class of players have still got it and we can still compete with, you know, tier 2.
It would honestly just be like completing one of my dreams. Like I've been in tier 2 for a while now, trying to get to tier 1. So actually making it there would be the next step in my progress and my goals. So that was maybe like, yeah, a big accomplishment for me.
I only started playing League or I guess I got like competitive. I didn't really think of being a pro until 3 years ago, but it was just fulfill my dream, you know, being able to play, able to handle myself out there, prove myself from 2 years ago where I was like, I want to go pro, and I would be able to actually call myself pro if I'm tier 1. So yeah, for now I don't recognize or like myself, like I feel like I'm not good enough yet, but I will get there. That's just it, but that's what I feel.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 playoffs. We're here in the final day of round 1 in the upper bracket, and LG handled business in game number 1. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and it looked clean, man. Maybe the cleanest of the entire playoff so far.
Maybe. Yeah, that was. As Luminosity Gaming, they took the scaling comp. It was not broken. They honestly didn't even bend, as Winthrop couldn't get the game going for themselves. I think that looking back, the kind of the value of just delaying a dragon. I think that, you know, if you're at home and you want to play this game at a higher level, Luminosity Gaming and Tomio played that first dragon where they just delayed it, and then we're able to delay it to the point where they could trade out for Nocturne's top side. Like, not having red buff for your first Paranoia really hurts Nocturne. That was a really smart play by Luminosity Gaming. Definitely helped them got grubs, and yeah, just execution wasn't there for Winthrop this game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the case came down to just LG knew how to play their comp very well, very efficiently, and they were able to move around the map. I mean, they had 2 members with 100% KP, and that just shows how quickly they were able to move as a team around the map for these plays they were calling.
And this is what we've come to expect from this core, as you highlighted. Like the last few splits that we've had Insanity, or sorry, Zazel, Fake God, and Tomio playing together, they have won. And it's not been contested. I think the last 3 splits of NACL they've played together, they've won. So, yeah, I mean, more power to them. I am really impressed by these guys. Whenever they play at this level, they play at a very high level. And it's good to see them put together a clean map, something that we haven't seen from all of our teams so far in playoffs, but definitely saw from our top seed there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you said in the game itself, like they have a clear condition, they have a clear strategy, and honestly, it's one of the most dominant that we have out of all our teams so far that we've seen in the playoffs. Just keep doing that. Just keep hammering that one home. And we said it also, like it feels like it's a comp that is one of those ones you pick when you feel better than your opponent. Well, they were champions in split number 1, so maybe they are a little bit better than their opponent, but it is also fitting to a T the style they want to play. So now looking over on Winthrop, putting some spotlight on them, they want to play this early game. How do you get that here in game number 2?
I mean, I think just whatever you end up playing, just pull the trigger. Like, be willing to do it if you're Winthrop, because I think the Nocturne Paranoias, not having Shockwaves was tough. And then that delay of the Dragon, like, that was some indecision from Winthrop. I do think that they could have managed their waves a little bit better there, but you know, some of the textbook things in the league just not really happening. Also, I'm a little bit surprised the lack of swaps that we've had. I don't see a lot of teams going for the 1v2s or trying to find those scenarios. I thought that, you know, when you play MF plus Scion, one of your strongest aspects is actually pulling off the swaps. Like, Scion plays great in the 1v2. MF also can rotate faster than a lot of other ADs, so that was kind of lacking as well.
Oh, they choose red side for this game, try to get a counter pick going for themselves. It's something that is going to be interesting because I feel like B1 can be oh so powerful, especially with some of the big picks still on the table.
Yeah, I'm curious what they are going to use that for. As
Denethor? The
they're gonna try and
Gwenethor?
Like, have all the 8 OPs up and try and get 2. Or maybe they have a jungle pick for Wilson. They did last pick jungle here, and that's something Winthrop was willing to do.
True.
So, kind of curious.
Well, we get into the thick of things now. Game 2 kicking off. Can Winthrop bring us to 3? Or is this a quick night here in the NACL playoffs? It's the Lucian Talia banned first and foremost by LG on that blue side. It's going to be that Pantheon Azir as well from the red side of Winthrop.
Like the Insta Azir ban as a response to... Oh, no Birdio for Insanity,
No Birdio, man. No chicken. They don't want none of that.
I mean, honestly, signaling for an early rise potentially, though. Or Annie with some of those champs. So, Gwen's up, too. Not exactly a fake god champ, but is something that Denethor can play. Oh, boy, we're just going to first pick Vi.
First pick Vi. So, hey, facilitation there for whatever they want to lock in alongside it. Still a lot of options to kind of power up this Vi. At least you just need things that can follow through on damage in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is just a free Xin Zhao for Wilson if he wants it.
Yeah.
I like Xin. I think that Xin, I mean, he could get nerfed a little bit, but he still should be able to stat
The
check
Gwenethor, let's go!
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fake god Jax, though, now. Gotta believe.
100%.
As
And
Gwen
that is
comes
terrifying.
in.
Fake out
Bessa
Jax
is
is
an option.
terrifying.
And Bessa really nice with the Vi, too. He can line up arms on a target. But
True.
I like Jax.
I like Jax a lot.
A chance fake god can play.
Especially Fake God's Jax. Terrifying in its own right. Special shout out to, you know, Warwick if it makes it. We'll see in the end what they want to pair alongside this kind of mid-jungle duo, which I do think is extremely important. The Aurora can be flexible still, but the Rakan ends up getting locked in as well for LG to give that setup to Zeyzal.
That's a little bit of a surprise to me. Like, you can play Aurora into Gwen. It's a good matchup, but not exactly a fake god champ. He's yet to play it. Yeah. In fact, Luminosity Gaming as a whole is yet to play it. First Aurora lock in. Definitely a strong champ on this patch going into the playoffs. So we're going to have to see if that's a fake god pick or if that is just going to be for Insanity. Okay, going to be Ahri. Well, you have a way to play into the Vi, but I think that... Oh, never mind. Silas is the same. All right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Not allowed.
Insanity can't play Silas.
Not allowed.
Man, this Aurora going to go mid or top? I think that a Jax ban is still pretty warranted here. And Ahri doesn't really have enough damage
they
to
let
get
Jax
through
do,
Jax.
that's tough.
Yeah, because I think that if Jax is up, you just play that and kind of go from there.
I do like the Poppy focus here. Looking at only 35, take that one away. Does provide just a lot of spacing in team fights as well. kind of take targets away so that they can really single focus down. I still love that we're getting that classic Winthrop style, a little bit more of that early game setup, especially in this mid-jungle duo. It is going to be the Yunara ban, so full focus onto tactical in the second phase for Winthrop.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any Varus prio today, by the way.
At all.
I thought his nerfs were not as big as maybe teams just dropping him entirely. He still has a really good V1. His on-head build got even better.
Yeah.
I bring it up because I feel like it's somewhat of an option here.
I like the Rel ban.
Both teams. Yeah, it's a good matchup in Rakan. And I guess Rakan, like, the bad matchups are gone because there's no Nautilus. So, yeah, the other one's the Ana, but I think the Ana's just lower prio overall, so not bad.
All right, well, we'll see what that lock-in is for only 35. See what kind of direction he can take. It's going to be the Leona. Second time we've seen it on the day. It's all that forward priority here, the engage priority that he's going to have, and trying to be that kind of forward foot for Winthrop University. Still some big choices available from LG's side of things here as well, with their AD still available.
I would like the Kai'Sa a lot. I think that the Zaya's out off the table. Mobility, Lucian being taken away, another matchup that he likes to play into this. I feel like he's really earned that ban throughout.
Okay.
So curious to see where he lands, because I think it's just going to be Jhin or Senna. But you don't really want to play Senna in the Kai'Sa.
I gotta say, but also, sometimes it works out for Jhin, depending on how much you get ahead. I still base level dislike Kai'Sa into Jhin.
Okay,
or at least
it's Mbessa.
It is the Mbessa in the end, so Aurora is going to go mid for Insanity.
We knew that was going to be a flex.
Yep.
Now mobility. We'll see what options he has. I just mentioned Jhin because, like, the Gwen, Wukong, Ahri, I feel like that could be enough damage.
It would be nice, yeah.
So
I think, like, outside of that lane, outside of the strict focus on the ADs, I think it would be okay.
That's the second most played, too, versus Lucian. Now it's tied for his most played. So, gives you some range and lockdown with mobility if he's able to chain that up. That said, the Vi Mbessa Kai'Sa is quite the dive that Luminosity Gaming have prepped. I think it's really important that they set Gwen behind early on, because Gwen can answer that pretty well, but this should be a very good setup for Kai'Sa this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's going to be a lot of weight on mobility's shoulders here. And honestly, if there was somebody I wanted to put weight on for Winthrop University, I mean, this is a guy that was literally showing out. There's a big reason why that split #1 playoffs ended up being that big, crazy upset style for them, because mobility was having incredible series. And it hasn't been consistently the case so far this split. But here in playoffs, that's the time to level up. That's the time to be. And that's the time that Winthrop found that level up just not that long ago. So here in this game, #2, trying to find out what works for Winthrop, that early game, if it's going to be there. They have a lot of prio they can play with.
I mean, yes and no. I think that prio is going to be in the hands of Luminosity Gaming really early on. Mid takes Ahri a few levels to be able to contest. They'll have some prio bot, but they need
that level 6 comes
bounce, probably.
It's going to feel really good.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's definitely a different game. Like, I don't think that it's as clear of, like, one comp outscales the other this time around.
Yeah.
So do you think that both teams have options to play later on? It's going to be important that Denethor gets access to gold, which is tough this game. Like, going up against Mbessa plus Aurora, two matchups that are really positive in the Gwen. So I think it's going to be tough.
Do you feel like LG are sticking to the stock standard play? I feel like their comp is a little bit differentiated from that just like strictly we're going to late game, we know we can outscale you kind of situation.
Ooh.
It's that same strategy though, a version of it at least that we saw in game number 1.
I mean, Kai'Sa can break things later on, right? But it's not as one-sided and definitely not as safe. Like, they got to make plays with Rakan. So I think both teams, they have the capability to make plays, and should see teams get after it.
Well, I'm excited to see this next iteration of the jungle matchup. Make sure you get your votes in who you think's going to take this win. Is it LG or WU? We saw LG have an absolutely dominating performance in game number 1. Can they do it again? Can Winthrop whip up a little bit of that magic? Will the Throps come out? All of this to be decided after you get your votes in for who you think is going to take this win. Again, this is our last series in that first round of the upper bracket. We, as you said earlier, perfectly, Cubby, this is the final teams that we've seen of the playoffs, and see what kind of first iterations we can get of them. And so far, LG looking exactly like the expectations labeled out.
Yeah,
100% LG.
Someone please just put WU in there.
Somebody.
It's okay if you're wrong. Shouldn't be 100%, guys. That's not realistic.
Hopefully we'll get some votes going through now as well. But Hey, I mean, after that game number 1, maybe that's just how the cookie crumbles. It was pretty
Hey,
dominating. Now
all
we're
right,
getting
there we
some in
go.
there as well.
The Throps are always out in the Twitch
Drops
chat.
are always out.
Yeah.
They are. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Again, I am always down for a good Cinderella story. That's why I voted for Winthrop University today on my predictions. But we'll see if it can live up to any of those expectations. Live up to some of the craziness that we've seen here as of late. But these comps definitely set up for a lot of that clashing here.
Yep, well, should be spawning in the game shortly here, but I just want to see if Winthrop can at least have a little bit more direction early on. I mean, Ari Wukong definitely can make plays, chaining the knockup into the charm, or vice versa, charm into the knockup. You can also play into Vi as Ari a little bit. You have the ability to be a little bit defensive, so Vi might have to look elsewhere when it comes to those plays, but we saw Winthrop, again, a team that traditionally has been really strong in early games, just not be able to execute their early game last game when they really needed to. So in this game where I think both teams have the ability to play make a bit, just want to see Winthrop, show their best selves a little bit more, because we didn't see that in game 1.
And, of course, the caveat of all this is double elim, so they'll have another life. But you don't want to be losing that life so early, and especially with that kind of start they did have.
How scary the lower bracket is.
And with the sharks that are swarming down there, it's actually terrifying. Who's going to end up joining them in the end? We will find out very soon. If not this game, the next game 2 between LG and Winthrop University kicking off now. Level 1?
Wish. I didn't get that.
I want some spice. Hey, I will give it to Dark Zero. They were looking for level 1s in that first series. But,
want some spice, or do you want the spice Milan?
I want the spice of life. That's what I want.
Ooh,
got the NACL
good answer.
banners. Yeah. But I do think this game is going to come, at least the tempo of the earlier part of the game, come down to jungle. I think a lot like what we were talking about in last game, and they just have such a big current to how these teams like to play. Yes, Tobio didn't end up with 100% KP last time around, but him and Wilson going at it is going to be super important to keep an eye on in this game.
How dare someone on the winning team not have 100% KP, man. Bummer. Again, this game, I really looking out to see. I feel like the control that Winthrop has between, Wukong, Ari, Jin, Leona, it really is good setup for Gwen. There's a lot of single target ability to attack, though, from Luminosity Gaming, looking at the Vi and Bessa. And that's going to be good piggybackers for Zazel to get in there, too, on his Rakan, which the champion, Zazel, always plays very well.
And after that first performance, man, he is on fire. It seems like the in-person buff truly is real with LG. Even though they've been pretty on fire all split long. Let's be real. Maybe not as dominant as we saw sometimes in that split number 1, but still the team to beat, I would say, and looking for a back-to-back championship. See if they can actually crest over to that one. But I think I know we spent so much talking about, the Fake God Tomio Zazel combinations, but I think truly what has made the difference is the Insanity and Tactical kind of being the carries to rely on and honestly pulling through a majority of the time for their teams. I mean, Insanity is feeling just like the old Insanity we knew that used to run games with his different styles, his different picks, and the way he approached the laning phase.
It's a good call. Of like all the members for LG that, I don't want to say flat to describe this team, because I don't think they've ever truly been flat. But I'd say Insanity's performance, from what I'm used to, is probably the lowest level compared to what I'm used to on this team with the regular season. But yeah,
before he went into LTA, that man was running the league. It was crazy.
That was a pretty crispy game 1, though. Definitely the Insanity we're used to seeing.
Got a good personality, too. Well, we'll see if they can pull it off here as some pressure coming in through the lanes. We did have the opposite side jungle starts, so maybe a little bit of differentiation in where they're going to be focusing early.
Yeah, curious to see that. I guess the Kaiser Rakan being somewhat weak-sided. Do have some of that healing from Rakan, as you kind of have to use that to hopefully win on this matchup. But with no jungle on this side, that does warp things a little bit. As in, Kaisa technically can fight for push if she has help, just with how strong her level 1 is, with the Qs. But if your jungler is not pathing your side, then they're going to get put on her turret, as we've seen Winthrop's bot lane do so far with them.
Yeah, so far good, so good in that department. Sword getting pressed in this matchup early. Gonna be wanting that back sooner rather than later. Insanity getting the better of him there so far. Also up in the CS department, trying to get that back under turret, but it's looking a little rough. Tomio's going to look for top side. It's very low for Denethor. He does have flash. He's going to try to get out of this one. Charging up, going through, and there you go. Perfectly executed from Luminosity Gaming.
Beautiful Q flash from Tomio to secure that kill. And, well, we talked about Gwen. When it comes to Gwen, it's always about resources. Denying resources from Gwen, always a big win. Great start for Luminosity Gaming and Tomio.
Wilson tried to get the catch onto Tomio before he was able to get that reset off. Was not able to make it into the bush. Did delay Fake God's reset, but he'll just TP right back. So nothing else going to come of it. An LG strike first. That means 3 long swords bought there by Tomio. And you end up getting that pickaxe for Fake God. So some very good pressure on the top side of the map. But how does that correlate to the bot side, where bot has had push for Winthrop University this entire time? Can that lead to an early dragon for Winthrop?
It's a good point. I mean, that's kind of tough to do against Vi. Because if you're like, Wukong doesn't take a very fast dragon, whereas Vi takes a very fast dragon. All right, we're gonna get
beautiful.
We're gonna get the cinematic cam for what was a very nice play by Tomio. Again, just waiting for the flash. Decent from Denethor on the attempt, but that's a beautiful execution from Tomio as he stuffs out any hope of Denethor getting out of that one.
I like the little zoom in on the NACL. It's a nice little banner there. But yeah, Fake God going to be feeling good on this Mbessa. Kind of was willing to go for this matchup and so far paying off in that regard. I was looking at that bot side. Dragon has been started up by Winthrop University, so they will use that small advantage that Mobility has gained down there and the pushing power they have to get the early objective for themselves. That's going to feel good.
Something to play off of, but as you highlighted, a little bit concerned to this top side. It's a nice item advantage in both top and mid. Denethor had to take a bonus base to try and keep up here, and he's actually going to get only 35 to walk with him, so here's good any shenanigans up there.
I mean, there's a pretty hefty CS differential developing in that mid lane, too. Insanity's just got the better of Sword right now. And you're going to have to deal with that.
I think that he's up a little bit more than what the matchup warrants, but oh god, yeah, a lot more with that wave. But
yeah, that's what I was...
You still should be up in this matchup as Aurora.
We'll see. Now they're hitting level 6s. The Sword can actually be pretty active with the Spirit Rush. Only 35, going for the long con in this top side. Has been sitting up here forever, it feels like, waiting for Fake God to pull the trigger. Fake God, though, with not much health, isn't going to be feeling super confident to push into Denethor. So only 35, might just be waiting.
He's got Biscuits, D-Shield, and a second win, so I think he's okay. But yeah, we'll see if he falls for it.
He just immediately walks away from it. So only 35 is just sitting up there.
I mean, I don't think that they can make this play if Fake God is at that HP. So I actually think that he survives off that.
He's going to move back in. The back has been started by only 35. Luckily, they still have the advantage of mobility in the bot side. He does have the level advantage over Tactical. You got to remember, we said it from draft, though. Kaisa does eventually have the damage to really put pressure onto the Jhin. Now they're all going to recollapse down towards that bot side. As, yeah, it still feels really bad in mid lane. Sword's going to be forced back. He won't have his TP, so he's going to lose plates, too.
There was a play attempted on the top side. You'll see only 35 burn heal. So they got the wave in versus Ambessa, but that's it. And this means that Grub's coming up here. I really favor where Luminosity Gaming's at the moment. If Insanity's able to sneak in a base after he gets this next wave in, just had Swords get another base. He doesn't even have the Lost Chapter yet. Yeah. Insanity gets more of a base off. I think he's got a Blasting Wand, and that's going to be a terrifying Grub fight, staring down that Aurora and this Ambessa that's ahead.
I will say Fake God doesn't have his flash. He did end up having to use it there, as well as the public execution. But yeah, I don't know if that's going to matter too much in the end. There's a lot of weaponry being developed by this top side of the map for LG. And unfortunately for Mobility, things have evened up between him and Tactical now in that lane setup. But we are getting the Swaparoonies in the setup from both teams up towards top and towards these Grubs.
Tactical's going to walk mid. No TP's up for Luminosity Gaming, so it's going to be resources for Gwen versus a Grub start for Luminosity Gaming, as they have already secured 2. So that's objective secured, and we'll see if we get a fight for the
hesitancy.
I don't think they can fight. Like, as long as the mid laners are involved, it's numbers advantage and better positioning here for Luminosity Gaming, and this Aurora is just in a better spot than Ahri, so I think it's kind of a must.
Only 35 was looking for the engage there, didn't find it. Now he's finding himself a little bit in between a rock and a hard place. He does have Wilson coming over as well. They're going to full in onto Zeyzal. He's going to flash preemptively because you had the curtain call popped by mobility. Not doing too much damage this early. Does have the Sari to Dirk, but Winthrop University putting a lot of pressure on this top side of the map. They're going to look for an invade with Wilson.
Actually, we have Denethor collapsing in the mid, too. If Luminosity Gaming just chills here, they're going to get a free wave to Tactical and, yep, force them out.
I think Winthrop realized that was illegal.
We'll see if Tomio actually cheats down to bot, too. That Crab's his if he wants it. I see 2 bot camps up for Wilson if he wants to threaten, but not going to be the case. Just returns to his own camps. And again, someone out the game for Luminosity Gaming seems to be A-okay.
And this team, man, it just feels like an impenetrable wall at this point, and it comes from every member. It's not like it doesn't feel like there's a weak link on this squad. And that's why they're heavy favorites to be one of the ones contesting that LTA North spot.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, these guys are called the LCS rejects lovingly for a reason. That is the level that we've seen them play historically, and when they have played at this level, well, 3 out of the 5 members have won the last 3 splits that they've competed in NACL. So there's also a positive for that, because that would tell you that these players should probably be at the level higher than them. So as you said earlier, a chance for them to do that themselves and win the spot.
And it means a lot to them. Like, you hear it in their voices when they talk about it. Like, this kind of run, this kind of moment, realizing they all have the same goal and they all have the same feeling on getting there, the kind of synergy that is built when you're all working towards one thing, you can just feel it. There's an aura on this team, and it's actually just so palpable. It's nice to see in a team in the NACL looking to be that next level, a team that is full of experienced members who, again, like you mentioned, should be at that level. See if they can make it there with Luminosity Gaming as their flag. We do have first items coming through here for some members of LG. Sundered Sky going to be there. The first item was that Ludens completed for Insanity. It's going to feel really good.
They hit this on spawn. I mean, I think they should just hit this on spawn.
I mean, the item advantage means
they just
hell
saw
yes.
Denethor TP top, yeah. Sundered Sky, Ludens for Insanity, not even the Morello.
Does Sword even finish his on the back? I think he does. No, he doesn't. Yeah, so that's the Dragon just going down. No real contest from Winthrop University. They're going to come in late, and this has been the case twice now. They have moved into the objective setup late. See if LG want to pull the trigger on him. They do. They go on to Wilson. They get him locked down. You can't even move. The CC timer as long as the death timer, and there you go. Zeyzal is out of there too. Deadly Flourish going to come through, but does miss. Mobility can't do too much on the back end of it, and LG, they're just taking the picks that they're given.
My favorite part of all that is actually the insta-base from Tactical. He's going to go answer the mid wave because of this now too, so Luminosity Gaming just maximizing their time and resources. This is why we call them a terrifying machine when they get going, because other teams in our league just don't do this. It's the reason that LG have been so successful this split this year, and this core has been so successful historically. And yeah, it just feels like this game, already 2K gold up. Kai'Sa's in really good shape. This game feels pretty out of reach already.
And that's a tough position to be in for Winthrop. I mean, you think about the Magic in that split number 1. It's definitely petered out a little bit here, and not that same kind of crazy performance we ended up seeing from them. But they still have another life, and they still have this game to get through. They still have the Gwen. They have some scaling options. See if they can find a way to work through that. But the fact that everybody except for Zeyzal has completed the first item on LG, and we're still lacking that for everybody except Mobility on Winthrop. That's just the state of the game. We won't have any objectives to fight for a while, so they're safe for the time being, Cubby.
You mentioned resources on the Gwen. I think we need to get Gwen as many resources as possible if we're in the Winthrop camp. And that lane going into the Eclipse Ambessa is quite difficult. So probably not going to be doable as long as that's the setup. But a Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes. Winthrop has at least carved out a decent pocket for themselves on this top side. It might actually be looking for a play top. This could be a big turn, as they'll have numbers.
They will. Fake God, he has the public execution, he has flash, he has everything. Zeyzal's going to realize what's coming. He's trying to be a body blocker. Public execution used out. Fake God going to try to get out. 3-man knock up, and it's just beautifully escaped by the combo of Zeyzal and Fake God. That synergy, it's pre-built, baby.
I mean, it's just too easy, man. Like,
It's just too easy.
Luminosity Gaming completely neutralized the play. They're hitting all the waves, because guess what? 5 members of Winthrop were hovering on that top side. And yeah, just more waves going over to Luminosity Gaming, more gold, as they now have a 3K gold lead.
And it just feels like they're sucking the life out of Winthrop University across both these games, because they are just there, and Winthrop are trying to make plays against them, but they keep hitting the wall. And I think that's so hard to be in a position like that, because it just feels like nothing can go right.
Well, yeah, and like every mistake, the game just starts slipping further and further away from you because you're overcommitting resources and the other team's getting more.
Oh, that shield. Oh, my goodness. The shield and the flash play.
Wow.
Oh, my God. It's the Harlem Globetrotters out here in face of LG. And that's going to be a beautiful play from Tomio.
These Q flashes from Tomio have been quite on point, making Vi look pretty strong despite whatever changes were thrown at her, which definitely took her down a peg or two, but not for Tomio if you're able to play like this.
That is a toughie. That is a toughie for sure. Dragon and next objective is going to be coming up. Before we get to that, you got to talk about the Pro Diff. Right now it's an LG Pro Diff, but you can go get your own Pro Diff at prodiff.gg. Go ahead and scan that QR code. Go get one-on-one coaching from former and current LTA, NACL, and ERL players. They'll sit with you, walk through your clips, tell you what they would do in your situation, give you a little bit of light on what you can do better in your own games. So go check out prodiff.gg, and we're going to check out Tomio starting the Rift Herald on spawn.
Oh, Zazel found actually.
They missed the charm, though. They missed the charm. That's tough. Public execution. Oh, my God. Sword
no.
just got obliterated. LG can do nothing wrong. 5-0. Full objective control besides one dragon, and the Rift Herald going their way, too.
What is the regular season anyway, Marcel? I mean, it's not like Luminosity Gaming were bad in the regular season by any means. I mean, they went 7-2. They ended on a 6-game win streak. But did they look like this? No. And now the playoffs have hit. Now the guys are in person in a familiar spot for them as historically ex-pros. Yeah, it's looking like that effect has been pretty positive on this team.
And I do believe that is going to be some side lane gold going to LG. They've already gotten the feats. They still have the Rift Herald available to play as well, and Dragon's coming up now.
I mean, this game's over. We're being honest. This is a 6K gold lead. There's no chance that Winthrop should be able to come back from this. Gonna have to take mistakes from Luminosity Gaming, mistakes that we have not seen from them today, as they have played damn good League of Legends.
Dude, in-person buff goes wild.
For Winthrop and our other primarily collegiate squad in Dark Zero, it was a day where I feel like neither team showed up, and one of those teams is going to have to show up in a lower bracket matchup, because it sure as hell looks like we're going to get Dark Zero versus Winthrop down there.
That's just such a crazy matchup as well. Not only is it one with a lot of history behind it, but it's also one with their lives on the line, and the most, I would say, in NACL history, because NACL became a thing after kind of the academy scene, it's the most important split of all time in NACL. To have that LTA spot on the line, I mean, that is just such another level, and you know that these teams are vying for that, and we know that LG is looking to vie to put Winthrop University in the dirt. But that's the biggest thing about these kinds of situations, is that level up has to happen, because this is what you've been building towards all year long.
Well, at the moment, the team of ex-pros sure as hell looks like they look like pros right now. As yeah, I mean, it's a good call, Mazel. Like, for a team like Luminosity Gaming, where, you know, let's be honest, like, regardless of form in the regular season, like, what's the worst you can do? Like, they went 7-2, and it felt like
let's you just make 100%. It in the playoffs, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things were, or a lot of league, if you're gonna compete throughout a season, you gotta find the time to peak. This is the time to peak, and it felt like Luminosity Gaming, they've really put their foot on the brakes between being, or foot on the gas between being in person. And also, just what we've seen from this series is I am talking over kills 18 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And I don't feel that guilty about it.
Yeah, no. It's a toughie for sure.
Oh!
TP out, let's go!
Oh my god!
Denethor, he got out with nothing. I love it. Oh,
literally
but they're
nothing.
gonna collapse. Okay, they're not gonna find it.
That's a dopamine TP right there. Like, guys, we lived.
Oh god, they're just chasing them to the ends of the earth. They want to find them. But yeah, I think it's just finally a team living up to those big expectations we put on them in the playoffs, right? Going from best of ones to best of threes to best of fives is a very stark contrast in how you prep, how you play, how you draft, things along those lines. And we know that these teams have been practicing, getting ready for the playoffs where they know it's going to be best of threes. But the fact that LG also made good on that feels good, and Zazel's going to get out just fine. Solar Flare hits on the tactical. He's going to instantly cleanse that one. Be some Summoner spells down, but again, not too much of a worry for LG. They might end up giving this bounty over in the mid lane outer turret.
And Sword's going to fish, but can they actually get it? Fake God's on the flank. That's a lot of damage from Insanity.
Between Worlds coming through.
Watch
They
Fake
got
God.
the slowdown. Zazel's looking for his own engage. There goes the engage on the back line. Cease and desist goes through. Killer Instinct still going to be not used by Tactical as he's waiting till the moment he needs it. Fake God goes on his own killing spree. And you have Tomio running down Denethor. Gwen ain't that much immune this time around as Fake God's going to go the long way. Denethor realizes what's coming for him, and it's the solo lane Bash Bros as Denethor will finally go down to Insanity. There's nothing left on the Rift for LG to take.
I mean, this is looking like a, I would say perfect game territory, but only in kills.
A dragon in a turret.
Yeah. Man, I mean, Interrupt, you got a week to go back to the shed, see what you can come up with. And cook up a best of 5, do or die, against Darkseer. I mean, that sure as hell is how it looks right now.
That's going to be a crazy matchup, too.
We'll see if Darkseer plays better. We'll see if Winthrop plays better. I think Luminosity Gaming, again, played very, very well.
And so I know it's just one performance from all teams. There's it's double them for a reason. Does any performance from any team that we've seen already give you hope to take down this machine in LG?
No, but that's a small sample size. We have plenty of games.
It is a small sample size.
If LG play like this for the rest of the event, they're going to be sitting pretty.
He had the flash out. Tomio's just going ham now between worlds, and that is going to be LG wiping the floor with Winthrop University. Insanity goes godlike, 7-0-2 on the Aurora. We called it out in the draft, hadn't played it so far in the split, but ends up pulling it out here and going legendary with it. Atacon going the way of Luminosity Gaming.
Oh, Mazal, I've done my best to hide it on broadcast so far today.
Yeah?
I have a terrible cold.
Yeah, you do.
Uh-huh.
I keep seeing you keel over in my side.
Don't worry about it. No, it's fine. It's fine. Energy's high.
The team's hurt. They're giving you a rest.
I mean, no bias, but kind of happy with this one. Purely because of very clean gameplay.
Honestly, that is what I'm very happy about. Because there's been some chaotic games so far in this playoffs, and that's why we've seen some of the upsets. Like, clean gameplay hasn't necessarily been the moniker. This was by far and above the cleanest gameplay we've seen from any team in NACL so far this split. And they are maybe getting a little loosey-goosey with it now. Fake God trying to take a 1v2 now. He's going to flash away from Denethor. He should be fine. Winthrop University is still trying to look for picks where they can. Meanwhile, the other side of the map is the focus. Oh, can he dodge? One more shot. Oh, we're not even going to watch.
Well,
okay,
it's Drake if they want it. And the other 2 lanes, which they're already pushing in.
Oh, so. It's Drake, all right. That's a 3rd dragon on a Hex Soul. That's going to feel really good.
Did see a Hex Soul make quite a statement earlier today. We'll see if Luminosity Gaming even gets a Hex Soul this game.
Yeah, I just think the level up comes, like, we have had, you know, like, very one-sided games so far this play. For me, it's the way they've been playing around these objectives. This feels like a team that could be contesting tier 1 teams, right? Like the way they're setting up objectives, the way they're trying to get themselves like planned out in those ways, like that is what makes this kind of performance from LG that next level.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we expect from a team of, again, LTA rejects. Like these guys, we know these guys can. They haven't had the performances at the highest level that they want to see in a few years. Obviously, historically, some of these players have been quite impressive at that level, but I mean, every time they're in Tier 2, they're the champions. So, like, what else are you going to do here, Mazal?
Not much you can do. Maybe catch out Insanity, but he's just going to go between worlds and just pop you. As that's 2 quick kills, and now cease and desist onto the poor Jin. Leave him alone. LG, stop it. They take down mobility. They're only 35, tries to get a kill back under turret. Tactical takes an extra shot, but the bodies are dropping. Only 35, the only one left, and they're splitting focus in mid and in top to take down these inhibs.
And they're looking for a pre-Baron victory, which is, I'd say that's the impressive feat to do these days. To win pre-Baron. What are they feeding those guys up there in Canada?
Dude, right?
I'm gonna have to go check out Deos's Twitter. He's the best at sharing updates with his team. Shout out to Coach Deos. I saw them stopping in like some barbecue, which I gotta be honest. Any food sounds gross. I have not eaten a meal in like 48 hours, but whatever they're eating, I might have to tap into some good Canadian ramen potentially. I mean, we're gonna have a chance to ask them about the victory.
True.
That's for sure.
I
expect a team interview with distractions in the background, Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah. Better get that
Whoever
ready,
we get,
all right?
the
Better
other
get that
members
ready.
better be behind them trolling, all right?
True.
Respectfully trolling.
I would say I don't think it's going to happen. We're edging closer and closer to the goldie being as big as the time spent in game in terms of thousands of gold per minute, which, you know, we're at 15 now, a little bit less so. Maybe they can try to bump that up, but I don't know if the game's going to last that long.
Well, Aaron's at least going to hit the rift.
Oh
my God.
my God! Please, look away! Family, children, everybody, look away, because LG are doing some dirty, disgusting things. Zazel's getting low, and Zazel finally falls the sword. They get one kill in the end. No perfect kill game, but it cost them literally everything in the upper bracket.
Yeah, report Zazel, inting, feeding.
Can't believe him.
Can't believe
him.
What a noob, especially the most important role to keep alive throughout all fights at support. Like, my God.
What a
Gaming,
masterclass.
not much for us to say. Not much for us to say, Giselle. They took care of business today. Dominant 2-0. The likes of which we haven't seen going back even to split one of NACL. I mean, all year, I think that's the most convincing series that we've seen.
Yeah, the holistic capitalization of the two games and the domination we saw them have from top to bottom on the Rift, from objective to objective, from team fight to team fight, it was just so squeaky clean. And that should make a little bit of a shake, a little bit of a shiver spread across the entirety of the NACL playoffs, because at this point, this team is the team to beat.
I mean, that was the expectation coming in. Again, everyone had these guys as favorites to be in that LTA promotion tournament, but the form in which they just hit the Rift in, the kickoff playoffs, the fact these guys are in person, something I'm excited to visit with them about. But my God, I mean, what a dominant win from them. Really nothing else to say about that one besides ask them what they're eating over there and how the vibes are. They've got to be pretty good after that.
Yeah, they better go out and get a full 5-course meal after that one. Hey, great KP across the board for both teams, or not both teams, but the game, both games for Luminosity Gaming. I think Tomio was close to 100% KP. Maybe at the end it got a little bit crazy, but I think those kinds of moments just reinforce why this team was able to so dominantly take the championship, at least the trophy last time around in split number 1, and why they look to make that big run here in the upper bracket. They're the only Big 3 team that remains with 2 lives in the tournament. I think that's saying something.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, I think that's the story for me of the playoffs so far. The fact that Supernova and Dark Zero, one of those teams is not even going to have a chance to play for the top 2. And hey, they could get knocked out by the other teams that we're going to see down there in the bracket too. But again, just the surprise of having Supernova and Dark Zero down there, the surprise of having Blue Water and Dorado up top, pretty wild. But yeah, anyway, MVPs, guys, Tomio, Zazel, Insanity, take your pick.
Honestly, yeah.
Tactical, you farmed your butt off in the last game, but they were like 22 kills. You only participated in like 6 or 7.
It's fine. Yeah, it might have been 6, I think.
It's kind of like you played well. I feel like you got carried. No offense. I think you'd agree.
I think it's tough. I think Insanity had a really, really impressive game number 2. Game 1 was good too, but Zazel and Tomio's impact across the whole series is so hard. Not only for me to differentiate because they were always together, and that's what has led to this synergy being so strong, is how often they play synergistically together on the map. But Zazel had 100% KP game number 1. Tomio was close, at least for the majority of game number 2. I think these two guys, when they're paired together, are second to none. Even if we had some slackings, even if we had some moments that didn't look like that in the LCS, I still think I hold these two guys, when they're paired up together, to such a high regard.
I'd go Tomio. I thought
Yeah?
Tomio had an outstanding series.
The Maokai was pretty dirty.
I thought the Vi was dirty, man. The Q flashes were
That
really
early
got the
Q
game going.
flash with
Yeah.
that gank. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That was nasty.
Anyway, get your MVP votes in, and please stick around. We're going to be visiting with one of the members of Luminosity Gaming, and again, expectation for everyone to show up on camera. You know, we got to have some shenanigans going on behind players. It's my requirement.
They're gonna keep it under wraps until finals.
I feel like if there's any series where you can pull some shenanigans off as a team afterwards and feel good about it or deserve the right to do that, it's probably that one.
Just a warning, I don't have a copy pasta to say for it, but just be wary of the visions that we're going to be seeing here. They could cause some terrifying moments for any Winthrop fans. It was a completely one-sided game. Unfortunate for Winthrop University, we never got to see their signature early game style in the series. And again, LG were just the wall that could not be cracked.
Yeah, I mean, looking very machine-like over there in the LG camp. Definitely sending a message to everyone else in NACL as well, as excited to take a peek at our playoff bracket before that's going to be later on, like after the interview. But man, I mean, the amount of surprises that we have. I could easily argue that based on power rankings going into the split, that only Luminosity Gaming are where they are.
Yeah, I would completely agree.
Yeah. So I expect the Conviction to beat Citadel, but like again, going back to the start of the split, like even then we had 2 upsets. Pretty crazy. Of course, upper bracket games will be best of 3s.
Yep.
With so if you win the next best of 3, you only have to win 1 best of 5 to make it to the LTA
finals.
promotion tournament, which is crazy. So really important that these teams were able to pick up victories, and man, I mean, gonna be interested to see how the rest of it pans out, because there's gonna be some big best of 5s in the lower bracket.
There are.
Yeah.
Luminosity Gaming going to be the team that keeps their second live up there out of the big 3 that we talked about. But I think this team has shown out above and beyond any of the other performances we've seen already in the playoffs. And I'm excited to get to talk to a member of the squad and hear kind of how that in-person shenaniganery is going on for them. Because we've seen it across multiple teams in the past of NACL. The in-person diff is just another thing. Like, it just levels up so much in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you talk to any of the colleges that compete in this league.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I've coached teams remotely and in person in the past. It is a world of difference being in person, especially when you have experience like Deus and like the team of 5 that Luminosity has, with a couple other helping hands around them, I believe, as well. So excited for them to talk about their boot camp and hopefully talk about their dominant opening series here for playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Is just having that strong opening, being able to prove that, you know, all faith is not lost in the top teams that we have here. And I think Luminosity Gaming going to be pretty proud of that one. Still a long way to go. Still got the upper bracket run to make if they do make it all the way to the end at least. But we do have our interview ready to go. It is going to be with Fake God at the top lane, so we get to dissect how they're doing up there in Canada. Fake God, go ahead and come on in, man. My dude, how you doing? In person buff or what? I mean, you guys smashed that series.
Yeah. We all moved to Canada for like a short boot camp. A short boot camp of 1 month, like 4 days ago, and I think we adjusted pretty well for this series today, and you know, we kind of showed it. I'm really happy about that.
Oh yeah, a lot of reason to be happy over there in that camp. Any highlights about being in person so far, Fake God? I know that in the past you've lived with some of these guys. Think back to the Cloud9 days, or even DSG. Like, what's it like kind of being reunited with them? Have you been throwing any jabs out at each other, or you know, and any jokes coming out from the past?
Oh well, our coach keeps saying he's gonna beat Tomio up. Or actually, wait, yeah. Well, someone said they're gonna beat Tomio up in person when we talk in online, and then we finally get the chance. I mean, he didn't actually get beat up, but you know, if he like does something a little too annoying, we have a helping hand here.
Keep him in check, man. Keep him in check.
Yeah. But I do like it's interesting being in Canada because most of my trips are usually to Korea, because Korea is like the normal bootcamp option for like low ping Korea solo queue. But honestly, I'm playing low ping in like NA solo queue, and I'm like, wow, this feels great too. Like I never had this low ping in solo queue. And I'm just like, well, I know how everyone gets rank 1 on the East Coast now. They just glide over everyone with their like 40 ping advantage. I'm like, this is unfair. Like I can actually click and move and just dodge their skill shots now.
I've not been Diamond 1 since I had 19 ping, so I can see where you're coming from. Yeah.
I gotta ask you though, Fake God. I mean, a big story that we love to follow is the kind of synergy that you, as well as Tomio and Zazel, have kind of built over so much time playing together. Do you still feel like that's such a buff? Because, man, when you guys are on it, like, especially today, it was a little bit one-sided, obviously, but you guys were, like, synergizing so well in a lot of the in-between moments. Is that just a lot to that kind of pre-built synergy, or do you guys have a different approach this split this year that you guys have taken between the three of you?
I think it's pretty interesting how our dynamic kind of changes with every new, like, coaching staff we basically interact with. It's actually, I would say, like, Zazel's usually very consistent in how he thinks. And usually, like, he's the one who really wants to, like, pass that kind of philosophy and, like, thinking down to us. And we actually, like, we're not, like, 100% agreed on everything still. There's, like, very, like, I would say rare moments for, like, me especially, that we get into, like, a pretty long discussion about something that happened in scrims, and we're like 30 minutes in, we're like, yeah, well, I don't know what's best here for sure, but I think we do have, like, a very good understanding of each other and, like, how to, like, argue and, like, make good points and come to, like, clear understandings. And then the thing about the coaching staff I mentioned is that it does kind of change too with like different coaches, because we've worked with, like, I would say 3 different staff at this point, and it's always, like, a little different somehow, even though, like, us as players are the same. It's like their own, they add their own flair in as, like, coaches, and that part's pretty interesting to me, because it's kind of it always changes the way we play.
Yeah.
And, you know, it could be good or bad, but I think right now it's pretty good. And honestly, Tomio's usually, like, it's kind of similar to me, where Zazel, like, has, like, arguments with him, and then we come to a conclusion that, you know, hopefully makes everyone happy in the end.
The brotherly bond, you know?
Yeah, I mean, look, hard to say that it was going anything but well today with the result you guys put on. What do you have on the docket? Any victory meals now that you guys are you know, together as a group? You don't have to share exactly where, like, food types. Who does someone get the pick? How do you guys work that?
We'll just choose some restaurant that we see on, like, Google Maps or on the delivery apps.
Okay.
You know, there might be, like, there's a non-0% chance we go to the clubs, because this is like very club street apparently, like where this facility is located at. And I don't know if I'll actually go, or, like, if anyone will actually go, but I think there's like an actual non-0% chance that'll happen.
Okay.
So maybe that's what
Turn it
we
up
do.
in Canada.
Gotta
All
go
right.
celebrate, man. The only team with the big high expectations to make it run at the end, living up to those expectations, keeping that upper bracket run alive. I gotta ask you one last time, give any shout outs anybody want to talk about before we let you go, Fake God.
Alright. A shout out to my team for performing really well today, and my coaches are doing a lot of good work with, like, scouting and even, like, pre-match prep, or pre-match, like, you know, like the mental, like, raising the mental so you can prep for the match. I think Dales does really well with it. And shout out to my parents. Shout out to my sister, just cause I don't think I've ever shouted her. I think I did it, like, once or twice, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's about it. Everyone I know.
I appreciate you so much.
Always
Fake
good to
God.
talk, Aaron.
Always
Congrats on the
good
win.
to
You guys
talk
were
to
dominant
you.
today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Cleanest series of the playoffs so far. We'll talk to you very soon, I'm sure. Go enjoy the clubs, my friend.
Okay, maybe I will.
Maybe.
I
It's a
know
non-zero
someone on your
chance.
team
It's a
that will.
non-zero chance.
I know at
Non-zero
least 2
chance.
people on your team will. All right.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and bid adieu. Goodbye,
Okay,
Fake God. Don't want to
bye.
get anybody implicated.
Yeah, no
but here we
worries.
go.
Goodbye.
As what a day it was. It was a short one just for you, Cubby. LG handled business, and we had another massive upset to start the day with Dorado Gaming.
Dorado 2-0ing Dark Zero like that.
Is
was
it
crazy to
bigger
me.
than Blue Otter's upset? Like, it's
I said
such
so.
a hard controversy.
I said so on the cast. Yeah, I did. I think the manner in which they did it was pretty impressive. And hey, it's not Dark Zero's day. We have to figure out what's up in the lower bracket, because this bracket's pretty crazy to kick off NACL.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure we'll be giving away the MVP here before we get to the bracket goodness. But I guess that's where I have a little contested in terms of who MVP ends up being between. Because again, I said, you know, there was a lot of consistent performances between a lot of the members of this squad.
Thought it was Tomio.
Thought it was Tomio. I know you said that. I'm a big fan of Tomio too, especially in this one. I know you're talking about the Vi performance. I don't know why I'm stuck on the Maokai performance. But
Zazel had 100% KP. Game number 1.
It's a good call. Well, we're going to have to see what's up as the fans voted. You guys decided. We're going to have to see who brings home the MVP for Luminosity Gaming. And frankly, I think the whole team's pretty deserving there after just, again, dominant wins.
It's Insanity! 0 deaths, another high KDA. 42 with Sushi's. 35 is Insanity's. Out of left field. RKO out of nowhere, stealing the MVP away.
Very bias, game 2 bias. Chat bias, it's fine. Insanity played great.
He did play great.
Dominated the lane. I thought got the best of Sword in both games and really helped ensure that Luminosity Gaming can put together a very, very clean series.
I wonder if he had the chicken ward from when he played Chicken Corky. He's got to. I love it. In the end, congratulations to Insanity for getting that MVP in the first series from LG in the playoffs here in Split 2.
Again, I think Luminosity Gaming just a statement to the rest of the teams in playoffs that everyone knew coming into the split that they would be the team to beat, likely the team at the end of the road. And yeah, I think the play that they had in this week only built confidence towards that, and especially looking at how everything else went in playoffs. Yeah, Luminosity Gaming, they look like the team to beat. But hey, we got surprised in week 1. We're going to have to see if we get any more surprises moving forward. I think surprises do make things a little bit more fun.
True.
So it was a fun week 1.
It was. If you missed any of that action, if you missed any of the cool plays that we saw, or any of the massive upsets of week 1 of the playoffs, make sure you go check out our socials. They'll be scrolling in the top left of your screen. You can check out any of the plays, the standings, the bracket, all that good stuff over there at NACL. So make sure you go check that out and give it some love, as I am disappointed. I voted 6 games. I voted the dream, the bangers, and I didn't get it. And it's so funny in the end of the day that you kind of retracted your statement after I talked about it in that first series.
Yeah,
but
true.
you voted for a 4-0 day, and it ends up being a 4-0 day.
Well, not in the way I expected still, Miss L.
Not in the way.
Not in the way.
Not at all.
Yeah, not at all. So props to Dorado, Blue Water, finding the big upsets, and then all the teams that won this week as well. Conviction and Luminosity Gaming. Oh, no!
That's not fair! That's not fair, all right?
Oh, thank you, production. I always knew we were friends.
I voted for Winthrop University with my heart, and my heart is broken.
Oh. That's all right. You can steal my red nose and take it for yourself.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I'll be the clown.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see if we got a bracket to look at from production before we wrap everything up here.
Yeah, we should be getting those here soon. There we go. We'll have the bracket up. Some big matchups in the bottom bracket here. I mean, that's where I want to focus first. We can talk about upper bracket afterwards, but Supernova versus Citadel Gaming. One of these teams will not be moving forward. One best of 5 determines if their end of the split comes now or if they get to make that run, and that's crazy between the names that are on those rosters. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dark Zero, the second place team from just last split, is in a fight for their life against their well-known rival in Winthrop University.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we have 2 rivalries, because if you think of Citadel,
yep.
I mean, Kenvy, Diamond were on the Supernova squad with Toasty. So, yeah, it's kind of trying to take down the old org. They did so in the regular season in that best of 1, and in Supernova their first loss. We're going to have to see if they can do so in a best of 5 on the 20th.
And then we take a look at that upper bracket. Blue Water versus Conviction. Blue Water have put it together. Is it going to be enough to take down Conviction and move up to that qualifying match?
Actually, how crazy is it that Conviction are a best of 3 and a best of 5 away from competing for an LTA North spot? I find
and Dorado Gaming, their first split.
Yeah, but like for Conviction, I just find that ballistic. Some of the names on that team. I give a lot of props to TF Blade, who feels like he enjoys playing 5s. I think he's improved a ton this split or this year, and rounding out his gameplay. And when you pair just the talent that he has with, playing 5s and getting used to that, it's been really impressive to watch. So definitely looking forward to a couple of those series. And
it's just crazy when you put it like that, man.
The trend of dogs or animals over purple teams continues, because we had Blue Water take down Supernova, Dorado, the dogs, took down Dark Zero. And now Blue Water up against Conviction. That's also a purple team.
It is.
And that's an animal team.
Put that tinfoil hat on and walk forward.
Blue is on the scale of purple. It's close.
Oh my God. Okay.
Or teal.
Now you're stretching. Dorado Gaming going to have a hard task there against Luminosity Gaming, but we'll see if they can show up in that regard. Again, themselves also just being 2 series from getting that promotion spot, which would be absolutely insane. But as we see the next day's games, it will be next week. I do believe we have 3 days of games
we start on Wednesday.
next week because we got best of 5s. Finally, we have arrived at the promised land, and it starts off with a do or die between Supernova and Citadel Gaming.
Actually, my favorite with the bracket from like what we see right now, it looks like the lower bracket was done by J.J. Abrams, you know, the nostalgia, and then the upper bracket was like a Ryan Johnson. Just, you know, completely throw that into the wind, see what's up.
I'm here for it. But yeah, make sure you tune in August 20th.
I've been thinking recently about how Ryan Johnson always like deconstructs genres, and I'd fully expect that out of someone named Ryan with an I and pronounced like Ryan, not Rian.
I can appreciate it.
I've also been thinking about how the Star Wars sequels went from J.J. Abrams to Ryan Johnson to J.J. Abrams, and I feel like that was just the worst decision ever made on the planet, but I digress. It's the end of the broadcast. So.
Yeah, you talk about whatever you want.
I had to get that one off the top of my head, you know? That's the last thought I had.
A great parting thought for the first week of playoffs, for sure. I guess, are you still holding Dorado Gaming as the biggest upset, the biggest story so far of this one? Is it Citadel, you know, faltering?
No, it's Dorado Gaming. For sure the biggest upset, yeah. And then I guess lower bracket, we're just going to see between Supernova and Dark Zero if, you know, somehow Palpatine returns down there.
I think my biggest statement is just the fact that Luminosity Gaming look as good as they did, right? Like, and I think that's true. That provides so much of a leaping off point to really talk about this team being the contender for that spot in LTA North. And I know it means a lot to them. I know the run means a lot to them, and I know they're locked in for this one. Maybe a little bit of clubbing tonight, but you know that'll be fine because they have a week left to go. But this team is kind of crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and it's nice to see that kind of moment from a team in the Tier 2 section in such an important split.
Yeah, it is. And again, Luminosity Gaming, all these guys, pretty much ex-pros. If you want the pro diff yourself, go on over to prodiff.gg, sponsor mention of the broadcast. Scan the QR code, prodiff.gg. Guarantees you get coaching from the pros one-on-one, as everyone on there is a professional player in some way, shape, or form. So hop on over there, scan the QR code. Make sure that you're getting advice from the people that get paid to do it themselves.
True. I just think it's cool because you get their perspective on what you should do. It's not always going to be right, but kind of getting that perspective.
Always right. Always right. Always right. Always right. Yes, always right.
Because it's the way that they look at the game is so important, and you don't get that viewpoint a lot from just kind of playing through your game. So I think it's so important. Go get your one-on-one coaching. Should be a lot of fun.
One of the coolest experiences that I've had was in I helped out Team Liquid with their tryouts going into 2023. I was just an extra body, and I got to listen to Core JJ describe how to play Lucian Nami versus Zeri Lulu.
That's cool.
And he made them run it back like 4 or 5 times, and just like literally like remade games like 140 because they're trying to see like who could run it. That was so cool. Like just hearing
awesome.
how in depth he viewed that matchup. I'm like, no, this is just how you play it, almost down to a science. Yeah, those guys think about the game very deeply. So
go check it out. Again, scan that QR code there. Go get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg. But that is going to be a wrap on this first week of the NACL playoffs for Split 2. Again, all eyes on the prize. 2 slots in that promotion tournament for LTA North. And only 2 teams can make it here in the runs. Luminosity Gaming look like the team to beat, and we've got upsets aplenty. We'll see if it continues on next week. I couldn't be more excited to see some of those matchups, some of the big heavyweights that are fighting for their lives next week. Again, 3 days of broadcast, so make sure you are tuned in. Make sure you're getting all your snacks, getting ready to go, because mostly best of 5s are going to be here for that one.
Yeah, excited. I'll be on the Wednesday broadcast, and man, that's a big one between Supernova and Citadel. So do or die matches starting next week. Going to be very fun.
It is indeed. I believe we're just getting ready for the end here, and that means it's been an incredible week. Got a shout out to everyone across the board for tuning in, for showing out for the magic mayhem that was the upsets on the first couple days of playoffs. We'll see you next week on Wednesday, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift. Shots coming in as the big Sushi is just hitting Citadel with 1 bullet. 1 bullet is all it takes to take down the biggest carry on Dark Zero, and after that, everything else crumbles to dust.
What a game from Sushi and Mixture. K is going to cut the wave. That could actually be a heroic play here. as Toasty's gonna TP bot and do his best to kill this wave too, but I think he's too late.
Oh, guys, they're trying to get a play. Zero, though, the Solar Flare is going to come back. K has joined TP a little bit late from Dorado Gaming. Mixture's going back in for the engage. Shochi has joined up. Now Dark Zero, they're running for the hills. The white flag has signaled, and Sushi's got front to back all day. Ariana stunned on him again. He's just showing in the moves left and right, and Sushi's looking for a little bit of follow-up here. You might have the big dragon, but is it going to be enough? A triple kill comes through for Sushi. The execute's there. Sajed wants the counterplay. Sajed gets it! And they go in. Paranoia, Shockwave, everything thrown at Insanity's face, but he's still full health. Redemption comes through. True Shot Barrage comes up again for the second time in like 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Insanity just cuts down Wilson. Only 35 will be the next to fall to a double kill to the superstar mid laner. Tactical's trying to run down Denethor. He's going to be that tanky setup, but it's the blast from Tomio. They are just running all over him. Running amok on Summoner's Rift is LG to assert their dominance here in the upper bracket. Mobility will be
Aaron's at least going to hit the Rift.
Oh my God. Please, look away. Family, children, everybody, look away, because LG are doing some dirty, disgusting things. Zazel's getting low, and Zazel finally falls the sword. They get one kill in the end. No perfect kill game, but it cost them literally everything in the upper bracket.
Yeah, report Zazel, Insing, feeding.
Can't believe him.
Can't believe
him.
What a noob, especially the most important role to keep alive throughout all fights at support. Like, my God.
What a masterclass.
Not much for us to say, Giselle. They took care of business today.